Wow. Thanks for all the memberships. I saw that. Aka, Altkia, Saressa, thank you. I'll be right back, one sec. Almost ready. Oh, you just had to sneak one in, Peter? All right. I'll eat that chip. Happy half-year anniversary. Okay, be right back. Okay, I'll be right back. Thank you, Bear Sarah King. Thank you, Peter. Oh, you would pull this horse piss, Mari. Bad chips sell burgers. That's what I always say, Mari. That's what I always say. Listen here, you asshole. Thanks for joining. I will remain your least favorite until I disappoint you so much that you run away. Hey, thanks for 6 months. Yeah. Sarah Splenda, thank you for 5 whole months. Tori Love, thank you for 6 months. Who needs the boys? You know what? Who does need the boys? Fuck those guys. They suck anyway. Feline Fortuna, thank you for the 5 gifted chips. I'll be right back. Give me a second. All right, no more chips. No more chips. No more anything for a minute. I'll be right back. God damn it. Wolfram, thank you for the 5 months. Which song did you enjoy singing? Oh. I don't remember At God's Mercy, so I'm going to say Bloodhounds. Thank you for 5 months. And Mincy says, finally able to catch me for the stream, even if I'm not from there. All thanks to my broken blink schedule. Fuck, me too. Wow. I blinked for like a whole hour, no, 3 hours before this, which was great. Actually felt pretty good, but I'm a little EP. Anyway, happy 6 months. All right, let's do this. I'll be right back. Thank you for the delicious soup. I will probably put that toward delicious cat treats, but I'll pretend I'm putting it toward Big Bug. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe I'll put it toward Big Bug. We'll see. I'll set aside a Big Bug coin jar. A comically oversized jar of fucking little copper pennies or something. I'll call it the bug jar so it's easy to misinterpret. So when people like hear me talk about it, like, what, you keep a jar of bugs? I'm like, yeah, it's the bug jar. I keep it for my bug funds. Kismet Nightingale, thanks for the delicious chips. And thank you, Mari, for the soup to go with the chips. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, snack secured. Stamina potion secured. Let's do this shit. Oh wow, we can finally reply to super chats. Awesome. I love that. Actually. Holy shit, that was loud in my ears. Is this
Is this thing on?
Okay, so, hi. I think everything's working. Enjoy your chips, you little asshole. I'm muted? I don't think I'm muted. I think you're lying. I think you're just saying shit. Whoa, wait. Slow down. Let me say what we're doing and stuff before we start throwing out stuff. All right, hold on. All right, here we go. 1 second, let me catch up. Callie, thank you for being a member for 4 months. How dare you throw hearts at me? You're supposed to throw hatred at me, but I'll accept it just this once. Rosie says, bug fund. Should I be sleeping because it's 2 a.m. and I have a flight in 2 hours? I don't give a fuck. Ruze Yap stream. Yippee! Sleep on the flight. That's when we sleep. Sarah Stars, thank you for the 49,500 yen Larvesta into the bug jar. I will put that in the jar that is full of coins and not bugs, but I will continue calling the bug jar to fuck with people. Haley says, he shoulders us. Morax says, hello, Mr. Ruze. Guess who got paid today's, which means this is my third official attempt, 1,200 total attempts at getting... Hold on. Attempt smart at getting When You Can't Sleep at Night by Mice and Men. Oh, on the set. I see. Attempts at getting When You Can't Sleep at Night by Of Mice and Men on the set list. Thank you. I am almost certain I have filtered through every single suggestion for karaoke, period. So it should be on the list. I just don't know if it's on the set list. Guaranteedly. I know I have a list of like 133 new songs that I needed to sort through. It might be on the other list though. I'll have to check. But I know that I've got a lot of songs. I went through 70 or 80 yesterday. But I will continue digging through them. So it might be on the list. I'll keep a special eye out. I'll note it down right now. I'm writing it down. Hold on. Let me just use my eyeballs to actually write this somewhere. Of Mice and Men. Yay! When You Can't Sleep. That's right, baby. I'm doing it. I did it. I did the right thing. I wrote it down for real. It wasn't fake this time. Orinjamar, some hatred for you. Oh, yeah? Well, here, let me give you a double dose of hatred. Thanks to the little cute Ruzader. Adorable. Kismet Nightingale says, happy Friday. Have a safe trip. Yeah! Snin said, here's a chip. Delicious. I'm going to give that one to Zaid. Hello, Amerikaya. Thank you, Moshi. Okay, cool. So, today, I'm going to be doing a little bit of Q&A. I realized, honestly, a little bit in a panic about like 2 weeks ago, maybe. I think I noticed this. I think I said something on stream even. I think I recognized it while yapping, playing Minecraft or some dumb shit. That I'd never done a Q&A. I never did anything where I was like, hey, like, ask me questions. I'll answer your questions. And it's getting to the point, where we know each other well enough that soon there won't be too many questions to ask, because I talk a fuck ton. And I mean, we can always people have a lot of depth. There's always more to know about a person, but as far as things you might think to ask, things that don't rely on the context of a specific situation, we're running out of things like that. So I was like, fuck, I never did that for some reason. So I'm going to do that now. I'm going to do a Q&A. You guys can just ask questions, fire them off. I already kind of do this during Zatsus and Minecraft streams and a lot of talkative streams anyway, but in a more official capacity, I will, go on yapping topics about whatever the fuck you guys want to talk about. I'll try my best to keep up, but if I'm particularly liking a question, I will probably stick on it for a bit and just talk about it because I want to. Hing, welcome to being a Ruzader. Kelly A says, I finished my college finals for the semester yesterday. I'm so eepy and shriveled. Thank you, Ruze and the Ruzaders, for accompanying me while I studied. Hell yes, and congratulations for finishing your finals. Oh, for the semester. Ah, I see. You know what? That's still a big accomplishment. Breaking it down into things like that, into semesters, that's what's going to keep you sane. And every single time you finish that, you are one step closer to just fully being done. Congrats. That's a big accomplishment. Bimmy Amelie said, Ruze, my least favorite idol. It would ruin my day if you wish me good luck on my econ exam. Okay. I guess, it would ruin your day. I'm forced to oblige. I hope you do bad on your econ exam. How do you like that? I hope you do bad. But, hold on. Wait a minute. Wait, I know what you're thinking. Damn, that's fucked up. Ruze my least favorite idol, and you're right. I'm a fucked up person. However, I have -1 luck, so whatever I desire the outcome to be, I'm reverse psychology-ing. You can't make a verb out of that. That is not an action verb. I am weaponizing reverse psychology against the universe. You're welcome. Anyway, this is going to be super casual. I'm going to sit here. I'm going to eat this muffin. I'm going to drink this stamina potion. We're going to talk about life, love, and the pursuit of hatred. Zabos says, here's to another 6 months of my worst idol. Fuck yeah, Zabos. Katamari said, assuming you're fighting someone of equal skill in a neutral environment, would you pick a knife or a bat as your weapon? Your opponent will get the other one. Bat every time. Your bat will always win. It takes a good hit to shatter a wrist. It takes a good hit to knock, fucking crush the finger bones and knock the knife out of their hand. Range, in a melee fight, the longer weapon is going to win, even in the hands of an unskilled combatant, 95% of the time. It does not matter how good your opponent is, how skilled they are with the knife. If you have a longer ranged weapon, it is going to be insanely hard to get in on you unless you're just hesitating. Okay. Chewy Nubbin says, happy 5 months of paid hate watching. Do you have any tips for attending Ren fairs? Dress, etiquette, etc.? Have fun. You're going to be disappointed if you don't dress up at least a little bit, and you're going to be very susceptible to buying a $400 Ren fair outfit. And while I think it's really great if you have the money to do that because you support the artists who work there, and that's cool, do something silly. Buy like a really like oversized button up and treat it as like a loose Howl Pendragon style blouse and some tight fucking skinny jeans, and add like a big like wide belt that's like almost like a girdle or like a corset style belt, and wear that over it. You don't have to go absolutely wild, but dressing vaguely period is going to help you feel less out of place and make you less susceptible to feeling FOMO. None of that, just have fun. Don't get too wild. Don't get too turned. I have been drunk at a Ren Fest. I know, drunk at a Ren Fest. Oh my God, how could you do that in public? Because I'm not talking like blackout drunk, like a little silly, a little fun drunk. Actually went to a Ren Fest. Well, I can't tell you that story. Never mind. I'm not going to tell you that story. That's too doxing. Anyway, I was at a Ren Fest. It was a lot of fun. I will tell you it one day, maybe, if I can find a way to say it that does not dox me. Yeah, do that. Have fun. The etiquette, I think, would be don't try to get people to break character. That's not funny. Everybody tries. It's not a good time. Just let the actors be the actors. Wacky Warrior 13 says, when I asked Ruze, how much can you bench press? That's a good question. I don't know, like 100 Zephyrs? 400 Ruzeters? Honey Roll says, hi Ruze, I was wondering what your opinion was on post-apocalyptic settings in media. When they are done right, they are fascinating. It is not my ideal, but I do get a hankering for it once in a while, and I'll go hunt down things like that. I like things like The Last of Us setting. I can like zombie apocalypse at times, and sometimes I like things that just kind of lean into desert punk, things like Borderlands and stuff, which isn't technically post-apocalyptic, but definitely feels that way. Comment King says, congrats, a small super to the Ruze base fund. Thank you very much. Have I caught up? I think I caught, fuck, I did not catch up. Hold on, gamers. I'm reading these questions too slow, apparently. I didn't realize. Hazardous Mix says, not really a question, but appreciate you and your streams. Psych! What's the best piece of, you motherfucker, I can't believe you've done this, you motherfucker. What's the best piece of life advice you've ever gotten so far? This too shall pass. And so do all people who live to experience such times. Basically, the idea that no matter how bad things are, it's going to eventually cycle away. And no matter how good things are, it will eventually cycle away. So live in the moment, but plan for the future if you can. And if you can't plan for the future, roll with the punches. I'm a bad planner. I'm a good roller with the punches. Flapjack Jackson says, have you been to any concerts? Once. If so, do you have a favorite concert, moment, artist you've experienced? The only concert I've ever been to was Mystery Skulls. And I'm not gonna lie, I didn't love it. I don't like being in big crowds of people. I get suspicious. I get nervous. I don't know how, but I have a gravitational pull of people touching me when I don't want to be touched. And most of the concert was some girl being really aggressively in my space, dancing basically on my back, or treating me like a big living couch. So that wasn't fun. I assume she was real out of it. Bro, you went to Mystery Skulls? I'm jealous. Yeah, it was great. I mean, the artist was great. The live music was great. Being in a crowd of that many people is not great. Also, I've something about my face makes frat bros want to prove themselves against me. I don't know what that is, but I attract the attention of people who are like, yeah, That's the guy. That's the guy I'm gonna act hard toward. I'm like, here we go. All right, here we go. So that's always fun. Anyway, I don't like being in big crowds. That's what it boils down to. I like the atmosphere, but if I could have a concert of one, I think that would be the ideal. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up. I'm trying to catch up. T, Hanasaki T. Hello, Ruze. Happy 6th Monthiversary. And curious, how many of us Ruzeters does it take to give you that big bug? I can't answer that. I'm not actually, you know what? I will say you've already done it. How about that? You already did it. Congratulations. Woo! Yippee! All right, good job, everybody. You did it. Snin says, Ruze, cheer up. Speaking of which, will Methuselah be half anniversary of joining your family? Give him a little rich snacks with this. Hi, girl DM. Also, I'm glad you're a Mystery Skulls liker. Good taste, good taste. I haven't listened to Mystery Skulls in a while, but I remember liking them a lot when I saw like their animated music videos and stuff. I really liked that first album they dropped with but I don't remember. I can't sing the lyrics or I will get in trouble. I'm not sure how long Methuselah's been around, SN. I think it's been about 6 months. Yes, I think this is a half-year anniversary. It depends. Matito, thank you for the gifted chips. If those gifted chips are going to the bug fund, stop it. First of all, that's too much yens. Plural, yens, as we all know, the classic plural of yen. Secondarily, it's already happened. I'm not keeping track. You're not keeping track. Let's not go wild. That is going to break everybody. That's going to break your bank and my guilt threshold. That was a joke. It's cute. It's goofy. One day I might pick it up. Let's wait to see what it looks like when it's done being pre-order. DS Crustaceans at Law says, hi, King. May I offer all the coffee cups may all your coffee cups always be warm and yummy? I have a little coffee cup heater now. It's in the shape of a tiny cat. It's adorable. What coffee roast do you prefer? Honestly, lately I've been big on a s'mores roast, which is stupid, but it's kind of sweet. It's kind of nice. I use a little dollop of Hershey syrup in it and vanilla creamer. It's tasty. Brit Blue. Hi, Ruze. I don't know if you've ever answered this, but have you ever thought about what genre you would do for an original song? Shit, that's a good question. Hold on. I'm gonna sit here for a second. I promise I'll catch up. I know I'm behind on questions, but that's okay. That's what this is for. It's a cozy stream. I will get through all these questions. I don't care how long it takes. If I'm here for like fucking 8 hours, I'm here for 8 hours. I don't think it's going to be 8 hours. Damn, what? Fuck. I don't know if I know myself or my musical talent well enough yet to know what genre I would do for an original song. There's a lot of genres that are like dream genres for me, I think. Like, I really like certain sounds that I know I can't replicate. Honestly, that's a joke, girl DM. Ska. You're like, I assume you're saying that as a joke, but I genuinely think ska could sound really good. I don't know that my voice would go well with ska. Well, I could do like a Days and Days type of thing, like Drunken Misanthropic Loner. Yeah, probably something like alt rock, ska. Maybe, I guess I have a voice that suits nu metal, apparently, I've learned. I would want to do something like really like, you know, Midwest emo, but I'd have to have really high, clear vocals for a lot of that. And I can't hit high notes very well. It's going to take a long time and a lot of practice, so. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not 100% certain, but that's my thoughts on it. I don't want to leave you guys with like, oh, I don't know, or no answers, because that's really boring, and that's like a waste of your time and a waste of my time to answer questions like that. But that's my thought process, and I think that's as good as I'm going to get for now. I would say I would be tempted to lean into my strengths and do something nu metal or alternative rock or whatever the fuck you want to call it. But those aren't my favorite types of songs to listen to. I kind of really like mournful, often like really high vocal songs that I know I can't replicate. Or really clear vocal songs I know I can't replicate. So something like that is what I'd want to do. Or fucking hair metal. You know, like Journey's fucking Separate Ways is the dream song to be able to sing in karaoke. I don't even have a strong affinity for Journey. I just really think that song is incredibly vocally impressive. But it's going to be a long journey to get there. Haha, pun intended. So anyway, Whimsy says, yo, my man, long-time VOD watcher, first-time live watcher. I'd like to ask, which of the 4 Chaos Gods would you rather serve? ZATSUDAN, hands down. I am always seeking eldritch and unknowable knowledge, and I don't want giant pustules growing off my body. I don't care how nice Nurgle seems, and I am relatively convinced of my ability to outsmart ZATSUDAN. I know that's the folly of every mortal, but I'm that motherfucker, dude. I'm that guy in an eldritch setting who's like, no, I can look on untold knowledge and I will be fine. And then I probably look at the, you know, the diadem or whatever and I go insane. But I am firmly of the believer that the power of the mind of man is unbreakable if it is the right man. I believe that there is no knowledge I could not hold and stay sane. I can parse anything given enough time and the right like state of being. So I would be okay. I think I'm the I'd win of I don't give a fuck how dark your knowledge is or how much you think it would break my brain. There is nothing you could give me that would like shake me. There's nothing that could shake my hold on reality or sanity. Blastosis says, hey Ruze, very innocent question that's not for research. When you fight with Zephyr, do you prefer to do it minimally or do some flair? And do you have any other weapons you use? If so, which ones? So Blastosis, I use a variety of weapons. I really like weapons as a whole. When fighting with Zephyr, I tend to do it with some level of flair. Yeah, I mean, I do little twirls. I do my little spins. It depends on what I'm up against. Obviously, if I'm up against a skilled opponent, I know is going to take advantage of any openings and like doing my stupid Jedi spins or whatever the fuck. No, I'm not going to do my fantasy movie twirls. But if I'm up against an opponent I'm confident in beating, I mean, yeah, why not? I mean, what's life without a little bit of flair, right? You gotta look cool if you're gonna kick ass. I also fight with spears, halberds, occasionally lances, depending on if I'm mounted, which isn't frequent, but if it happens, it happens. I like fighting with daggers. I have a passion for, you know, knife fighting when I can. I like fighting with long swords. I find it very elegant, very refined. It's a cool battle style. The right tool for the right job has always been my philosophy with weapons, right? If a giant monster that is, you know, woundable and has a, like, identifiable weak point like a brain or a heart, I'll probably use a big spear because a spear is, you know, the most effective thing against a giant monster. If it's a corruption beast, I'm probably going to be using Zephyr because A, enchanted blade. B, it's massive and takes giant swaths of goo out of it. If it's a man, I will probably be using a longsword or a knife. Really depends. Okay, moving on. Led Mendez says, yippee, 2 months. Also, I need to get out of a reading slump. Any recommendations? Ruzeters help me out too. Oh, that's a good question. If you want something fantasy, I would say do an easy read. Something that's really like fun and quick and doesn't take a lot of brain power. Maybe you could do something like Name of the Wind. Patrick Rothfuss has a really good writing style that draws you in really easily and describes action scenes well, but he has no idea how to write women. He's getting better, I hear, lately. I haven't read his recent books, but he has no idea how to write women, so there's your caveat. And it's written very much like a shonen protagonist in a fantasy setting, like a character who's just like, I'm so good at everything. I've never failed anything in my life. And secretly, every girl that's ever seen me wants to just get in my pants, even though I'm a useless nerd. So there's that, but the writing style is genuinely good. If you want something easy to read that is not fantasy, what have I read lately? I would read a mystery novel, maybe something that keeps your brain turning. Yeah. Okay, moving on. Holy shit, I'm still seeing messages about mystery skulls. That's how far back I am. All right, I gotta catch up, gamers. Hold on. I am way behind. Dota 2 win. Probably never on this channel, I'm not gonna lie to you, mostly because I understand that Dota 2 is content poison most of the time. So is League. Not that you can't make it fun. I think Bettle and Axel and those guys make it kind of fun when they do it, but for me, personally, I am aware I would focus too hard on the game and ignore everything you said forever. So it'd be very much be like, okay, I'm gonna shut up and play this game and you're gonna watch me now type of stream, and that sucks. Mario says, approximately what percentage of your closet can be worn by a medieval peasant? I'm trying to upgrade this. I'm trying to make it more, but right now, like 20%. I'm hoping to be at 50% peasant margins by the end of this year. I'm not 100% sure yet where we're at though. Allura Kimball said, hey Ruze, do you have any advice to get over writer's block? Got it bad right now and I have a second book to write. Ooh, I might need to open that fucking website that shows super chats. I think I missed some for memberships. God damn it. I have a second book to write, how to get over writer's block. That's a good question. So I think often when a project is something that you struggle with, like artist block or writer's block or creator's block in general, it is because you're turning the creation in your mind into a task or a chore that has to get done. And the block isn't so much that you are blocked on doing that thing, it's that you're blocked from doing that specific task because you've turned it into something undesirable or work instead of a passion or a hobby. My advice to you would be to take one of two routes. One is participate in something that is writing adjacent or is writing but is not that project to shake off the rust and get excited again. Or two, give yourself a task you want to do less, like, I don't know, filing your taxes or digging a 10-foot pit in the backyard to hide all of the evil deeds you've done. And suddenly I think that other task, like writing your second book, is going to seem a lot more appealing. You're going to be really, really inspired all of a sudden when you have other things to, when you can use your original task you did not want to do as an excuse not to do the new task. Random fan Hagwitch, what got you to agree to be a part of HOLOSTARS? Honestly, I think I was kind of leaning towards saying no. And I know that's shitty. I know there's a lot of people that are like, oh, I would love to be in HOLOSTARS. I would love to be in HoloLive. And it's cool. I've enjoyed it since I've been here. It's been better than I thought it was going to be. But I came in with incredible skepticism and vague aggression. But I sat on it for a while, and after mulling it over, I realized that no matter how bad it was or how much my skepticism came to be true or untrue, depending on what it was, I would still live with some level of regret at never having tried it. I was afraid I'd be bad at being an idol. I was afraid things would be worse than they are. And it has its troubles. It has its problems. I mean, obviously I butt heads with the government once in a while, and I don't really like wearing a corporate leash all the time, but I mean, I function well, they treat me well, and everything, you know, runs relatively smoothly, at least at a human level. At a level where I interact with people like Shikamane, you know, the people who talk to me on the day-to-day, incredible. They do incredible work. They work exceptionally hard. Obviously, all the other HoloStars work hard, so it's a good experience. But it was definitely on a scythe's, or, you know, on a knife's end, right? Like on the knife's edge of like, it could have gone either way. There was a good portion of mulling it over. I was like, I don't think I'd be good at that. I don't know if I want to do that. But I knew that I'd regret it probably forever, at least being like, because I could never know what it's like unless I did it, right? Now I understand the idiosyncrasies of being part of HoloStars, and there's things I definitely hate about it. But mostly I think I like it, and it's a cool job that I would never be able to experience ever again. And I recognize that. So I said to myself that I don't care how bad it is or how good it is. What matters is that I try and just see what it's like. Or how bad I am or good I am at it. Cassandra says, do you wear wigs? Have you worn wigs? Will you wear wigs? Will you wear wigs? Yes, I have worn wigs. I really, really hate it. I know it's traditional of a male cosplayer to be like, I don't need to wear wigs. I hate wigs. I don't like it. I don't like the feeling. It hurts my head. It's itchy. It's too tight. It gives me headaches. So yes, I have worn wigs for cosplay in the past, but usually I just try to grow my hair out to whatever the length is for the character I'm going to be playing. And then I, you know, bleach it or dye it or whatever needs to happen. So like at one point I did a Legolas cosplay and I bleached my hair and just grew it out for that. So, or grew it out and then bleached it rather, which was great. It was fun. It was cool. I really like it. People are always excited. They're like, is that your real hair? I'm like, yeah. And then they're like, oh my God. Actually, you know what? There you go. That ties back into the Ren Fair story. I was drunk at a Ren Fair as Legolas, and the amount of fucking boomers that would be like, "Oh, Legolas," because they were really drunk. Not drunk like me, but really drunk, being like, "Oh, they're taking the hobbits," and I'm like, That's only like a 15-year-old. Yeah, they're taking the hobbits at them, and they would get super excited because I do it back to them. I'd be like, yeah. So that happened every 5 steps, which is great. I mean, people like my outfit or whatever, but. It is what it is. I got that anime bloom, anime Lando bloom, or Lanimade. I don't know how to say it. Anyway, whatever. It was cool. It was fun. Typically I just use my own hair though, and then bleach it or dye it or whatever I need to do to make it look like the character. Because I don't like wearing wigs. It's annoying. Raven Revenant says, if you could make your own stamina potion flavor, what would it be? We got to get you a promo code, my guy. Function off stamina potion. Dude, I would love a promo code. I'm not begging. I promise, Gamersups. I'm not saying anything or anybody who makes stamina potion ingredients. But hey, if anybody's out there in the crowd and you want to hit me for a promo, I'm just saying, I'll be on your fucking cup or whatever. Put me on a shaker. The flavor I would choose would be maybe like grape. Ooh, or purple guava pear. Oh yeah, purple guava pear. I would do guava, grape, and like pear. I already answered Dota 2 when Tulipanji. Thanks for being an asshole. Nora says steak, grilled or pan. Someone else cooked it. If someone else cooked it, I don't know if I trust anybody to cook a steak in a pan very well, so probably grilled. I mean, grilled steak can come out pretty dry too, but typically people who grill things know how to make an okay steak, so grilled. As long as they leave pink in it, I don't really care. Fuck, how far back am I? Oh my God. Am I that far back? Fuck! Thanks, Kyle! I'm glad you're a Ruzader for 5 whole months. Okay, hold on. Damn, I must have missed some stuff. Oh, fuck. I gotta go find the thing. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna stop for a second. I'm gonna pause here and go catch up to the super chat website thingy. 1 second. Oh no, I did miss messages. I'm so dumb. All right, let me figure out where I was at, and then I'll get this. Hold on. So I was at... Okay. So I just answered... Oh, fuck. Fuck, I did miss some. Okay, so I missed some, but here we go. All right, let's do this. Tsukiko Ichinose had said, what is the best instant ramen or noodles? It's really hard to beat like real ramen noodles or whatever you want to call it, I guess. But I would say that for me, it's damn, what's my favorite instant ramen noodles? Right now, I've really been into, I can't remember the name of it. I've actually been eating a lot of like instant stir fry is what it is. I've been eating this tonkatsu ramen flavored stir fry. So it ends up a little like, sort of like a dry, sticky noodles. It's not like dry, but it's like these moist sort of sticky noodles, kind of like a stir fry. They're really good and really cheap, but I don't remember the name of them right now. I do love the little yakisoba ones too. Yeah. They're very good. Oh, cool. I can click through on this website to see which ones I've already answered. So that's going to help a ton. Let me do that real quick. Sorry, I'm handling this at the same time. I already answered coffee roast, that, and oh yeah. Okay, so Remorium says, why did you use the word eidolon for Obsidian Ruze's title? I've been struggling to figure out what definition you used because there are several definitions of the word and it's hard to define. I don't remember using any titles for anyone named Obsidian. Good question. I think an eidolon is often a phantom copy or a clone or a facsimile or a perfect twin of something else or a dark copy, but I'm not 100% certain in what context it depends on, so hard to say. Sigal Vartan says, what was your greatest fear growing up versus greatest fear now as an adult? Growing up, my greatest fear was... Actually, I was a pretty scared kid. I was afraid of the dark. I was afraid of being alone. I was afraid of spiders. I was afraid of heights. I was afraid of drowning. I was afraid of deep water. I was afraid of a lot of things. My greatest fear is probably spiders because it's the one I had to confront the most. I don't know if I have a greatest fear anymore. I think you eventually stop categorizing fears the more you deal with them. Like, I don't have any like outstanding true phobias that like send me for a loop or anything like that. I don't have any fears that stand out in my mind as, uh-oh, that would fuck me up if I had to confront it. I think I've just learned to process fear differently. Like, I'm not afraid of spiders. Like, if a Doberman-sized spider came in my room right now, I'd be afraid. Just like, if I found myself in a big, dark pool of water alone in a cavern, I'd be afraid. It's just I handle fear differently now. Like, I compartmentalize my fear the same way I could compartmentalize any other emotion, really. I don't know. I put it away. So, I don't know. In the raw, my biggest fear is probably... being in a situation where people I care about could get hurt and I can't do anything about it. I'm a bit of a control freak in that regard. I think I grew up, and this is about to get a little heavy, so forgive me, but I'll gloss over it real fast. I grew up not really giving a shit what happened to myself, and I think that mentality has still persisted. But I also have probably a relatively unhealthy martyr complex, and it's easy to not give a shit about being alive when you're the only person you care about. But when you start forming bonds with like family and friends, and you come out of that stupor, even if you don't care about yourself anymore, suddenly compounded fears for other people almost make it worse. You get doubly paranoid for the people you do care about. So I can be a bit of a busybody sometimes, like messaging, I don't know, like my little brother or family members or people I give a shit about, and being like, hey, are you okay? Like, are you driving safe? Are you in a situation where you can defend yourself? Do you need me to go with you? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because I don't really give a shit if something happens to me, but if something happens to somebody I care about and I feel like I could have prevented it, I think that's probably one of my biggest fears. Library 6209 says, I saw you mocking Bancho for being scared of sea creatures yesterday. Will you play some? Absolutely not. I will not be playing Subnautica. Thank you very much. I said I compartmentalize my fears. I did not say I want to confront them. The Subnautica is an incredibly beautiful game. I really genuinely enjoy it when I stay in the shallows, and diving into the depths is freaky as fuck. And my what is it called? Not trypophobia, not agoraphobia. My whatever the fuck deep water phobia that exists is still there. Thalassophobia, is that it? I think that's it. Thalassophobia is still there. Yeah, you guys are confirming. Yep. It's there. And it's scary. It's not the worst type of horror game for me. Like I said, I can compartmentalize my fear pretty well. Like, I could fight giant spiders in games. I could deal with dark spaces. I could deal with monsters. It's mostly jump scares that fuck with me now. So I don't think Subnautica would scare me, but there would definitely be some pretty... there'd be some heavy hesitation to dive into the deeper parts. I would definitely be tense. It'd be spooky. Maybe one day. I feel like I would treat it like any other Yap game, though. I'd focus on building and the beauty of like the coral, or not the coral, I'm sorry, the seaweed forests and stuff. I really like that biome a lot, and those little crocodile guys, they're so cute. Wispy said, I already read that. No, I didn't. Not sure if this has been asked before, but I recently binge read Delicious and Dungeon Meshy. Have you ever watched a Reddit? I've been watching it. I've been keeping up with it. I have not watched the latest episode, so no spoilers. I genuinely very much like it. It's my favorite anime right now out. Before that was Ranking of Kings. Okay. Mari, approximately 1%. Oh, wait, I did answer that one. Writer's Block, I answered that. HOLOSTARS, do I wear wigs? Stamina Potion, Dota 2, Axhole, Steak Grilled. Okay, Pumpkin, here we go. Pumpkin said, damn, I'm not going to catch up on these questions. I thought, I'm going to catch up on these questions easy. I don't give a shit. Like I said, I'll be here forever. Until you guys tab out, I will be here. So I guess we're going to be here for a second. Anyway, Dungeon Meshi is incredibly good, and if you bounced off the first few episodes, please give it a chance. It guises itself as a slice of life anime, and while it does do incredibly good world building and incredibly cool culinary world building, which I think is underutilized in modern fantasy, it also genuinely has an interesting story underneath, so give it a chance. Okay, moving on. Pumpkin says, Suppers, do you have a favorite D&D campaign, or can you recommend one? I just completed my first campaign, Death House, and it was wild. So I have never once played in or run a standard written campaign. It has always been in-house. So, no. But I hear Curse of Strahd is really cool, and I would be interested to play in a session of Curse of Strahd. So maybe that. I really want to play an OSR D&D since I missed out on that era. and I didn't get to experience old school D&D in its truest form. I would really like to play old school revival at some point. I want to try something like that. I think that's my dream D&D session, is to have some like true blue fucking old ass boomer run an OSR session in the way he would have run it when he was a kid or something. I think that'd be fun to try out one day. Like some old guard of D&D or some shit. I will answer that in a bit, Nomad5. I do see that. I promise I'm catching up. I'm getting to the newer ones right now. Let's see. So here we go. I answered that. I'm glad you're in HoloStars. Thanks, Kyle. Somebody said, woo, 3 months. Before I go, I gotta ask, have you played Disco Elysium? I have not. Would I consider it? I would off stream. Much like Baldur's Gate 3, I do not think it suits being stream content. It is too narrative focused, it is too lore heavy, and it is both too slow paced to keep people's attention and too fast paced for me to like stop and have long yap sessions without losing the dialogue and story and not giving it the respect and effort it deserves. So yes, off stream one day I do really want to play it. Saressa says, on the topic of books, is there a book that you let you with an impact? One that changed your perspective on life? If no books, any quotes. Changed my perspective on life. So, no. If quotes, probably some quotes from Gandalf, but not to so as not to retread old ground. How about this? Two gaming franchises have influenced my thought processes irreversibly, and this is stupid, and maybe you look at this in like video games change your thought process. That's so quaint. That's so dumb. That's so sweaty Western nerd of you, and you know, maybe. I don't give a shit. Fuck it. I mean, video games tell stories like books do. And the two franchises that have changed my opinion on life, I think, are probably the Souls franchise and The Legend of Zelda. I think I probably developed my martyr complex early on from idolizing characters like Link, and the idea of selfless sacrifice and selfless servitude, not like servitude to an undeserving person, but people who would not ask it of you but deserve to be saved. And I think Dark Souls came to me in a time that was really important in my life, when I was really struggling with the idea that nothing was worth doing, and I couldn't find a reason to keep pushing or bother being alive. And I think through the struggle of beating that game, banging my head on the wall over and over again, and watching countless lore videos, and really like kind of feeling like I embodied, the chosen undead to a degree, I think it started to change the way I perceived struggle and pain and hardship, and I started finding meaning in meaningless things. I started to recognize, I think in my own life anyway, that life... So these two things, they coincided with each other in a weird way, right? Because as a boy, I really wanted to be Link. I really wanted to exist in like the Zelda franchise or whatever, and be a glorified hero who did really cool shit and was well loved for it, and saved the world in a meaningful way and went on some big quest. And when I recognized that heroes are dead and there are no more quests to partake in, and there never was truly the idea of going out with a sword and killing a monster, and that was the embodiment of fighting evil, that fighting evil is done internally and externally with, actionable change and, trying to like fix the world through making other people better and not killing things. I think a part of me like kind of broke. I was really sad. I was really sad to realize I couldn't go out and be a hero and find that adventure. But I think Dark Souls helped me to realize that despite the monotony of day-to-day life, and despite not being able to like make change by myself, that struggle for struggle's sake and personal growth is really all that matters. And like dealing with the mundane and the monotonous and going again and again and again and again and again and again and repeating things over and over and over until you get it right is a virtue in and of itself. And even if I'm destined to like burn up at the bonfire someday or cook myself to keep the world going, so be it. I mean, I'm happy to keep working on myself until, I'm the strongest version of myself I can be, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. I guess I learned two things from Souls. I learned that there's virtue in the mundane and in suffering itself can be a virtue. You don't want to seek suffering. You don't want to self-flagellate. You don't want to go too far in the other direction. But just because you suffer doesn't mean that it is always all bad. Everything has some level of gain to it. Even bad things happening to you, you can grow from it, even if it's unpleasant and you don't want to do it and you wish it hadn't happened. You can still take a lesson out of that. And I try to every time. But it also really reinforced that unhealthy martyr complex and the idea that I would probably, cook myself alive if it meant like even a chance at a futile effort at fixing things. And I know it won't, but I would probably do it. And that's a bad habit. I'm recently, within the last few years of my life, learning that being a martyr is also not virtuous. At times that can really be bad for the people around you. You get so obsessed with the idea of being a good person or doing the right thing that you hurt the people that matter to you because they watch you hurt yourself doing it. So really, it all comes back around to the notion that there is no true sin other than excess. Too much self-sacrifice in excess is still hurting other people, even if you're trying to be virtuous. You can do everything right, play every card perfectly. You can try to be the perfect man, the perfect person, try to do everything you can to make other people happy. And the idea that you're hurting yourself might hurt them more than having just taken care of yourself and let them pull their own weight for a little bit. That happens. It's a hard lesson to learn. It sucks. It really wounded my ego and my worldview when I learned that, but it was an important lesson to learn. So yeah, there you go. That's Dark Souls and Zelda changed my outlook on life at different times. Okay, cool. Mint Champ, how do you feel about goblins? Gorblins are great. I love punching gorblins in the no, I'm just kidding. Goblins are cool. I think they're interesting fantasy-wise. I struggle between my love of the goofy, silly, I like stabbing things goblin and the idea that I don't like one-note fantasy races. I don't necessarily like the beautification of goblins that has been going on and turning them into super fucking just they're just really handsome short green people. I'm okay, I guess, but why do they have to subscribe to human standards of beauty? Let goblins be funky little guys. It's okay. Goblins probably find goblins beautiful and that's cool. Anyway, goblins are cool. I like goblins, okay. Dr. Wowie says, yo, Ruze, my guy, fellow D&D chat. I got a question for you. What is your favorite multi-class combo? So I actually don't like multi-classing. I tend to find that it often serves to dilute classes enough that nobody feels like they have their own special place in the campaign or in a setting. And I like my classes to be separated for the most part. But when I do multi-class, I like to go for weird things that seem incompatible at first. Things like Rogue Paladin, I think, seems cool because you can get this really cool, I don't know, Holy Inquisitor or Assassin or this sort of confessor type character, which would be fun. Or things I would want to try something maybe Ranger and Warlock, I think would be interesting, where your pet is your patron. Your pet is an avatar of your patron who's less so you guiding your pet more than your patron constantly keeping an eye on you in the guise of a regular animal, if that makes sense. It's not actually your companion, but it pretends to be your companion because only you can hear it telekinetically, and it's really just keeping a fucking eye on you, and you're constantly sweating because you know that if you're not actively pushing its goals, it's going to kill you or take away your powers. But on the other hand, its goals are probably somewhat detrimental to being a good person or helping your party, and that's pretty cool. Weird combos like that, I think. Okay, let me reload this page real quick and see if I can catch back up where I was. Oh, right, here we go. All right. Would you rather fight a horse or a kangaroo? Horse, because it's really genuinely incredibly easy to cripple them, but I really don't want to fight either because I think either could break me if I'm not careful. But specifically with Zephyr and the power of reach and having a pole on my weapon, horse. What is the worst illness or injury you've ever had? I've had to go to the hospital from bad food poisoning I got last year and it was terrible, says No Name. I mean, I've been hospitalized multiple times for asthma, so I guess that's the closest I've been to dying. I actually haven't had too many injuries. I mean, I've got these scars from a couple battles. I haven't ever broken a bone. I tuck and roll pretty well. My appendix tried to explode inside of me once, but I handled that. I guess the closest I've gotten to dying is, various asthma attacks that I've had. So probably that, I guess. But it taught me to deal with fear very well and to slow my breathing and calm down. Oh boy. Little baby Ruze being all right. I know you're hyperventilating. And I know you're dying right now. But calm down, kid. Relax. If you control your breathing, you might be able to come out of this. Me to myself in my brain. Asthma truly do be like that. Let's see. Sykes! Nope, wait. Wolfrain said, I apologize for the confusion on my milestone. Enjoyable song you sung. Bloodhounds or Kamino Mani Mani? Bloodhounds. I like the amount of belting I can do on Bloodhounds, and I struggled with Kamino Mani Mani over and over and over and over. I mean, I struggled with both. I really do not like my recorded vocals. Spoiler, never mind. I don't like my recorded vocals in anything I've ever made, really. I don't really like listening to myself sing, but Kamino Mani Mani was different because it wasn't just vocals. It felt like I was being confronted with my lack of culture and my lack of ability to pronounce Japanese words correctly, especially separating them into their base syllables and carrying them in a way that sounded good. The mixer definitely did work on that. I'm not gonna lie. Like I think I provided pretty okay vocals. Like I tried my best and I re-recorded them dozens and dozens of times. I did it over the course of like 5 different days because I kept bouncing off it really hard and being frustrated. But I think Bloodhounds was easier for me just because it was English. I mean, it had harder parts, but it was English, so it was easier. Syke says, is Citrine a staff guy or a tome guy, or can he use both? Just curious. Good question, actually. I'm assuming he can use either. I've always been a sucker for a good staff personally, but I don't know. Actually, I haven't asked him. I assume he probably finds a balance between staves, scrolls, wands, whatever it is he really needs. Maybe the occasional enchanted sword. Jade Rocker says, I have 3 questions for you. Do you have a favorite instrument? No, because I don't play instruments. I love the sound of violin and piano. I also really like acoustic guitar when it's done right. And I've actually been enjoying folk instruments lately. Was there anything you've done that made you go nope and walk away? Anything I've done? Doth thy lute shred? Thy lute doth. Verily. Your Dead World mini cover was really good. That's great, because I struggled with that too. I had to send Octavio like 7 takes and be like, does this suck? 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 I'm like, I'm never going to match Haka's vocals. There's no reason to try this, but I'll do my best. Eventually Octavio's like, stop thinking so much, you dumb motherfucker, and just record something and send it to me, and I'll figure it out. It's okay. It'll work out. It doesn't have to be perfect. I was like, all right, fine. So eventually I just recorded something and sent it. I mean, he didn't say it in those words, obviously. Octavio doesn't talk like that. But, you know, the equivalent advice. I don't think I've ever done anything that made me go nope and walk away. No. Not off the top of my head. I mean, I tend to get really stressed about social situations, and I plan them out again and again and again and again, and I always have a fallback, and I always measure my words right before they come out of my mouth. So I'm pretty careful never to say anything I don't mean to say. I mean, it happens, obviously. I'm not perfect. Nobody is. But it's rare that I embarrass myself too often. It makes me just leave a situation. Maybe when I was a kid, I guess, I might have done something that made me, well, often those were done to me. Oh, okay. Actually, one time in an improv class, I wrote a really, really bad improv essay, and it probably traumatized me for public speaking for forever. I got past it because, again, I'm good at compartmentalizing fear, but it made me really, really turned off of pre-written projects because I wrote something that was not funny. It was supposed to be funny. It wasn't funny. I somehow got it in my head that it would be funny to write one single line, walk up and repeat it 3 times, staring deadpan at the class. It was not funny. It was a bad combination of I didn't want to do my homework, and I thought that would be entertaining, and I did it last second, and it was dead silence, staring out at a crowd, and that was a hard. That was a hard situation. Oh fuck! I got an ad. Susu says, Wario time. Oh yeah, Susu, prove it. The Nomad said, will you be playing the Elden Ring before the DLC comes out? I'm actually already playing it. I was playing alongside Axel Senpai while he was playing it his first time. I started a brand new character. I decided to start a warrior since I never play big, strong characters in Souls games and tend to play, at best, honestly, my beloved are quality builds, so I could bounce back and forth between weapons, but I often defer to playing full dex dagger builds. I started a warrior and I made it through, let's see, I beat Tree Sentinel on that stream. I beat Margit on that stream. Oh, and then I got all the way up to Godfrey and stopped. Or Godric and I stopped. But I beat Godric like a few hours after that stream. I went back in and killed him real quick. So, yeah, I mean, I'm getting there. I beat Stormvale Castle off stream, so... Yes, I will be playing it. I am playing it currently. I don't know that I might stream it, but I don't know that I'll stream it from the beginning because that seems like a big commitment and I want to do a bunch of side content. What I might do is I might progress the main story and main quest line on stream and then play a bunch of side quests and dungeons off stream, essentially. A sentient isopod said, do you ever have dreams where you're a different person, but they feel like distant memories? P.S. Have you heard of Slay the Princess? I have heard of Slay the Princess. I might like it. I haven't bought it yet. I think I would want to try it out. I feel like it's the type of game I would only play if I were streaming it, though. And then I might only play it, you know, for that stream. We'll see. Maybe. As far as having dreams where I'm a different person, no, but I've had dreams where I'm in different families, or I have different family members, or people that are related to me, or different like relationships to me than I actually have. And my mind is definitely cultivated like entire families, or like people that are like partners or whatever in my head that don't exist. Like they're not people I've ever met. It's not like, oh, I'm fucking married to like fucking Jimmy from middle school. It's like there's a person who is nameless that I inherently know is like my partner, or there's a person who I can't recognize their face, I don't know their name, but I know that I have like a brotherly instinct toward them or whatever, you know what I mean? Like it's hard to say how that really pans out. Like subconsciously I think I understand my relationship to them, but I don't know who the fuck they are. Usually it involves those people dying in front of me in some way, so I don't like those dreams a ton. I don't know if you've answered this before, but what got you into Homestuck? My older sister, actually. I was hanging out with her. I was actually in the car with her, and she was driving me back to... Oh, she was in college. That's what it was. She was in college, and I was going to go hang out because I was still in school or whatever, and I was going to go hang out and just chill and play video games at, she was living with my grandma at the time. And I was gonna go hang out there and play video games or whatever. And she was telling me about a couple webcomics she was reading at the time, which were Lackadaisy and Homestuck. I still like Lackadaisy, by the way, incredible art. It's a lot of people are gonna bounce off it because it's furries, but genuinely some of the best expression work and some of the most beautifully crafted artistic panels ever in a webcomic. So check it out if you like Lackadaisy, or if you like webcomics rather. It's set in like 1920s Prohibition era, like fucking United States, I guess. So it's very like, yeah, Shay, you got my fucking booze? Type of shit. It's set in some speakeasy, which as a setting I tend to hate. So that doesn't sell it. I don't know what does, because I don't care for that setting, and I was still sold on it. But yeah, I got into Homestuck because she was telling me about it, and I remember sitting down and I read a few panels to myself, and I was like, I'm kind of bouncing off this. It seems kind of lame. But then she read a bunch for like chapters 1 and 2, and then I sat there and read through like 3 and 4 on my own, and I was like, this is getting kind of good. Maybe I just got indoctrinated into it because I managed to get past the air quotes boring parts, but then I really dug into it and really, really enjoyed it. Do I have a favorite Broadway Stuck song? I did not participate or engage with Broadway Stuck, so no, but the Homestuck MVs I remember the most are Blue Lips, which features Equius, which is funny because I don't care about that character. I think I just really loved the art and the music for that Homestuck art music video, and Kill the Lights. Kill the Lights was really good. It used art from Zamag, I believe, which was really, really cool. Whoa! You behave! Thank you for being exceptional! Let's go! It's been a while since I've really like looked back on those though. They had really good. They honestly, the amount of fan content and fan art and fan music videos that came out of Homestuck is wild and incredibly impressive. Jay Gomez says, hope you're doing well, Chief. Have you ever taken a look at the lore of Elden Ring series? And if so, is that something that interests you? Yeah, I was actually just, while folding laundry yesterday, I was watching the lore of the dragons in Elden Rings. I am incredibly obsessed with the lore of Elden Rings and Elden Ring and Dark Souls. That's where the plural came from. But I struggle because I understand that I kind of damn myself by deep diving into them. I really, 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 really love the lore of Elden Ring. But it hurts me to engage with the game in a way that is not like I did the first time I played it. I was forming my own opinions and my own thoughts, and I truly regret not beating the game before I looked into the lore. Because I had different mentalities about the way the world was going, and it's a fun thought experiment to me to think to myself, okay, I'm gonna make a character that's based around myself and behaves like myself and makes the decisions I would make, and I want to see how I go through this blind without any like magical like third-person narrative knowledge. And I was going on a big fuck the gods run. Like, I was like, nope, I'm not helping any gods. I don't give a shit about the gods. They're clearly the bad guys. Fuck the Erd Tree. It's evil. Fuck, Ronnie, fuck Kara Lucaria, fuck Marika and all that stuff. Not interested. And then when I got to the Flame of Frenzy, I'm like, this is what I'm embracing. I'm gonna burn down the fucking world and restart it all over, because obviously mankind has no say, so I'll give them a say. And now that I've delved into the lore, I'm like, oh, that might not have been the right option either. So hey, I might have been able to be pulled into being duped by the Flame of Frenzy. I remember I kind of stopped because I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. I wasn't sure if I really wanted to go through with the Flame of Frenzy or if I wanted to try to find a different ending if I could. So I was really struggling. And I think that's why I stopped playing, actually. I honestly, core memory unlocked, that might be why I quit playing. I think I was just hemming and hawing too much and going back and forth in my head, and I couldn't make a decision. Yeah, because I stopped right before I fought the fire giant. I remember that. Huh. Weird. I think I was also just desperately searching for any way that didn't end up killing, wow, I keep wanting to say Marika. That's not her name. Melina. Because I didn't feel like it was fair that she should die. I found the Three Fingers completely by accident. Oh, you said Elder Scrolls, not Elden Ring. I'm an idiot. I do like the Elder Scrolls lore a lot. I also recently watched a video on the history of Tamriel. I specifically like the history of the Argonians. I think they're really funny. But that's because I have a soft spot for Argonians, because my first ever Elden Ring game, or Elder Scrolls game, rather, was Oblivion. And I played an Argonian assassin, and I loved it. So yeah. Unbound Soul 358 says, I just walked in on Ruze talking about self-sacrifice and excess, and I feel like the universe pulling me here at the right moment. LMAO. Hi, Unbound Soul. Welcome in. Sorry about that. Okay, let me catch back up again. I gotta reload one more time. I think I'm mostly caught up. I think I'm almost done. Maybe. Oh, I'm an idiot. Never mind. Night, Neko Luna. Bye. Listen, Bosmer lore is nutty, but canonically, only the Argonians are on such fucked shit that they turned away an entire invasion from demons. During the events of Oblivion, portals opened up in the Black Marsh, and the Argonians not only beat them in guerrilla warfare as they tried to invade the mortal plane in their swamp, they chased them back into hell. Like, the demons are like, no, fuck this. This sucks. See you later, Flapjack Jackson. Michael Salmon says, for the Q&A catch-up stream, as a DM, what have your players done that shocked you the most? I think the most shocking things for me was watching players come out of their shell. Of my 6 players that I had in that campaign, 7 players that I had in that campaign, only 2 had ever played D&D before. One had only ever played hack and slash D&D, like beer and chips, like I kill everything I see, it's all stats and dick jokes. And one had played vaguely serious D&D. And I think, funnily enough, I struggled more with the one who had played like serious story-driven D&D than I did the others. The ones who had never played D&D were super closed off at first and didn't want to role play and were sort of timid and shy. So it was always surprising when they would like speak in character. None of them really wanted to do character voices, but even when they would just be like, I say, and then say what their character said, you know? That was really exciting for me when I could coax that out of them. And the hack and slash beer and chips guy started by making a joke character and being all dick jokes and humor, and ended up writing like a 4-page fucking like essay about his character's backstory. And he didn't kill his character off, but he decided to graduate the character in a meaningful way when his narrative arc was tied up. When I tied his backstory, his what was originally a joke backstory, I managed to tie in a meaningful way into the lore and narrative and turn it into something serious. So when he felt like that had hit its actual natural conclusion, he decided to graduate the character by having him stay with his society he had been born into and writing a new character with a more serious tone. So it was really cool. I struggled the most with the person who had very strong expectations about what D&D should be. I think their problem was that they came in with a very... okay, so I'm going to say something that a lot of people aren't going to like. First of all, the Matthew Mercer effect is real. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think Matthew Mercer has done wonders, and Critical Role have done wonders for D&D as a hobby, and really brought it out to the public eye. And I think that for the most part, it has been a good effect. I think a lot of people watch what is essentially actors playing out a story that is scripted for the sake of maximum entertainment and think that's what D&D is going to be. And in my case, I have a blending of many styles. I took more inspiration from somebody like Matthew Colville than I did from somebody like Matthew Mercer. I love Matthew Mercer's DMing style. I think he's exceptional, and I take lessons from him, but I don't emulate him. And I'm a little more aggressive than Mercer will be. So I think this person had it in their head that they're essentially immortal, that there's nothing bad that could ever happen to them. So when I killed their character when they did something very stupid, they were taken aback and shocked. So that was something. To put this in perspective, what killed their character is that they were a 5th level monk who tried to 1v1 a frost giant, an undead frost giant that was assaulting the main capital of the joke dwarf guy's home city. The frost giant was not being brought down by giant ballista bolts, so the level 5 monk thought they would run up and try to fight it alone. And I said, in character, as one of the generals, like, hey, like our strongest dudes aren't bringing that down or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, you know, a little more verbose than that. I don't remember the exact wording. And they ignored him. So then a couple party members were like, oh, I don't know if that's a good idea, real player name. And they were like, it's okay, it's okay. I mean, I'll probably just handle it. Okay, so they ignored them. And then eventually I was like, hey, all character aside, seriously, I'm not going to do this often. I'm going to break all pretense of character. I'm going to tell you right now, this is a very, very, very bad idea. I'm being as serious as I can right now. I don't think you should do that. I don't think that's a good idea. And they're like, I'll handle it. It's fine. If something bad happens, something bad happens. And then instead of running in and using their fucking key to dodge, they ran in and continued to use their key for a flurry of blows. And they died in like 2 hits. And they got multi-attacked and died. So it was enough damage to just outright kill them. Shrug. I mean, I did everything I could. I did warn them. So yeah, that surprised me. I was like, oh, fuck, okay. And then they were surprised when they died. They were surprised and disappointed, and I think a little hurt to a degree, but it is what it is. Sometimes it happens. Did they want an easy out? I don't think so. They came back the next session, and they weren't so sad, because the next session actually was where the joke guy got rid of his dwarf. Not got rid of. He decided to graduate his dwarf narratively. They had their little funeral for their character, the character that died. So they both came back with new characters. So it's kind of like, you know, at least they both got to come back and have new stuff to go, you know, work with. And I think they ended up playing a Hexblade Warlock after that, the Monk player. The Dwarf Fighter ended up playing a Tortle Cleric after that, actually, which is pretty interesting. So now man says, have you read the Bone comics by Jeff Smith? I have not. The art style kind of jarred me, if it's what I think it is. It's been a while since I've really looked at any Western comics, but if I remember correctly, it's very serious, but with a very cartoony main character. And I think I was like, eh. But I'll try it one day, maybe. We'll see. That's incredible, by the way, Hinkaru. I want to have a D&D game going for 40 years. That'd be sick as fuck. Catherine says, stay until we leave. You had to kick us out on the rebroadcast. First attempt. Anyway, happy 6 months. On fears, how do you feel about roller coasters? I think they're scary until they start, and then you're fucking stuck on it, right? Like, it's the same thing as tornado fear or plane fear. Like, getting on the roller coaster is scary. Being on the roller coaster, there's nothing you can do once you're on it, so fuck it. Why be afraid? There's a certain tenseness there, but I wouldn't call it fear. Mint Champ, as Warlock main, that is too exciting of an idea. Well, there you go, Mint Champ. Trekkie140 says, for OSR, I recommend the game Shadow Dark in the Arcade Library Discord server. Lots of folks playing old school adventures with modern sensibilities. Honestly, that sounds cool as fuck. I'll keep it in mind. Thank you. Yeah, exactly, Dr. Wawi. Well, getting in the tornado is scary. Being flung through the air billions of feet up and, you know, guaranteedly dying when you land. Fuck it, you're already up there, right? No, that's not what I mean when I say tornado fear, but yeah. Hajime, or Nyajime, says, just wanted to say, thanks for being a real one. I know no one's perfect, but you're a very respectable guy. I hope you'll continue to be unapologetically you. I'm gonna be me, and I'm gonna apologize for the parts of me that aren't perfect, mostly because nobody's fucking perfect, and I think by acknowledging those parts and actively working on them, you hone yourself into being a stronger person, but I'm not gonna pretend that I've ever done anything unapologetically. My life is one large, hazy bonfire, and every log I've ever thrown in it has been guilt. If you had to boil me down to my core trait, I would say guilt is my fuel. And that's incredibly unhealthy, but it's just the way I, parse life. It's the way I get the drive to do what I need to do. So if it's the fuel I have to burn, it's the fuel I'm gonna burn. And that's okay. Whatever. I don't give a fuck what the method is to becoming a better person. Fuck, if that's what it has to be, that's what it has to be. I did hear about that Dr. Wawi. I'm not sure if that's a folk story though, or if that's real. Magma says, if you could have any fantasy creature as a pet, what would it be? There are wrong answers. There are wrong answers. That's true, because there's a lot of sentient fantasy creatures. Assuming non-sentience, I would want a fantasy creature that is either incredibly powerful and can get me something out of its power, but still love me, like a big old dragon or something. Or something incredibly magical, like, I don't know, a fairy, but fairies tend to be sentient. Fuck. I mean, any fantasy creature? I don't know, like a fucking wish-granting ooze or some shit. Depends on your setting, Jay Radagast. You say dragons are sentient too, but you can't say that in a vacuum. You can't say that like that's 100% true. There's a lot of dragon settings where dragons are just monsters you kill. A basilisk would be cool, but what the fuck would I do with a basilisk? It's not like it could fly me around. Probably don't want to mount up on it. You constantly have to be, worried that you don't look it in the eye. It can only ever really do damage. It sounds like a hassle and a chore more than a pet. Anyway, let's keep moving. I don't know. That's my answer to that, though. Blackjack Jackson says, is it possible for an emo girl? Fellas, is it possible for an emo girl and a country boy to be in a relationship? I'm asking for a Vermilion Ruze fan. No. Star-crossed lovers. Never to meet, sadly. No, it can't happen. It's impossible. Yeah, everybody has to stay in their lane. If you're emo, you have to marry emo. If you're cowboy, you gotta marry nah, I'm just kidding. Yeah, sure. I don't see why not. I think it'd be funny. It'd be kind of cool. Hey, maybe we can get cool, like, pseudo-emo goth cowboys. That'd be fun, right? And, like, I don't know, countrified emos. I'm kidding. Every emo that's ever existed has probably come out of, like, some country environment and is desperately trying to avoid that mentality. But I don't know. I mean, I've known a lot of emos who... emo adjacent people. Honestly, calling yourself an emo is kind of silly. It's like, it's not a fucking, I mean, it can be a way of life, I guess, but like narrowing yourself down to that scope seems goofy. But people who would describe themselves as emos, I often find do end up dating cowboys or cowgirls or whatever, because often there's no other options around them, or maybe they just fall in love with somebody like that. So yeah, sure, why not? The bigger question is, why the fuck you looking for a partner? Why are you trying to make it work with someone like Vermilion when you should be married to the game? Why aren't you on the fucking grind set? Fuck people. You want human companionship? You want human connection? You've got work to do. You've got work to do, Ruzader. Get better, become stronger, hone yourself, seek discomfort, seek suffering, become more powerful than you've ever been. You don't need companionship. You don't need physical touch. Love? What? Emotional connection? No. What you need is struggle, growth. You need to suffer so that you can become more powerful. You need to enter the hydraulic press of life so that you can emerge a diamond. McNugget says, what has been your worst dining experience? One time I didn't eat my food when I was a kid, and my parents thought they were teaching me a lesson about wastefulness. I thought I was just being a snotty little brat about it, but I really didn't want to eat it, and I genuinely didn't like it. So for 3 days in a row, they would not let me eat other than to set that food in front of me, and it ended up curdling because it was an egg. It went bad. It was a bunch of eggs and I think some like fucking grits or some shit, and I really did not want it, and eventually they threw it away in a huff and anger because I would just sit at the table for 8 hours after getting back from school and not eat it. So then they thought, oh, he's gonna starve himself to death, because let it never be said that Ruze will back down from a confrontation of wills. I have quite literally been held up by my throat physically and being choked physically and still talk shit, because if I'm gonna die, I'm gonna go out talking shit. And if you're gonna try and force me to eat something I don't want to eat and see if I'll starve to death, I'll fucking starve to death. Felix says, from one writer to another, I gotta ask, what parts of world history do you like to draw from most commonly when you're doing some world building or story crafting? Actually, that's a really good question, but I find I don't often lean into history as in the events of history so much as the eccentricities of living in that time. I write from like a ground up perspective where I try to figure out what living in that era was like and what, the day-to-day and the mundanity of it was, and then I write for vibes around that. I don't really take inspiration from the events of any historical time. So, like figuring out what the diet of a peasant might have been, or their daily chores, or what vassalage was actually like, what the social contracts around people living around that time was like. Because vassalage is often seen, I think a lot of people who don't like study the medieval era and stuff like that look at it and they're like, so it was like slavery, right? Like it was just slavery. Like, the Lord would come and beat you over the top of your head and steal your children and like smooch your fucking wife or whatever, and then take all your crops and say, ha, keep working, peasant. But really, not typically. Like if you didn't treat your peasants well, your peasants didn't work well, and you relied on your peasants to have enough crops to make sure you stayed alive, because typically you would take tithes out of their annual harvest to make sure you lived. And most lords, like, I'm not saying they were good people, and they probably didn't treat their peasants like well. They probably weren't like visiting and being like, hey, how's the fucking Christmas going? How's your wife? Like, here's a present. But for the most part, you don't want a peasant uprising. You don't want to revolt. So you want to treat them well enough that, they have an okay life for a given value while existing within that time frame. I mean, your average peasant worked less than your average American adult right now. Like, American adults work 40 hours, 40 hours or more, probably 50, 60 in our modern day on average, but let's pretend 40 hours every week without really any breaks, where a medieval peasant, they probably took almost all of winter off. And I'm not saying they were just fucking sleeping. They were still working hard because they had to take care of themselves and make sure they didn't die. They were still sewing clothes and tending to the homestead and cutting wood and making sure they kept their livestock alive. But as far as hard labor dedicated to just being work for their lord, I mean, that shit wasn't as frequent as you probably think it was. They took a lot of holidays, a fuck ton of holidays. They worked sun up to sundown, and then they chilled, and that was it. So yeah, I don't know. That's what I look at. I look at social contracts and the day in and day out of existing in that time frame. Work hard, play hard. Kinda, yeah. Honestly, what's wild is a lot of people sought vassalage. Truly free people would often find in a world as cruel as medieval Europe, it was better to be can I go into vassalage with you? For a certain level of security and safety and home, land to work. And you'll keep me safe from bandits and robbers and murderers. And I'll agree to serve you in your wars if that comes up, which probably won't. And I'll give you a tithe of crops. It wasn't a bad deal necessarily. Okay, moving on. I don't want to get on a huge tangent about that, but yeah. Thinking is hard. I'd rather be told what to do. Sometimes, yeah. I mean, occasionally that's the way it is, thug life. I'm not going to lie. I think a lot of people want to have the pride and the ego of being not me. I'm my own man. I'm my own guy. I'm a freaking alpha male, dude. I'm an alpha male. I think for myself. I love thinking for myself. I'm I don't know, dude. Don't you watch podcasts about dudes telling you how to be alpha males or whatever? Sorry, that's not fair. I'm singling out dude bros. A lot of people think like this. Everybody thinks like this at times. Everybody wants confirmation of their mindset from somebody somewhere. And I think as a people, it is much easier to just accept the influence of others often than to do the hard work of forming your own opinion. And then sticking by that opinion, or the harder work of realizing you're wrong and changing, which is hard. I mean, I struggle with it when I'm confronted with being wrong, but I mean, even since being a fucking holostar, I've realized I'm wrong about a lot of things, and I've had to learn and change from that, and that's okay. I think the sooner you drop that ego and let yourself do that, the sooner you're gonna have an easier time. Being wrong is not embarrassing. Refusing to change when you are wrong, that's embarrassing. Okay. Oh shit, I can't read that name. I think that's all in kanji. Anyway, you mentioned not liking detective games. Would you consider playing Shadows of Doubt? I would actually consider playing Shadows of Doubt. I had just purchased it because I saw the trailer of it and it looked really cool. I like the idea of it. And then I saw somebody playing it. I want to say it was one of the HoloLive girls was playing it. I was like, damn it. I thought I could beat them to getting to this. But once I saw the perms pop in, I was like, fuck, somebody asked for this before me. I still might play it. But I was like, damn, somebody else was interested in this game before me. Fuck. Hodido, thanks for being a bruiser. Oh, Fauna and Shiori played it. I see. I know I saw it on my YouTube recommendations. I was like, somebody's playing this before me. I've seen zero actual gameplay, so no spoilers. But the concept seemed really cool to me, and I want to try it out. Random fan Hagwitch says, you've been to Japan. Is there anywhere else you'd like to go or what to see or like to do? Yeah, I mean, I want to go all over the fucking world. Your world, anyway. I wouldn't mind visiting West Elysium and, other places in Elysium, obviously. But on Earth, I want to visit as many places as I can, if I can help it. I mean, there's a lot of different countries I want to check out. I'd like to go to Brazil someday. I want to go to Scotland and Ireland. I want to check out Germany. I have an interest in visiting Norway. I want to go and check out... I wouldn't mind checking out South Korea. I think that'd be kind of cool. There's a lot of places I kind of want to go check out. What about Alaska? Actually, yeah, Alaska would be a lot of fun too, I think. I think I'd be interested in Alaska. No Britain or Wales. I don't have a strong interest in Britain because I feel like it's got a heavy tourist culture that I don't really like. And I feel like it's just America too. And I know technically America is Britain too, but I've had my fill of America. And I would do anything to never be there again. No, that's not true. But there's definitely, I don't know. At Actually, there's places in America I'd want to visit too. That's not true. There's places in America I'd want to visit too. Maybe Wales. I would check out Wales possibly. And there's parts of Britain I think would be cool to visit. It's just, I don't want to go to like fucking London or whatever. I just don't think that sounds fun. Mexico, maybe. Yeah, I don't know what I would do. I mean, probably just to experience like culture and cuisine, but I don't have any like destinations I want to see in Mexico necessarily. New Zealand, yeah, obviously. Sure, I would love to go to New Zealand just to check out, you know, fucking the sets for Lord of the Rings and shit like that. So yeah, there's a lot of places I want to see. The US is incredibly diverse. It's true. There's a lot of cool stuff to experience in the US. It's also very expensive, so Southeast Asia. I think I'm interested, especially having, you know, been kind of like opened up to that culture a lot more since joining HoloStars. I would be interested in checking out like the Philippines. And I think honestly, there's not a place on the planet you could point out that I'd be like, yeah, I don't want to go there and at least try it out or experience it or see what it's like. Indonesia, yeah, I don't see why not. I think that'd be a lot of fun. The thing is, there's a lot of cultures. Obviously, I don't have all the time, all day, always. To research, so there's a lot of cultures that are just complete, genuine blind spots in my mind's eye. Go see your senpais in Indonesia. I have senpais in. I mean, probably not. I don't really talk to the to my Indonesian senpais. I mean, they're cool. I appreciate their content, and that's really fun. But I don't imagine I would go. I don't have any real reason to go visit any of them. They're cool. I mean, I respect them as coworkers, is what I'm saying. But if I was going, it'd be to do tourism and sightseeing. Crimzon de la Ruze confirmed. I think that like I never really like researched or experienced Indonesian culture or a lot of Southeast Asian cultures actually. So I think there's a certain level of excitement there because it is a blind spot, because I'm excited to genuinely be like confronted with something I've never really looked into, where I feel like I've dabbled in many cultures enough to not be completely surprised. So I think that'd be a lot of fun. Hey, happy 6 months. Large Otter said, I want to be a writer so I can make my own webcomics, indie animation, etc. Can you give me some advice? Start now. Don't wait. Obviously, whatever you produce now is probably not at a level that's going to get, actually funded and produced and put on a website. But being an animator or a web novel artist and writer is like 50 jobs wrapped up in one. So start now so you can learn all your weak spots and hone them. Even if whatever you make never sees fruition. Do you have a place in Brazil you want to visit? Not really. I just really want to visit some of the major cities and experience, cuisine, culture, the typical shit, the very touristy mentality behind it. I don't really pick places where I go. Like when I went to Japan, for example, I don't ever have anything picked out. Like Shikamane was I imagine tearing her hair out. She's like, I will try to get you tickets for things you want to do or things you want to see. Please tell me where you want to go. I'm like, I don't know. I just want to walk around. I just want to see the place. I just want to wander at 3 a.m. and eat cool food and I don't know, maybe find cool spots on my own. She's like, but do you want to go anywhere? I'm like, not really. She's like, what about this? I'm like, no. She's like, this? I'm like, no. She's like, this? I'm like, no. Poor Shikamane. Honestly, it's just how I enjoy experiencing things, I think. I often want to experience less of the touristy trap bullshit, which can be fun, don't get me wrong, but it's never a real reflection of existing in that space. I totally get that. So I did my vacation in Manhattan. Fuck yeah, Felix. Do I play any TCG, says Gorm. Good question. Let me answer that, and then I'm going to get back to reading the Super Chat one, so I'm not actually behind, because I'm falling behind again, and I don't want to do that. No, not currently. I dabbled in Hearthstone, Magic the Gathering. I played Pokemon card game when I was a kid. I had a short stint with the World of Warcraft card game when that was physical when I was a kid. I think I said. Oh, I did play Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was a kid. Yeah. I played a little bit of that. Okay, let's catch back up. So, Trekkie had said, question, would you rather play GM, a TTRPG that emulates the storytelling conventions of MS Paint Adventures for creating original stories, or a game that adapts the lore of MSPA Homestuck into a conventional RPG like D&D? Conventional RPG, for sure. But, this is a heavy but, if we're specifically talking about Homestuck, because that's what I have experience in, and not like Problem Sleuth and things like that, though I imagine the storytelling conventions are relatively consistent across them since it's the same author, those do not suit themselves very well to traditional tabletop RPGs. So either it would take incredibly heavy tweaking or very much like rule of cool, the DM just does whatever type of shit. Which is fine. That could be fun. Oh, I remember. I've got a Yu-Gi-Oh story for you that just popped into my brain when you said that. Hinkar said I accidentally stole a Time Wizard card from someone at a Yu-Gi-Oh competition when I was a kid. I don't know what Time Wizard is, but that reminded me of something. Remind me to tell you guys later. Iris Lumen Miel. By the way, if you guys are interested in playing Homestuck or a Homestuck adjacent game, and you've thought about like, oh, it'd be really cool if like Esper was real, I wish I could play that. You're never gonna get that, first of all, but the closest you can get is actually a Homestuck fan project right now that people are working on that is apparently okay to even exist on Steam. Check it out. It's very, very early access. It definitely has a lot of bugs and a lot of problems with it, but if you want to support them in the development of it, I would say go take a look at it. I believe it's called Project Genesis. Okay. Iris Lumen Miel says, any advice to overcome the cringe of hearing your own voice? If no, then thoughts on the Naginata weapon? If the Naginata is the sort of long curved blade at the end of a spear, it's a cool weapon. Very scary, very dangerous. I mean, you can't go wrong with making a longer katana, I guess. A katana on a stick. Like any spear or polearm, it is in some ways an experience multiplier. Like a novice with a spear will still beat an intermediate swordsman. Most times, not all the time. As far as any advice to overcome the cringe of hearing your own voice, either work on your voice until it sounds like something you enjoy and keep working on it 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 until you've done it for so long that it's just your natural voice now. Or learn to love the idiosyncrasies of your voice. I mean, it's your voice. It's unique to you. It hurts to hear your own voice a lot. I know, because I hate hearing myself talk. I hate hearing myself sing. But at some point, you gotta accept that that's what you got going on. So I guess exposure therapy can help. I mean, I have to listen to my fucking karaoke's with you guys, and that's been making me a little less terrible at hearing it. So there's that. Exposure therapy, maybe. Hanabi's Otome World says, do you have a favorite poem from Lord of the Rings? I like to sing some of J.R.R. Tolkien's poems when I'm down. Just recently, I sang the Lament of Boromir. I do not, but I really, really like Clefoundi de Profundis's cover of Lament for Boromir, or Lament of Boromir. I think it's really beautiful. But my favorite's probably There and Back Again. Still. I just think it's pretty, but I haven't memorized any of them. If I'm being honest with you, I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm an expert on them. I've memorized none of them. I just think they're pretty. Catherine said, I will protect Pashruz with my life. Then you will die. Ooh, Edge of Night's really good. Holy shit, am I that behind? Fuck, I just reloaded the page. Okay, Tina says, happy 6 months, Ruze. Window Goblin said, thanks for being my least favorite idol or something like that. Pharaoh Corvus said, I'm a Ruzader now. Thanks, Pharaoh Corvus. Tori just said, happy 6 months. Even though you call yourself the least favorite idol, I'm very happy you joined HOLOSTARS. Hey. Thanks. Irish said, how did you come to like cats and why? I think I've always liked animals for the most part. I have a natural animal magnetism to me. Maybe they sense how much I hate everything around me, so they're trying to overcompensate. But I find that amongst all my siblings, I am the one most likely to be approached by animals and to have animals show affection to them, like preternaturally. I'm talking like, hey, my dog doesn't like men, so if he tries to get up on you, I'm sorry. And I'm like, oh, it's okay. I've never met a dog who doesn't like me. And like 10 minutes into that fucking house party or whatever, that dog's chilling in my lap, panting happy. That type of shit. So I don't know. I like cats. I like dogs. I think animals like me. As long as you respect animals, they'll respect you. Don't push them around. Don't invade their space if they don't want it. They'll like you. Okay, let's keep it moving. Mint Champ said, so are you a Dark Brotherhood sibling? Yes, I almost always run the Dark Brotherhood quests first, and then the Thieves Guild second, and then it really depends from there. I have never beaten Skyrim. I have beaten the Dark Brotherhood quest line. I beat the Mages Guild quest line. I beat the Thieves Guild quest lines. I beat a lot of side quests. I beat half of the Fighters Guild. I have never completed the main campaign. So, yeah. Curl Pod said, everyone's been trying to sell us the 2 fingers and the 3 fingers. I say we give them all the 1 finger. Fuck yeah! Agreed. Though true divinity lies in having 5 fingers, therefore having sentience and being one with the greater will. Kalabewa says, do you have any advice for someone struggling to finish Dark Souls 1? I've been following the Dumb Shits guide, but I'm kind of stuck since the guide's canceled forever. Thanks. Where are you stuck at, and why are you stuck? My answer to you in beating Dark Souls 1 is make use of everything you think is cheating. If you just want to get the game done, and you're not trying to go for like an ego run and be like, I solo every boss, and I refuse help. I don't know, summon when you need to summon. Grind out levels that make you more powerful than you should be for that area. Cheese strat the fucking Hydra with a bow, etc., etc. Cheese it. The game was built on like fucking busted ass mechanics anyway in the first place. Even some of the air quotes high skill players are exploiting some sort of fucking cheese. So just do it. Am I going to play the Elden Ring DLC? Yeah, I am. First, I got to beat Elden Ring, though. I started a fresh file recently. Don't get me wrong, though. There is something to be said for ego runs. In my first run through of Elden Ring, actually, I summoned Neferi against Godric the Grafted. And I did not expect Neferi to be Nefeli Liu to be as strong as she was, and she soloed him. I felt really bad. Because you can't really go back and fix that. It just happened. So I was like, oh, okay. So this time I'm doing no summons because I don't want to feel like I'm being carried by NPCs. Because there were some fights that I definitely had to summon to get through it. Like the dual Iron Maidens. Or no, I couldn't summon in that. What fights did I summon to get through? There was that one, which I didn't mean to like get carried, but I did. Did I summon in other fights? The first time I ever beat Margit, I summoned the jellyfish to fight him, which isn't a ton of help, but it helped. But I think there's something to be said for doing a full, like, ego run in Elden Ring, Dark Souls, any of those games. Have I fought Melania at all? I've actually never fought Melania. I'm excited to fight her soon. I might go back to my dual dagger build for fighting Melania, just because I want to say I did a full dual dagger run of Elden Ring. I think that's one thing people don't realize about Dark Souls. A lot of people say Dark Souls isn't accessible. Elden Ring isn't accessible. There's no difficulty sliders. It's not fair. It's not fun for people who aren't good at games. I'm like, there are difficulty sliders. They're everywhere. Elden Ring is the easiest Souls game that's ever been released by far. There are so many difficulty sliders in that game. It's actually bonkers. The difficulty sliders are you willing to summon? Yes. The game is easier. Are you going to use magic? Yes. The game is easier. Are you going to use incredibly heavy armor and over level? Yes, the game is easier. Are you willing to let friends help you? Yes, the game is easier. I mean, the game is, it's somebody in Axel's chat when I was playing with him is like, wow, your first Souls game and you're going with the hardest Souls game that was ever released? I'm like, I don't know what the fuck that person's on, but that's not true. This is by far the most accessible, easiest Souls game that has ever been released. And it's not even close. It's genuinely not close. There are a million one-shot hyper beam, like ultra laser, like compilations of somebody dropping the little like magic buff circle and then firing out their Kamehameha blast to one-shot bosses again and again and again. And it works for 97% of the game. And that's not including summoning. This game is insanely easy if you want it to be. Now, you could do what I did and say, I'm going to use all light armor, dual daggers, and get fucked in every fight with no reach and no range. That sucks. But hey, it's there. That's fair, Lucas Bourgeois. Scorpio the Scorpio says, I will say that the game actually feels more tuned to using spirit summons. I'm not a huge fan of that. I don't hate it because it gives another level of progression. I think the ashes were interesting, and I think it was cool to upgrade them using those flowers or whatever. What's funny is I did not know you could upgrade them until I got to around soul level 86. I did not realize you could upgrade your summons at all. So I was like, these things suck. I was like, these are an early game crutch, and then they're ass. So that sucked. But I think it's cool that there's like a non-linear upgrade path to make yourself more powerful if you want it. I think it's kind of fun. And I mean, the bosses are arguably tuned to having summons, but not so much that you can't beat it. And I think that as a developer, from a developer standpoint, that is insanely impressive. To be able to design a boss that is beatable solo, but isn't so easy with summons that it's like mindless. Most bosses. There are some bosses that are definitely mindless with summons. I actually almost beat Moog with a summon. Now that I think, I had the Stormhawk King with me, and I used him against Moog, and then I remember I got Moog really low, and I let him kill the Stormhawk King so I could, and then died on purpose so I could go back and solo him. I remember I was getting really like to the end of my rope fighting him again and again, so I summoned, and then I almost won using it, and I was like, nah, I can't do it. So I let him kill the king, and then I let him kill me, and I was like, fuck it. The Bloodhound Sword? What's the Bloodhound Sword? That's fair, Coach said. I always think you should try the boss solo first and then use summons if it's genuinely frustrating you, because the one thing I don't want people to do with games like Elden Ring is bounce off them because they feel like they're at an impenetrable wall and the game's just not fun. Like, if it's gotten to the point where it's not fun and the personal challenge doesn't feel like personal growth or personal vindication, just don't do it. Oh, Bloodhound Step. Yeah, Bloodhound Step was so broken at launch. What's funny is I also didn't find Bloodhound Step until around level 72. I was looking at PvP compilations and I saw people using it. I was like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? I've been using Quick Step this whole game. So I went and got it. But I didn't really like how strong it felt, so I think I ended up not using it. But to be fair, Bloodhound Step was made to be used with daggers. Changing your Ash of War and putting it on a greatsword is busted as fuck. But it's almost required on a dagger build to actually be able to get in on an opponent in any sort of meaningful way, because almost all bosses are so big that you're just going to whiff every shot with your dagger unless you're like climbing up their pants leg and like biting them on their inner thigh, right? So you need Bloodhound Step to be able to get in on them a lot of the time. Them juicy, juicy boss thighs. Yeah, I imagine a fists only run would be the same as a daggers only run. You're going to struggle a lot. All right, where was I? Whimsy says, can we get a Vermintide stream 2 or Vermintide 2 stream sometime? I do not have perms, no matter how much I've tried. I would love to do a Vermintide 2 stream. We'll see. One day. I'd like to do that. I'd like to do Dark Tide. We'll see. Barrow Corvus says, have I ever played Pathfinder? I've played Pathfinder 2 for one session. I did not like my DM's DMing style. I stopped playing. I want to DM it at some point. I really, really enjoy the book. Night, Jazz! Aurea says, happy 6 months to my definitely least favorite idol. Question. I hear you saying we all live together frequently, but what are your thoughts on Warframe altogether? I personally really love it and wish I saw more gameplay of it around. I like the concept of Warframe more than I like Warframe. I played Warframe in its early days, early-ish days. I guess it had already been out for a few years, but whatever. I played Warframe, you know, probably like 5 years ago, not 6 years ago. I don't know how long ago now. It was a while ago. I liked it okay. I liked it before there was a lot of min-maxing and super like OP builds and like the chosen meta that was good. A lot of people were still trying to figure out whether or not it was best to just like run through levels as fast as you can, or like focus on using abilities, or focus on like the melee combat, blah, 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 blah. It's changed quite a bit from when I played it, and I don't think I would get back into it. Solely because I don't care about the setting, really. I don't think it's something that interests me at all. I think the idea of giant, like, cool space ninja robot or organic suits are interesting, but while the rule of cool applies, and it's very like Neon Genesis Evangelion if it was made of biomachines, I still feel vaguely divorced from my character, especially since I can't customize it too much. And my playstyle doesn't really exist anymore. Like, I really like playing Volt and spamming my lightning bolt and like energy shields and playing a sort of like slow pace behind the walls, like, you know, measured approach. But I find Warframe now, at least last time I looked at it, is spam, sprint, crouch, stab, spam, sprint, crouch, stab, spam, sprint, crouch, stab, over and over and over. You turn into a little Beyblade, and that is the most efficient way to play the game, and that's it. I also really like playing Oberon and taking it very slow paced, so shrug. I think my main frames were Oberon and Volt, and then I played Excalibur and Ash. Did I play any other frames? Oh, I was fucking around with the Kraken frame, whatever the fuck his name was. I think he had just come out when I started playing. Well, when I was, you know, frequently playing. Hydroid. Yeah. I liked Hydroid okay. Daniel Leon says, that's no longer the meta, but the game has become even faster now. Now you spam powers instead of melee to clear entire rooms. Yeah, I don't know. It's just not my thing. I get the power fantasy behind it of being like a hyper fast, like I kill everything in the blink of an eye, anime like swordsman type of shit. And that's cool, but I like the measured gameplay where an enemy can pose a threat to me. Where I can't, like, you can go fast, but you don't have to go fast, and there's the opportunity to be really stealthy and do like assassination kills. There's the opportunity to play with like, you know, a really measured, slow, using cover approach with like your guns. There's the opportunity to go melee, but it's not necessarily optimal. I don't know. Probably just not my thing anymore. I like going fast too, Sarah Stars. Don't get me wrong. There was a reason I played Volt. There was a time when I played Volt, maxed out movement speed buff, and like spamming electric over and over because I just wanted to like jump around the room and hop off walls and electrocute enemies. I probably wasn't maximizing my damage, but I enjoyed it. But I want the option to play slow and not feel like everybody's just gonna like run through the level and be done with it in 20 seconds. It was fun as fuck, Mr. Veeg. All right. Mari M says, Have you listened to any podcast? And if you have, any favorites? My favorite podcast by far is probably season 1 of The Adventure Zone. Behind that is My Brother and Me. Recently, I've listened to some of Critical Role season 2, and I like that okay. I've been listening to a little bit of the Root series from Tales from Arcadia, I think the name is. I'm not sure. Am I a Night Vale fan? I actually bounced off Night Vale. I didn't like it that much. Maybe it was just too in my face when it was popular. It's not Skies of Arcadia. It's whoever wrote fucking Chuckles the Clown. If you guys have seen the Chuckles the Clown fucking shorts on YouTube, like, hey everybody, I'm Chuckles the Clown. I'm an eldritch abomination. Those guys, whoever they are, they did a campaign where they played the game Root. I've been looking at that. Oh, Tales of Avantris. Yes, I've been watching their Root campaign because I think it's funny and I like the weird, like, clearly brain loose fucking mouse or whatever. I think they're funny. Let's keep it moving. All right. So that's my favorite podcast. I have a guilty joy for My Brother and Me. Night, Ariki. Yoru says, finally 3 months. Thanks for being my least favorite idol. I love you so much. How dare you? I want to ask, what's your favorite meal after work? After work? Depends on the type of work I'm doing. If it's hard manual labor, I tend not to like to eat anything heavy. So I'll probably eat something like relatively unfilling, like a quick sandwich, or I'll eat like, I don't know, I'll gobble down applesauce or some shit. Something that doesn't like sit hard in my stomach. But if I'm talking like after like, I don't know, a day of fucking being an idol and not swinging axes at things, I don't know if I have a favorite. I tend to just default to easy to make things because I'm a lazy bastard like everybody else. I mean, when I do make something, I made a really delicious pork roast the other day. That was tasty as fuck. But when I do make something, that's really great. But most of the time, I'm just sitting there like fucking, I don't know, doing an oven pizza or microwave burritos or some shit because I'm an anal. A favorite. Given infinite time, money, and resources, I don't know, I would treat myself to sushi after every stream if I could. Probably that. Muse Wallace says, what are the top 3 streams you had fun with setting up or doing in the moment? Top streams setting up and doing in the moment. D&D, Mappa Imperium, building that dungeon, using that dungeon building program that I can't remember the name of right now, are all, I'll put those as one stream, even though they were multiple streams. The fruit cutting stream was really fun. So I got to hit things with an axe really hard. And that's always fun. Mixing business and pleasure. And let's see, my other top third one. Damn, that's tough. I'm trying not to just rely on another hand cam because those are always the ones that take the most setup but often have the biggest payoff as far as being goofy and fun to do. Maybe the Ruze reveal was really fun. Yeah, that was fun. I liked setting that up. That was interesting. Took a lot of work, a lot of time, but it was fun. Oh, duh, yeah, the Homestuck stream. That took a lot of time too, but I went hard on that. The Homestuck stream probably, yeah. You put so much tangible effort into the hand cams, though. Thanks. I try my best. Honestly, I just want to make sure they stay fresh and stay interesting. Partially because I think that, like, that keeps me engaged with it and make sure that I put my best foot forward and I'm engaged with the content. So I hope you guys will be engaged with the content. But secondarily, I think that, like, it helps to make sure that I'm always staying on my creative toes, I think, more than anything. I want to make sure you guys are getting your bang for your buck or whatever. You're not wasting your time being here and spending time hanging out and shooting the shit. So I may as well make it something you probably can't get elsewhere. Speaking of, I wonder if, maybe top 3 might be the stream that's coming. Well, That's not fair. Anyway, I've got to, well, you know what? I will say it. I don't give a fuck. I will say it. Sorry in advance. But my tier 3 Pollux birthday stream I've got coming up might be my favorite setup. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. So there's that. But the VOD will exist, assuming I don't do anything stupid and get it knocked down. So you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to worry about it. It's okay. It's okay. Don't panic if you're like, oh, I don't have any money. I know. I get it. It's okay. But, you know, for the people who like that IRL cat content shit, it'll be there. That's a lot of fun. I put a lot of work into the setup there. I actually was working on a little bit of a photo shoot yesterday for Pollux. I set him up in his little area. I've got the whole birthday stage set up for him and his little cute couch and his balloons, and I gave him a cake and I took pictures of it. So I'll try and drop something in membership later as a teaser, maybe. But yeah, hopefully all the balloons don't deflate before the stream. We'll see. I hope not, but you never know. Anyway, the pictures turned out really cute. I think you're going to like them. And if you don't like them, fuck you. You have terrible taste because my son is the most beautiful creature that ever existed. You're just jealous. Let's see. Mashiyat said, spinning my birthday wish on absolving you of all guilt. Hey, happy birthday to you. I parry your absolution. Without guilt, what would I be? And maybe some crunchy munchies for the Ruzeators. All right. I'll give you one delicious crunchy munchie. Here, listen to this crunch. I'm kidding. It's a muffin. It's not crunchy. I lied. Crunchy munchy, Doko. Dottie says, do you have a favorite Pokemon rival? So my temptation was to say no. And to a degree, that's still true, but that's a boring answer. So I will say this. I think the recent Pokemon rivals are incredibly boring and I don't like them. I think the move towards removing any sort of aggression or negativity from games that are marketed towards children is getting tedious and annoying and boring. And if kids that were raised on fucking like GameCube and PS3 can handle a little bit of aggression, so can kids raised on Switch and fucking PS5, okay? Like, the move towards Animal Crossing, getting rid of all of their aggressive characters and all of their mean people, I think doesn't damn. It diminishes the game in a way. Not having the opportunity to experience that negativity gives you not only a false illusion of reality in the world, it also coddles you in a way that feels annoying as fuck. I actually remember I played the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game when I was a kid, and I remember it being sort of like a not transformative, but a really like almost mystical feeling experience. I was like, whoa, this is so cool being a Pokemon, being in a Pokemon world. And I remember the story being really engaging and it felt mature for the time. And to recapture that, I bought the most recent Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, and I'm not gonna lie to you, that shit felt like someone was punching me in the fucking teeth. Like like the game devs were like, do you like Pokemons? Do you like Pokemons? Yeah. You want to be a Pokemon? Don't worry, let's hold hands. I'll take you over here. Let's be Pokemon friends. Oh, we're buddies. We're little Pokemon friends. Are you my friend? I'm your friend. It's like, okay, dude, thanks. I get it. Not interested. Same for like the modern rivals. They're like, hey, what's up, Ruze-chan? Do you want to have a battle? Don't worry, I'll heal your Pokemon first. No hard feelings. Oh, you beat me? That's all right. I guess I just gotta work harder. You sure are the best. I love you, and I worship the ground you walk on. I wish I could be like you, but not in a weird way. We're best friends, right? Right? I've never had a negative experience in my life. I don't know what negativity is. I don't know how to, like, process any sort of negative emotion. I'm as mature as a 30-year-old fucking warrior that's learned that defeat is growth. Like, that isn't how that works, dude. You're not some fucking samurai, bro. You're a kid. You should be disappointed when you lose. You should get mad. That's okay. I think you're not the target market. Was I not the target market when they came out when I was a kid? Huh? Was I not the target market for fucking Animal Crossing? Shit. I think there is a genuine move towards making kids games incredibly coddling in an infantilizing way that assumes that children themselves can't process or understand negative emotions or negative interactions, and I think that's real bad. Real bad. I think not only is it like not fun for the people who engage with it who are adults, which, I mean, sure, they're not the market, that's fine. As a kid, I would have been insulted. I would have been pissed off. There's a reason I gravitated toward darker media, or what was considered darker media to me as a child. Like, I didn't want to fucking play Hello Kitty's Island Adventure. I wanted to play... the plot of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle really fucked me up. I wanted to play shit that would challenge some level of, like, confrontation in me. Nothing's wrong with Hello Kitty. I'm just joking. I think the people in charge of making stuff for kids are too afraid of offending parents nowadays. I agree to a degree. Times change, I guess. I think it's this. Here is what it is. It is that, and this is going to be a shitty thing to say. Sorry, game devs. I know you're not all like this, but I think that game development itself has been done a disservice by becoming so mainstream and more valuable than like Hollywood and movie making. I think that every game is plagued by the disgusting, filthy, clear, corrupting touch of shareholders and CEOs who have no idea what a narrative is and are like, make it the most marketable it can be. Make it as appealing to as broad a market as you can. No edge, just sand down every rough edge you can. Make sure that no matter what is in this, as many people as possible cannot take offense, no matter what. And I'm not talking about like, oh, these liberal snowflakes now. They can't take somebody saying a mean word. No, I'm not talking about that. Like, fuck you. I'm not, like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the idea that we can't handle, like, minor conflict or an aggressive character. I'm not saying I want, like, games to be exclusionary or, like, outright, like, fucking cruel for the sake of cruelty. I'm not saying we need to go back to, like, fucking 2000s humor, base level bullshit. But I am saying that, like, not being confronted with things that challenge some level of your worldview or challenge you at least to deal with people who don't like you, like you're their best friend immediately, it's healthy and it's important. There is always indie games. That's why I play so many indie games. There are notes of rivals getting better in the modern Pokemon games. I think Hop is a good example, yeah. Hop kind of like having a little bit of a crisis of faith within himself is a good writing move. You need conflict is my problem, I think, with games a lot of the time, especially because games are built on the idea of solving puzzles, and to solve a puzzle, you need a puzzle, which means you need a conflict of some degree. So if two characters are interacting, often you need a conflict between those characters, or you need a conflict between a character and the environment. And if you don't have that, you don't have a game. You have a visual narrative that's made to make you feel good or like everybody likes you. And that is, if that's not earned, that's how you get people who are like, I did everything right. Oh, I don't understand. I played all the cards right. There's this girl I like at school and I gave her like the right items and I said the right things and she still won't go out with me. What the hell? It's like, dude, like, sorry, like life's not a fucking QuickTime event. You can't up somebody's affection meter toward you. That's not how life works. You gotta earn it. You can't walk up to someone and be like, we're best friends now. We're best friends, and hammer that into them over and over again until you're besties. You gotta earn that emotional connection. Anyway, there you go. All right, I'm getting off that question. Next! Hey, Harudo, thanks for being a bruiser. Moonshiro said, "How's Amerikaya? Hello. Happy 6 months anniversary. I just wanted to say I'm glad someone in the government spotted this weirdo running in the desert and asked him to be an idol." I guess so. Sorry that they did that to you. Tim Lee says, and as you get older, it's harder to make friends due to experience or something. It's because you're not forced into situations where you have to make companions. School is a survival situation where you have to be around the same people every day, so a social hierarchy forms. So it's natural that people are going to cling together to find their place in that space. Work can function like that, but often you're too focused on, being on your grind set and making your money. So you're going to have to force yourself into situations where you can make friends. Put yourself in communities where you have the opportunity to make friends. Go out and participate in your hobbies in public spaces, or go find groups that share similar interests to you, or find friends in the VTuber sphere, or go to a fucking game shop and play fucking Warhammer or Magic the Gathering or whatever it is you want to do with people. Start a book club. You're going to have to force yourself into those situations because society's not going to do it for you. Case Caddy! Ruze's big titties! Thanks for being an asshole. And Kara says, I was so fucking scared you were going to say some girl stole your Time Wizard card when you were a kid. Oh yeah, I was supposed to tell a story about Yu-Gi-Oh! I'll tell it later. When I remember. Remind me to remember that. Thanks. Ah, I'm behind again! Fuck! I got on too long a tangent. Shit. Alright, let me start over. Let me go back. Agreed, Breeze Lightning. Agreed. Okay, so Casper said, are you familiar with the Serpent Gates duology? I am not. The MC is an orc, and I think you might like the... Ooh. I'm gonna write that down. Okay, back to it. Where was I? I'll check that out, Casper. It's Serpent's Gate. Ronald Reagan Hater 69. There you go, Justin W. Saw a guy on the bus with Holo merch. Chat him up. Bam, bam, boom, bam. You might see him again on the bus. You never know. Ruze, are you into action RPGs like Grim Dawn or Diablo, says David. Blasphemous is not... Or, sorry. How about Blasphemous? Yes, I will play it one day. I want to try it out. I want to beat the first one before I try the second one. Action RPGs, if they are compelling and engaging and have at least a League of Legends level of difficulty, yes. If they are like Diablo 2, maybe. That is about the bare minimum of difficulty I'm willing to accept. If they are like Diablo 3, Diablo 4, or any modern action RPG where you walk in at level 1 and kill 50 enemies with one fireball and the game claps for you and says, wow, legendary hero, you're the most powerful hero that ever lived. Now watch as millions of enemies enter the screen and you kill them in one hit over and over using the same ability and never have to cycle your build or skills at all, and it's just a loot shooter for the sake of serotonin. No, I'm not interested. If I ain't got to dodge skill shots or aim shit, I don't want to play. Am I in RTS? I love watching them, and I love playing them. I suck cock at them, and I would never play in a competitive sense, no. So no to Vampire. Vampire Survivors likes are different. Bullet Heavens are not action RPGs. Action RPGs give me the illusion of being a hero in a terrible, difficult, tough world and struggling against these difficult enemies while being incredibly simple left-click simulators. Bullet Heavens are all about positioning and build diversity. The gameplay loop comes from what you get and how you interact with that. It's kind of more like a deck builder in a way. That's fun. An action RPG that wants me to pretend I have skill, but I don't, that's not fun. Are Rosaders smooth like leather or made with fur or made with an exoskeleton? That's a great question. I would consider Crypt of the Necrodancer, but I bounced off it the first time I tried. Would I play any horror games? I would rather die. Maybe as a Batsu someday or something, or I don't know, maybe like a... Yeah, once I get to 100,000 subscribers or whatever. Once I get my silver YouTube button, I'll do it. I'll figure something out. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Do I like games like Banner Saga? I haven't played it. Are you still going to do a horror game for 100K? Did I say I was going to do that? What do you mean still? Well, I guess go contact your families and tell them to subscribe to Crimzon Rulez. Yeah, sure. Pipetashan says, if you travel to Brazil one day, try the RPG systems that have been made by Brazilians. They're really cool to play. Absolutely. I will try that out. That sounds cool. Maybe I could just get them like shipped over here to South Elysium at some point. Karaoke Lightoscope, thank you for the membership. Whimsy says, have you ever played Gene Forge before? Wow, I am behind. No, I don't know what that is. Sounds interesting. I'm assuming it's something like, I don't know, Spore or some stuff. Neroro, would you ever play something like Remnant 1 or 2? Absolutely, I have. Remnant 1? Question mark. And I want to try it out because I want to see how a blending of action, like, shooter blends with a Souls-like. But I'm waiting for the right moment. And I think I would like to try and play it with Armis, but it depends on if we get perms, so we'll see. June, thanks for reading. I'm Axhole. Dragonfly92 says, sorry, Sandra, or Sandra. Said, hey there, thanks for indulging us with the questions. I don't know your stance on rhythm games, but if you're not opposed, I want to recommend Metal Hellsinger. It's not a conventional one, but very cool concept-wise. I've watched the trailer for Metal Hellsinger like 10 times, and every time I think, I'm going to get it, I'm going to play it. But I don't. I think the problem I have with Metal Hellsinger is that it would fall in the same, like, general vibe zone as streaming, what's that fucking game called? Where you play as a robot who goes to hell to beat things up to get their blood to keep fueling you. Ultra Kill. It would fall in the same market as Ultra Kill, which is to say something that takes so much focus that I can't really engage with chat at all. You know what I mean? So maybe as a selfish stream, but that's about it. I don't see it being like a core part of any content I produce. Gene Forge is an old RPG turn-based like the original Fallout that's about being a wizard that summons monsters. The developer recently did a reboot? Huh. So it functions like a monster capture type game. Wizards, Pokemon, but with wizards and genetic experimentation. Interesting. I'll have to take a look at that. Squeak-chan says, are you the HoloStars cat dad or just the most proud? That's a good question. I don't know if the other boys have cats. I haven't asked. I think I'm the HoloStars cat dad. I'm the best. I'm the most proud and the best one. Hanabi's Otome World says, how far are you in your Japanese homework? Hey, nowhere, actually. I was supposed to start on the 1st of this month again, and I didn't. I've had way too many things in the work between the project that's been beating my ass, the life difficulties that came up recently have definitely taken a lot of my attention this month, and other things have been really pulling at my psyche. So I really have not had a lot of time, unfortunately, but I do want to get on it soon, very soon, very, very soon. Like, now that I finished that project I was working on, I've got one more big project in the works. And maybe that's on me for taking too many projects around March and just starting them all at the same time, but I got one more big project in the works. And I think I can juggle that while still juggling learning Japanese. So I'll probably be picking that back up within, I assume, this week, next week-ish. Thanks for reading, Axel Jogies. Finarail says, hello again from your least favorite idol. I'm performing again this weekend. Yippee! Will VPs be up forever or do they disappear after a month? They're up forever. I don't think it's fair to like be like, oh, you had to be there, or you missed it. There's some content I might do like that in the future if it's something that like is either exceptionally embarrassing to me, or I feel like it is more rewarding to like, I don't know, treat it like a ooh, here's an event. It's like it's an event, and if you were there, you get rewarded for that. But for the most part, I just want VPs to be the type of thing you can like backlog if you want. Buchiro says, you really missed Gladion then, I understand. Who? I guess I did. Cheers, not cheese, sorry. I thought your icon was a mouse. Cheers to Mood says, you probably would like Curien. Gen 9 DLC, hated how everything went MC's way, went from shy to aggressive to the point of almost getting people killed. Oh. Maybe I would like that. Rival of Gen 7 Pokemon? Yeah. I didn't like Gen 7 very much. Gladion was okay, I guess. Need more dog owners and stars? I've been a dog owner most of my life. I mean, I was raised with Great Danes constantly. But, you know, it would be irresponsible of me to have a dog where I'm at. So I don't have anywhere for it to run. I can't really take it out and do jogging with it. I can't like take care of it in a meaningful way or give it the freedom it deserves. So as a responsible person, I'm not going to have a dog right now. Midship says, nap time. Okay, bye. Good luck in your goblin flesh. Case Caddy. Thanks for the membership. Okay, I think I'm caught up, question mark. I'm not caught up, I lied to you. Mikaru-chan says, hey Ruze, I don't know if this is already asked, but when you were making the Ruzeters, did you already have an idea before you joined HOLOSTARS or after? So I didn't design the Ruzeters, actually. Those were designed by Detect. I actually already had a concept for the Ruzeters, and it was already pre-approved by the legal team and by the government. But then when we did the Ruzeter design stream, you guys had so many cool ideas that I felt like it would be remiss of me to be like, because the Ruzeters are like a fan mascot, right? They're not necessarily my mascot to represent me. They're to represent you guys. They're your fan design. And I thought it would be wrong of me to be like, to take a monopoly on that to a degree. And also, I just think you guys had so many cool creative ideas. I felt like I had to pick one of what you guys had and really like hone in on that instead. So I scrapped my design because, I mean, it already shared a lot of design elements with, you know, the Ruzeter we have now, and ended up picking, you know, just one I thought was the most representative of the diverse like mentalities around here. So yay. Will we ever see prototype Ruzeter? No. I think technically the government still owns that. I basically signed over my rights to that. So no. Kim Lee says, question, favorite starters for each Pokemon generation. Lucky for you, that's really easy for me to tell you. Always the grass starters except for Gen 2. Chikorita is a genetic failure, a disappointment, and a fucking potato giraffe grass thumb piece of shit. So Cyndaquil, then Totodile. You're welcome. Tulip Angie says, any chance for more Potionomics or Pester Quest? Also, I don't love you, my favorite, least favorite idol. Okay. Wait. See, the way you worded that, you put also, and then you put in brackets, don't love you. My favorite, but you put favorite in brackets, least favorite idol. So either I read this as, also, I don't love you, my favorite, least favorite idol, or I read this as, also, I love you, my least favorite idol. So either I'm your favorite idol and you don't love me, or you don't love me, but I'm not your least favorite idol. I guess I'll take you hate me and I'm your favorite idol, and I'll work to become your least favorite. And yes, you will be seeing more Pester Quest and more Potionomics. I don't know when. I don't want to promise anything because typically if I say I'm going to do something, I try to hold myself to it no matter what. And I've got a lot of shit I got to get done. So the reality is I might not be able to fit it into the schedule. We'll see. I'm going to try though. I'm definitely going to try. I was kind of open to do it last week, but that didn't end up working out. So. Tis what it is. Alicia the Heart says, "Hi, Ruchan. Do you think people need to know how to drive? First of all, how dare you? My name is Ruze, the mighty, the dangerous, the coolest motherfucker you ever met, and the most despicable creature on this planet. Secondarily, do you think people need to know how to drive? I suffer from anxiety and stupid drivers, so it seems more of a hassle, plus it's expensive. No, I don't think people need to know how to drive. I think people should be better at driving. I think people are too obsessed with being the main character and thinking wherever they're going is more important than anything else going on in the world, and tend to take stupid risks in what are essentially giant exploding death machines, and are selfish to the point where at times I'm like, hey dude, if you're gonna drive like that, I do hope that you get in an accident, which is shitty to say, but I'm like, hey, if you're gonna put everybody else at risk, I hope it comes back to you, bud. But I know that's not fair, and that's just angry thinking. I think that you don't have to know how to drive. I think that, especially in the West, or if you're in the United States, you should probably know how to drive. Probably. Because the United States is built on the back of cars and is really big, and also the entire culture is built around the idea that if you don't have a vehicle, you're not a human, and you probably don't deserve to live. Hence the lack of walkability everywhere, which sucks. But I mean, don't tell the government I said this. I never got my license. I mean, I drive. I mean, I don't drive anymore. But I've survived without it, and I have driven in the past. I don't do that anymore, definitely, because I would never break the law, and that's bad, and I would never encourage you to do that, and I'm not saying you should, because it's a hefty fine if you get caught. But if you don't get caught... Anyway, yes, if you're going to drive, know how to drive cautiously, drive safe. Give the car and the road the respect it deserves. Anyway, I would never do anything illegal. Ever. That's all in the past now. Miss Unstable says, thoughts on Binding of Isaac? I've never played it, not once. And I don't like the combat system enough to really engage with it. I'd probably play it once or twice, but I'd fall off it really hard. I do like the complex synergy and items. I see Binding of Isaac more as like a proto... I see Binding of Isaac kind of more like a proto Vampire Survivors than an action roguelike. Nurgur, thanks for being an asshole. Welcome in. Hurlpeed says, kids these days will never feel the pain of barely scraping through Mount Moon, only for Gario to kick your teeth in right outside the Pokemon Center. Yeah, and then make fun of you for it, which is great. That's fucking funny. Oh yeah, it was golf carts, Birdie Boy. Definitely, it was golf carts is what I was talking about. I've never driven a car on the road. That'd be illegal. I don't do that. Never done that. Happy 6th Monthiversary. Thanks. Pandam says, now that we've completed the Lord of the Rings trilogy, what other types of movies do you want to do for watch-along streams? Any other fave movies you want to yap through? Man, I don't know. I feel like watch-along content still makes me feel guilty. I feel kind of lazy when I do it. Like I'm using somebody else's content as my main bread and butter. It feels bad. Like I'm not contributing anything and I'm just watching a movie and pretending I'm working. I don't know. I might watch Mau Mau. Somebody recently, I saw a clip on Twitter of that character, and somebody said it's very Ruze core. And I'm like, well, fuck, I want to watch that. Maybe Dungeon Meshy? I don't know. Kim Lee, yes, I chose Chespin for XYZ. What is apothecary dye? Oh, no. No. Wait, back up. Mau Mau is different than that. I'm talking Mau Mau, the black cat with the red cape with the stupid sword that has a gruff attitude and hates his friends. I saw a clip of him and I was like, hey, that is kind of me-core. I like that. I think I want to say it's fucking, I'm trying to remember the name. It's like Mau Mau Heroes of Pure Heart, I think is what it's called. Yeah, thank you, Sully, thank you. Yeah, there you go. See, Sully beat me to it. Okay, next question. Here I go. Hanabi's Otome World said, just a side note, and I'm sorry, but please call me Hanabi. You don't have to say my full name. I cringe when I get mentioned. I cringe when I get mentions, when my hobby gets mentioned in my name. Ah, well, that was perfect that I read out the whole name then when you said that, huh, Hanabi? It's okay, you're good. That's funny. That's fucking funny. All right, so I'm gonna call you. I'll skip your hobby and I'll just call you Hanabi's World for now. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Fuck! I fell behind again. Okay, I refreshed. Go. So Go says, happy 6th month anniversary. Reese, just curious, if Yago asked you what the theme concept of the next gen of HOLOSTARS-EN should be, what would you say? Feel free to not answer if you can't. I would say probably give us more South Elysians or try to explore a different region. It would also be cool to get a full gen of Xenokuni, I think. I think there's a lot more to be explored in the concept of Xenokuni and South Elysium, but obviously, I mean, there's probably other places. I haven't been all around Elysium. I don't know if there's like a Central Elysium or a North Elysium or a fucking Southwest by West by like Northwest Elysium or some shit, but I don't know. Let's see. Cookie Swagger, Cookie Swagger said, really needed a Yap stream today, Rears. The most important question I can think of is, what is your favorite kind of cookie, if you have one? Probably, it's a toss-up between peanut butter cookies and chocolate chip cookies, but I like most cookies, I guess, as long as they don't have nuts in them. I don't care. They're all pretty good. I like oatmeal raisin. I like peanut butter. I like chocolate chip. I like M&M cookies. I like cookie cake. Hard to say. I don't have a favorite cake flavor either. Sorry, I know that's a non-answer, but I like chocolate cake. I like vanilla cake. I like red velvet cake. I even like carrot cake. Okay. Bears Air King said, would you be interested in playing a game called Bug Fables? It's an RPG. Every character is a bug of some sort. It's also funny and fun to play. I would be interested in it. I like the main characters. I like the sort of Super Paper Mario design. I don't know if we have perms, but I'll take a look at it at some point. I don't seek cakes or cookies very often, by the way. I just don't. I have a sweet tooth to a degree, but I think most of my sweet tooth goes toward like sweet drinks, like, you know, stamina potions and shit like that, or lattes. Typically, if I'm eating, I want to eat something a little more savory. But I like sweets okay. I just don't seek them a ton. Neroa says, any thoughts on the recently released Time for Crab game? The title escapes me, sorry. Another Crab's Treasure? Is that what you're talking about? Because it seems interesting, but I don't know if I'm going to get involved with it. Mostly because I think Souls-likes, while some of my favorite in genre, are poison to content. Another Crab's Treasure, that's what it is. They're fun, and the first 1 or 2 streams are always really hype, and everybody's there, and they're super excited, and they want to see it, and then people fall off because they miss a stream, or they fall off because they don't want to get spoiled, or they fall off because you're grinding the same boss, or they fall off because they just, you know, they don't find that you can engage with chat well enough while you're busy fighting a boss. The idea being that the more you focus on a Souls-like, the more diminishing returns you're going to see, just like if you focus on an RPG. you will often find that people just kind of fall off of that. And it's not your fault. I'm not saying that as like a guilt trip thing, like, oh, do better, stay. If you stuck, this is your fault. If you stuck around, I'd play them. That's not how it works. It's just, it's a give and take. If you're not entertained, I don't want you to be here. And if you're not here, it's not tenable to make that like that. That's not good content. And I'm not being a good content creator. And if I'm not a good content creator, I don't pay my bills and I don't eat. So yeah. So typically, yes, I will sometimes play Souls-likes, but that is reserved for my selfish stream of the week. I try to give myself 1, maybe 2 selfish streams a week. Maybe. So, yeah. Agreed, Miss Unstable. Thymesia worked because it was 2 streams. And even at just 2 streams, there is a noticeable drop-off. And that's fine. Again, I don't want people to be here. I'm not talking out of my ass. I mean it. I don't want people being here just being like, I'm just doing it because I'm just doing it because I just want to support my Oshi or the guy I hate or whatever. Like, if you're not having fun, don't be here. Like, you've got better ways to spend your time. You got better ways to live your life. It's not worth you wasting your time and some sort of martyr complex to make me feel better. If I'm not doing good enough to keep your attention or be engaging or be fun for you to listen to or be comfortable for you to listen to while you go to sleep, I'm not doing good enough. And that's on me. And I'm fine with that. I will do better. I'll figure it out because that's my part of this social contract. Your part of this social contract is to be here and have a good time. And if you're entertained enough, feel free to throw support, only if you're able to, only if you're financially stable enough to do that. And that is all. That is all it requires. There is no requirement for you to pay me. There's no requirement for you to be here if you're not having fun. And I don't want you to have to do that. That's not what this is. I'm a modern day fucking busker. I'm on the side of the street playing music. If you like it, throw a coin in my jar. If you don't, that's okay. And if you can't and you want to stand and clap, please do. Have fun. There you go. Sing us a song, Busker Man. Not right now. Not right now. Anonymous Sour Cream says, good morning, Ruze. You died in my dream last night and it made me sad. I was really happy to see you alive when I woke up. I mean, alive for a given value. Every day I die a little. No, I'm just kidding. Time doesn't touch me. I'm glad I'm alive too. Thank you very much. It's good to see you here, Anonymous Sour Cream. Congratulations. Now we can mutually continue to despise each other to give each other the spite we need to continue through life. Thanks, Nessie, for the soup. And thanks for being a Rusader. Mike. Nope. That is mi quesito. Hey, Ruze, what about that Yu-Gi-Oh story? Hold on, I'm finishing my questions. Okay, so Icelinda said, hey, Ruze, I've been wondering if you know anything about Digimon. If not, that's okay. I only asked you to look at 2 Digimon, Tentomon and Kabuterimon. The only Digimon I remember is Kabuterimon, and I like Kabuterimon a lot. Isn't Tentomon actually his baby form or whatever? I don't really remember Digimon very well. I was never something that stuck with me as a kid, but I mean, I know a little bit. Very little bit. It seems cool. It's definitely maximalist design in a way I am not a huge fan of. I think it can be very creative and fun at times, but without having like a logical thread to follow through their like, Digivolutions or whatever, I'm not super amused by it. Like dinosaurs with gun arms are cool or whatever, but it's just not my thing. You can see that in the way I approach world building. I need some form of logical trail to follow along. Ghostly Alias says, happy 6 months, nerd. Thanks for being you massive goober. Anyway, I gotta go 1v1. Oh, damn. Good luck with 1v1ing your dentist, gamer. You probably missed that message because you probably said that a while ago. So, oops. My bad. Oh, my bod. Oops. My bod, bros. Yeah, it's pretty strong. I go to the gym. Barbara says, would you be interested in playing games like Detroit Becomes Human? Or like dating games you need to choose just for the fun of it? Hate you. Dating games, maybe. I mean, kind of. I play Potionomics. That's a dating game, sort of, right? Kind of. Detroit Become Human, possibly. I would probably lean into something like The Walking Dead, Telltale's The Walking Dead franchise before something like that. But I'd consider it. I'd consider it. I don't know. Boyfriend dungeon, possibly, if the combat's good enough, yeah. I do like reading different characters in those visual novels. So once in a while, I'll probably toss in visual novels for the funsies, hence Pester Quest and Potionomics and things like that. But I do need to get through those two first. So yes, maybe. Jim says, Ruze, you would love OKKO. Let's Be Heroes. I probably would like that. I hear it's really, really, really good. I want to check it out at some point when I have free time, but I don't have a lot of time to sit down and watch things. I still haven't watched any of that fucking Mau Mau thing. I watched a bunch of clips and I was like, that's cute. I'd watch that. Alicia the Heart says, Ruru-chan, hearing your Q&A, you are now my new Gandalf. Okay, I got you. Okay, that's 3 seconds. I gotta stop now. It's copyrighted. I don't need them coming down on me, you know. WB gonna get my ass, or whoever the fuck owns that license now. Anonymous Sour Cream. I already read that one. Aha. Mikasito. I already read that one. Nessie says, well, I'm having fun, and I already read that one. I'm almost caught up, baby. Here we go. This is easy. Here we go. I'm almost done. I've almost beat the brakes off of Q&A time. I'm so strong. I'm so powerful. Melee G says, I had 2 questions. Oh, you would put 2 questions. You're just gonna put 2 questions together like that? You trying to slide one in on? No, I'm just kidding. What game/games gives you the most nostalgia? Diablo 1 reminds me of my mom, so that to a degree. The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time reminds me of being a little baby, so that to a degree. I can't think of anything else. I'm the type of person that really hates consuming media again. I've beaten Ocarina of Time maybe 3 times total in my life. I mean, it's the type of game that affected me so much, I could tell you how to beat it right now, start to finish, like word for word. But I don't like retreading content at all. I don't like rewatching things. I make an exception for Lord of the Rings, but I hate rewatching movies. I hate rewatching shows. I hate replaying games. So typically I don't go back for nostalgia content ever. So I don't know. I guess Ocarina of Time. Ocarina of Time. Am I ever going to play a Zelda game? Much like my beloved Souls franchise, Zelda is the type of game that takes a long time, a large commitment, and has a huge fall off. So maybe, but probably not. Maybe. If I slide it into my selfish stream slot, possibly. Good morning. Linny Izquierdo says, what about infinite games like Civilization, Minecraft, and Dwarf Fortress? I play the shit out of those. Those make really good content because they're always different and they're global and people understand what's going on. Well, not those. I take it back. Civ and Dwarf Fortress are bad content because they're too number crunchy. There's not enough going on screen to keep your attention. And unless you're reading all the things I'm reading and paying attention to the numbers and tracking them like I am, you're going to get bored. So I treat them as just chatting games and tend not to play much of the game. Minecraft, on the other hand, is incredibly global. It is a shared cultural experience for basically anybody who's ever played a video game, has just enough going on to be exciting and interesting, has enough creative enterprise to be like, you know, rewarding from a creative or artistic standpoint, and is slow-paced enough to still be a just chatting stream if you want it to be. So it is probably the perfect stream game. Any futuristic architectural styles that you find pleasant? No. I know that's a shitty answer. No. They all blend together in kind of a mash of smooth circular shapes. for the sake of looking high tech, and that bores me. I will say I enjoy some ship design in futuristic settings. I really like big, boxy, sort of like space trucker semi looking fucking, really like almost like space punk designs. Like the Reclaimer ship from Star Citizen. When I thought Star Citizen was going to be a real game and was going to come out, I really wanted to pick that up. I thought that was really cool. I like the designs of ships from things like Cowboy Bebop, and I like desert punk ship design like the Tau in Warhammer 40k. Okay, Sonny says, "Oh my god, lol, I dreamt I found your wallet on the floor and I threw it back in your face." Wow, what the fuck, you dick? Favorite piece of clothing or accessory that's not Zephyr. What, on my usual outfit? Like now? Probably my coat because it has so many pockets. But if you're talking like just casual wear, I really like these baggy sort of peasant pants I'm wearing right now. They look almost like burlap or linen, I guess. And they've got ties down the side of the legs that go up toward, you know, not up to my knees, but they go up a ways, which is nice. Pearl Pete says, "What's the silliest, stupidest thing you've seen at TTRPG party? We briefly ran a Dwarven Alcohol Anonymous group to gain entry to a politician's manor for espionage. The stupidest thing I've ever had a party do was allow one player to sit there and ask about the details of twine in a fishing shop for about 20 minutes. Eventually, I had to tell the player to just drop it. I typically like yes and as a DM, but I got very tired of this because it served no narrative purpose, and they were really concerned with the exact length and thickness of the twine. It was not for some greater like strategic thing where they were like, I'm gonna use it as a garrote or I'm gonna use it to trap something. They wanted to go fishing in the bay, and I think to a degree they just kind of got lost in the sauce of like my infinite improv, and were like, he could just go on forever so I could have this conversation forever. So they just kept testing my improv, I guess. Not because they were like trying to see if I could do it and give me like a gotcha moment. I think they were just really invested in being like there and existing there. So they kept asking me more and more and more questions as the shopkeeper about the twine specifically. And I was like, dude, after a certain time I had to be like, please, just drop it. I'm like, she eventually did. I wasn't mean about it, but I was like, hey, listen, everybody else wants to play and they're being polite, but you understand everything you need to understand about this. It's fishing wire, and you don't need to know all of it. I've engaged you for a while on it. I'm glad we had this conversation. It was fun, but for the sake of making sure everybody else is included, let's take a little break. Oh, Jesus Christ, you guys are hitting me with soup. You guys hit me with soup so fast. Hold on. I'm gonna get there, 1 second. Okay, here we go. Nelichka says, I came in late, so sorry this has already been asked. But if you're okay with answering, what made you want to join HOLOSTARS? I did answer this actually, but I'll give you a brief, quick summary. I almost didn't. I was very tempted to say no, and at first I thought it was a scam when I got an email asking me to fucking, do the application or whatever. But I mulled it over for a while, and I was pretty on the verge of saying I wasn't interested. And then I realized that part of that was fear, because I thought I'd be a bad idol, and I thought I'd be bad at this kind of, I don't know, lifestyle. And part of that was super aggressive pessimism that has plagued me my whole life, and assuming that I would absolutely hate working under the government and things like that. And there are things I do hate about it. I'm not gonna like fucking pretend it's like all roses. There are things that are definitely hard, but I do think that it is more good than bad, and I genuinely enjoy my coworkers. I enjoy my managers. I enjoy all of the people I interface with on a day-to-day basis, and I think they work really hard, and they are very talented people. Not just the other talents, but the people who like have to deal with, wrangling the talents are exceptional people. So I think the thing that really pushed me over the edge was thinking that if I don't do this out of fear or pessimism that I'll hate it, I will probably look at the people who did do it for the rest of my life and think, man, what was that like? And while I was right to come in with a certain level of pessimism, very right, and to some degrees, I almost wasn't pessimistic enough, which is a rare experience in my life. I think that I have found much more joy and optimism out of it than I have found disappointment or validation in my pessimism. And it has been very rewarding and incredibly facilitative of my personal growth, which is something I'm always trying to do. So I think it was mostly the idea that I knew that I would like kick myself in the teeth because I wouldn't have my answer. Even if the answer was bad, even if I absolutely hated being here and couldn't stand it, I would rather do that and know that than live my life going, oh, what if I actually really liked that though? What if I enjoyed it? So Violet Wolf says, what's your favorite non-gaming activity? World building, probably. Watching world building videos. Reading. It would probably be if I could find a good place to do it, HEMA, but I can't find anywhere around me. And I don't have a way to get there, so Unfortunately, here at the wagon park, I had to money was pretty tight for a while there, especially with events happening, so wagon had to get sold. So now I'm on foot no matter what, baby. So I have no way to get to HEMA, even if I could find HEMA, so that'll have to wait until I move. We'll see. Cade Ellie says, just finished an 8-hour shift, so I'm very grateful for the chill Zatsu to kick back and relax. Hope you've been well, Ruze. I hope you kick back and relax harder than you ever kicked back and relax. I hope you kick back so hard you kick the universe in the teeth. The very concept of effort, exhaustion, exertion, I hope it gets knocked clean unconscious by your fucking triple axle kickback. What is HEMA? It is medieval martial arts reenactment, essentially. I mostly want to do fencing, if I'm being honest. I'm not super interested in like gearing up in full armor and wrestling with people because it always turns down to like a fucking grappling, knockdown, drag out fight. But I would like to get in some practice and really take some lessons and really like learn longsword. And if I could find it, you know, find people to practice regular acts with. Obviously, I can't bring Zephyr to something like that. I would just like fucking smash somebody through a wall or cut them clean in half. It's not really easy to parry Zephyr. But if I could like, you know, do some like Dane acts, like fighting, that'd be cool to pick up. Longsword, spear. I wouldn't mind getting in some knife fighting and like grappling, like training, but probably not in full armor. I wouldn't mind picking up archery too. Ooh, interesting question. Real quick, I'm going to catch this one, and I'm going to get back to the soups. But Breeze Lightning said, to what extent are conlangs acceptable as a part of world building? I have some for things like signage, artwork, documents, but by no means do I need players to try and learn the languages. Too much, though? That is not too much. If you want to design... Okay, so it's up to you, right? Like, it's whatever you enjoy as a personal project. I mean, The Lord of the Rings wouldn't exist if Tolkien didn't want an excuse to drop his fucking elven conlang, right? So if you want to write a full language, please do. No, you should not expect your players to learn it. That's not fair. But it will create a sense of verisimilitude and make them really engaged with the world if they believe that there's something behind it. You don't have to have a full language. Enough to make them believe it on flyers and artworks and signage and like the occasional loan word is more than enough to keep them engaged and make them think you have more plan than you do. Half of being a DM is obfuscation. Let them think that you know more than you know. And they'll be invested in the world, and that's cool. Okay, here we go. So, Mint T said, everyone asks who is Ruze and not how is Ruze /J. How is it being a year old? And have you ever played Outer Wilds? I've never played Outer Wilds. I really, really want to. I've literally never once watched even a smidgen of gameplay for it. I have no idea what it's about. I thought it was an RTS for the longest time. I'm super excited to try it at some point. No spoilers. How's it feel being half a year old? I don't know. Too fast. Like it's rushing up on me and I haven't gotten nearly enough done that I wanted to get done. And that pisses me off. But at the same time, I feel like I can't ever keep up with as many projects as I have juggling. And now I've fallen behind on doing Japanese homework because I was juggling too many projects. And I've fallen behind on finding a vocal coach because I was doing too many projects. And I kept Shikamane waiting almost 2 weeks late on a project I was doing recently because I'm juggling too many projects. So I am both too busy and not busy easy enough because there's so much I want to get done. So, yeah. Kelly K. Green Art. I almost read that as Green Yart. I believe that's Green Art. Welcome to being a Ruzader. I will never burn out. I know that some people like talk about struggling with like running out of content to make or running out of games to play. And I'm like, dude, I've got a backlog of games I feel like I haven't even gotten close to scratching the surface of. It's honestly pissing me off that I haven't gotten as many games as I want to get to. But that's part of being a content creator, right? Like, I'm never going to get to everything I want to do. And I got to accept when certain projects are going to fall on the back burner for a while. As long as I don't give up on them, that's what I care about. Like, for a long time, while I was studying Japanese and juggling multiple projects, D&D had to fall on a back burner. And I still really want to do that. I still really want to work on West Marches and get a campaign set up for HOLOSTARS-EN. And I'm getting back on that, obviously, but I, for example, have still dropped the ball on things like Japanese homework. So, it takes time, you know. Just gotta let things sit on the burner for a while and stay on warm. I just don't turn off the burner. And then I can turn up the heat again when I'm ready. Ronald Reagan Hater 69 says, just wanted to say your channel somehow led to my mom deciding to get 2 indoor, of course, kittens for our family. I don't know how that happened, but I'm glad to hear that. That's adorable. Indoor kittens, of course, kittens for our farm. I will be naming at least one in honor. I'm thinking Zeffy, like Zephyr. Hell yeah. Or Zaid. That could be cute too. Either way, very cool. Very cool. Glad to hear it. That's adorable. Take care of those damn cats. They deserve it. Honeybees. Honeybee says, look here, Ruze. I'm going to threaten you with a rainbow soup if you say my full name. Lock and load. Sawi, I'm going to go hide now. Happy 6 months. I hate this embarrassment feeling. Rawr. Bye. I hate you. Good luck quietly now while you yap. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the soup. Good luck hiding. I hope I dragged you back out of hiding when you heard your name and went, this motherfucker. And I hope when the way I read rawr made you go, ah! Because, hey, I'm nothing if not a bastard. Dude, every time I read the word sorority, I say sorority just to piss people off. Okay, Go says, a kind of introspective question, since it's 6 month anniversary. In your opinion, what do you think Armus, either as individuals or as a unit, has brought to HOLOSTARS, strengths or impact, etc.? Ah. You're so fetch. What has Armus brought to HOLOSTARS-EN? That's a tough question. Not because it's like hard to think of things that we brought to HOLOSTARS-EN. I think we brought a lot of things, but it's hard to think of things that the other boys haven't already touched on to a degree. Because I could say like, oh, we're loud, we're fun, we're engaging, we have a good group dynamic, but that inherently is like saying the other boys don't have those things, and I don't think that's true. I mean, some of them are more quiet, some of them are more reserved, some of them like, focus on their own content at times, but I think everybody embodies like a broad spectrum of content and energy that they bring to their streams, and nobody's like the calm streamer or the loud streamer, right? Like everybody has a variety of stuff they can do. Otherwise, we wouldn't be very diverse entertainers. I think Armus brought to HOLOSTARS a sort of, I don't want to say renaissance because that's too much credit, a revitalization of energy in some ways, in that we came in with a certain like, at least the other 3 boys came in with a certain blind optimism or naivety that I think HOLOSTARS really benefits from. I think that that level of just carefree content creation and carefree, like doing what they want is inspiring to a degree. And something that I think is like the ultimate goal of trying to live your life like by your own measure, if that makes sense. I think that's very fun. I think that's a lot of good energy, and I think I do the same thing too. I'm just a little more self-conscious of it. Like I still try to live by my own measure and like live by the things, my values, my goals, my morals, or whatever. But I'm more aware of those things and consciously, actively choosing to do that. Also, I think we're loud as fuck, so I mean, there's that. Or at least, I mean, Gerard and I are loud as fuck. I think that Goldie can be very loud and Octavio can be pretty fucking chaotic. I don't think I would call Octavio loud, but chaotic for sure. We are all kind of loud, that's true. I need to go make another stamina potion soon. Octavio's more of a crawling chaos. Yeah, I started watching HoloStars because of Armis. You know, I think another thing we definitely brought to HoloStars, how about this? I think a less meta thing we brought to HoloStars was a variety of personalities that maybe was somewhat missing. I think that everybody who's already in HoloStars, you know, all of Tempest, has a lot of their own appeal and a lot of interesting things going on. But I do think that there is so much room still to grow in, like, worldviews and the way we engage with content, engage with each other, the type of personas that we like have as people. Not personas like character so much, but who we are as people and how we behave as people. You know. Yeah. What else did we bring to HoloStars? You know, there's one thing above all other things I think we brought to HoloStars, and it desperately needed it, and it will forever be the legacy of Armis, and is maybe the greatest achievement that any VTuber, no, content creator has ever done. And it's that I brought I brought Homestuck and made HoloStuck here, and I poisoned the well. You're welcome. I've ruined it forever, and you're never gonna fix it. Get fucked. And I'm not sorry. I still love it. I'm sitting here splish splashing, having a nice little bath in my HoloStuck water. Yum, 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 yum. Is that a Baja bath? Don't mind if I do. Okay, so Jazz says, as a DM, have you ever had a problematic player at the table, and how did you deal with it? Also, when's the next Armis one-shot? One-shot's probably not going to happen until I get the West Marches style campaign going, so I can have a one-shot every, you know, once in a while, either every 2 weeks or a month, so I can just consistently produce one-shots to play with any of the boys instead of just Armis. But I would like to play with Armis as well. So, my answer to you is this. I've had problematic players. I had the player who definitely had the Mercer effect, where they thought they were invincible and the entire game was about story, and if it wasn't specifically about story, they were unengaged and they didn't pay attention, and they didn't give other people the space to engage with the part they like, if they liked combat or lore or things like that. And also they felt like, you know, they should always be the main character no matter what, and the NPCs didn't matter and were just there to facilitate their growth or fun. And I thought that was dumb. And in the first few sessions, I had a player who thought it was Skyrim and would, like, the first action ever as a DM I ever experienced was a player who was a bard say, I light the town on fire. I'm like, okay, well, you can't just do that. And he's like, well, don't I have magic? I was like, yes, you have magic. You have things like minor illusion. He's like, okay, I make the town look like it's on fire. So I had to explain minor illusion is a condensed area in a 5-foot cube, and that's not how it works. So he's like, okay, I make a building look like it's on fire. And I was like, okay, a building looks like it has a patch of fire on it. Got it. And he's like, okay, so is the shopkeeper distracted? I was like, what? He's like, is there a shop nearby? I'm like, yes. He's like, is the shopkeeper distracted? I say, yes. He's like, okay, so I start taking things. I'm like, okay. He turns and looks at you when you enter the shop and watches you start taking things. So that was annoying. I had to slowly train him out of that. Also, he rarely showed up for sessions and yada, yada, yada. So eventually I ended up being like, hey man, if you can't show up, I'm not mad at you, but just, like, if you can't commit, like, you should say so and just not be here. Sorry. So that was my problem player. I think those are my two big problem players. Okay, so here's one. I had an incredibly difficult player. I had a coworker when I worked at the Celestial Stag, who processed the world. She processed the world in a very clinical way. So she had never played a TTRPG. She'd never considered it. She didn't understand D&D. And honestly, I don't know if she necessarily went in wanting to play D&D. And it was my first time running a campaign, but she really enjoyed talking to me and she found me fascinating because I was very outside of her wheelhouse. She very much like hung out with people that reminded her of her family, and her family were, you know, your well-to-do middle-class fucking white people or whatever. Well, that sounds diminutive, but you get the idea I'm talking about. White picket fence, like I watch the game and I play sports and I sew type of people. So she had a very like stereotypical American upbringing, I guess. So I guess to a degree she found me kind of fascinating, right? So she was always prying me with questions and curiosities because I was like really in my head and I had a lot of like metatextual like things I like to talk about during work and talking about series or franchises and shit like that. And she rarely engaged with things in that way because she thought she was very focused on like the realities of life, like, you know, medical school and shit like that, and like, you know, stocks and trade and like, I don't know, very normal pursuits. Not normal, but she saw the world through how to advance herself in a way, right? So she kept questioning me about it. Eventually I got to a point where I was like, okay, clearly you're curious about this. She kept like asking enough questions. I was like, do you want to play? She's like, what? I was like, do you want to play D&D? She's like, well, I don't know how to play. Like, no, I'm not asking to play. I'm like, I'm not asking you if you're asking to play. I'm not trying to like hurt your ego or make you feel like you're begging. I'm asking, do you have interest in playing? Because I'm a new DM. I've never DM'd before. I'd be happy to have you here as like a new player if you want. Because she was just fucking like befuddled about how it worked. No matter how many times I explained it, she'd be like, how do you do things though? Like, it doesn't make sense. There's no game running it. I'm like, no, you say you want to do something. I say roll dice. You roll dice. I use your character sheet to influence the outcome of how that works. So if your character is good at this thing, it is more likely it succeeds. And then I decide as the computer running the game if it succeeds. She's like, okay, but then what happens? I'm like, I describe what happens like a storyteller. Think of it like an interactive story. So she wasn't a problem player, but she couldn't fathom how the game worked at first and was very like reserved and withdrawn. And I think she thought everybody else was more experienced than they were. So she felt kind of like she would embarrass herself if she really engaged with it. And she never did quite break into being in character. She was always the player who'd be like, I say something convincing. And I'm like, okay, so, and I would, you know, give her a statement. I'd be like, would your character say something like this? And I would kind of role play back and forth with myself. But I don't think she was a problem player. I think she had problems as a player that I worked around carefully, and she really genuinely loved the campaign. I still talk to her once in a while, and she tells me years later that she's like, she still thinks about it all the time, and that was like one of the funnest times she's had, like in a hobby, and that she really wants to get back into it one day, but she's focused on like life and progressing and stuff like that, and that's cool. But it was a lot of like kind of holding her hand narratively in a way, and kind of like tentatively being like feeding a baby deer in a way. Like, is it okay if your character says this then? Does this sound like what you were thinking? And then she's like, well, yeah. I'm like, okay, cool. So the NPC reacts, and then I would go into my character voice and like respond to her, and then she would tell me I say something that's kind of like you know, emotional, but not too emotional, that's supposed to serve the purpose of kind of like getting more information out of them. I'm like, okay, so would you say something like this? And it was like a back and forth, you know what I mean? So that was fun, but she always had really, really pressing questions. And if something didn't seem logical to her, she would struggle really hard to get past that. Like, she would really like get locked on it and couldn't fathom it. So like if a player did something that she saw as stupid or unintelligent or even out of their own character, she's like, but I don't understand why you would do that. That doesn't make sense. She's like, your character doesn't seem like they would do that. And they'd be like, well, maybe my character wouldn't, but I want to do that. Like, punch the guard in the nose. She's like, well, that doesn't make sense. She's like, well, my character would just leave you then, because she was the designated healer of the party, which made it even harder because she felt like she was responsible for taking care of the party and had to like make sure to like handle them. She's like, I don't understand why I would stick around if you were doing that. I was like, well, you know, to a degree, you have to drop the verisimilitude of whether or not you stick around for deciding if you're willing to stick around as this character. I'm like, you're completely welcome to have your character walk away, and we'll write you up a new character and we can work together to do that. But you might have to just kind of like accept that your character allows dumb things to happen sometimes because it advances her goals, or because the world isn't perfect and people aren't perfect and they're not always going to react how you expect, even if it seems out of character. And secondarily, in a meta sense, Not everybody's perfect at embodying their character. Sometimes they're just going to do dumb shit. She was a logical thinker that couldn't get into the game. She was a logical thinker that really, really loved the game, and to a degree, and this is going to be sounding like tooting my own horn, but I don't think it was me, to a degree was astounded by the idea that she could basically play a living book and that I could keep all that shit in my head all at once and play all of these different voices and characters and personalities and kind of cycle through it and react very fast. I think more than anything, she really craved to be in that world, but she wanted it to make sense as much as a book would make sense. And D&D is not a book. It's not a story. If it had been a one-on-one session and I'd been playing with her alone, I think she really, really would have been into it. But I think the idea that it's a collaborative storytelling experience and everybody gets a say, and sometimes that's going to mean that it's a flavor of pie you don't like, threw her off a bit. She still really loved it, and she still genuinely enjoyed it, and she was one of the most dedicated players and the most obsessed with making sure the group got together, despite it being way out of her wheelhouse and something I think to a degree she might have been embarrassed to tell her other friends about. She really, really loved it. But she struggled to truly immerse herself and let down her wall and be, like, in the world, if that makes sense. I don't think it was me as a DM, by the way, just to throw that out there. I don't think I'm, like, the world's greatest DM. I think she would have felt that way about anything. I just happened to be the one to introduce her to D&D. Kind of me, but I think part of it was I didn't want to have an ego as a DM and go in assuming I knew the right way to play, and I had a lot of players that had different styles of playing. One of them, like I said, came in very beer and chips, I'm going to punch everything, and it's all dick jokes all the way down, and then eventually got really, really into the narrative and super wanted to be focused on narrative, and he too would not, like, he didn't want to do a character voice, but by the end of the campaign, he was at least saying his character as I. He's like, I say, and then would say, like, the things, right? Which was really cool to see, and he got super invested in it. See you later, Burb. And then I had a player who had never played and was really shy and kind of didn't want to, like, overstep boundaries and didn't want to role play because they thought they were going to embarrass themselves, and felt like they were too dumb to understand the statistics of the game, and I don't think that was fair. And then I had a player who really could not for the life of them get the battle mechanics down no matter what. Like, every round they'd be like, so every session for like 20 sessions in a row, this player eventually dropped, unfortunately, would be like, so what can I do on my turn again? I'm like, well, you got an action, a move action, and a bonus action. And they're like, okay, so like, could I like shoot that enemy and then open this door and then push this boulder over on them? I'm like, well, no, that's a lot all at once. They're like, okay, can I like wrap a cloth around my arrow and dip it in this oil and ignite it and shoot at them if I'm near a torch? I'm like, well, no, but yes, I'll let you do that as long as we don't turn this into a mechanic that you use every time to be busted, right? Like, in this narrative sense, that sounds cool, but please don't make this a thing where you're like, okay, I now basically have fire arrow permanently and that's my new mechanic, because that does get a little annoying and a little busted and it turns the class into something it's not. That kind of stuff. D&D intimidates me. Don't be intimidated, Violet Wolf. It's pretty approachable. Thanks, Arya. We're one step closer to that horror game. Well, okay, here, we have a question in a second. I think somebody asked about what class is good for new players earlier. Somebody did, I thought. Let me refresh my soupas. Yeah, my soups, my questions. Yumiheya, you still here? I'm gonna skip to a question real quick. Here we go. Hiriant Hum, this is for you as well. So, Yumiheya says, hey Ruze, I'm someone who has never played D&D, but I want to try, so I wanted to ask, is there a class you think is good for beginners? My friend, who is a DM, suggested playing a rogue, but I'm not sure. So, here you go. To answer anybody who's asking whether or not, or who's asking about getting into D&D, but they seem intimidated by the mechanics, one, the mechanics are pretty easy. You only really need to know a few things. Your major stats, things like strength, dexterity, constitution, and shit like that, and that's always in front of you, so you don't have to have it memorized. And combat boils down to this. You have an action, which is usually an attack or some sort of like big thing. You have a bonus action, which is usually like drawing a weapon or equipping a shield or drinking a potion or kicking down a door. And you have a movement, which allows you to get around the board, right? However, it does get complex when you get to spellcasters, but you could just play what are called martial classes, which is any class that does not have access to magic. Things like rogues, fighters, barbarians. They do not step outside of the action, bonus action, movement stuff very much at all. It sounds complex, but truly it's not that complex. So for example, fighters, they can do a thing called second wind, which allows them to heal, but that only happens once every rest, which means like unless you've stopped for camp, you don't ever have to think about that ever again. And Rogue's main mechanic is sneak attack, which is not that important. All you really need to know is that if you have advantage against your opponent, so like if you surprise them, if you sneak up on them, if somebody else has their focus by battling them in melee, you do more damage. So really, D&D is pretty easy. There's not a lot to keep track of unless you want to play a character with a lot to keep track of, right? If you want an easy class to start out with, start Rogue, Fighter, or Barbarian. Arguably, you could start Ranger, but they get a little bit of magic. You could also start with... that's probably the safest bets. You could start with Ranger, but it gets a little more complex. Monk's good. Yeah, Monk keeps track of ki, which is kind of like keeping track of magic, but not that bad. Why not Knight or Soldier first? Because those aren't technically D&D classes, but I assume those would be good picks. Serene, that's not your fault. That's your DM's fault. Any DM that gets angry at players for any reason other than outright being like unengaged or disrespectful to the amount of work the DM put in is wrong. Leave that DM in the fucking dust, gamer. Go find a cooler one. Oh, there you go, Sensor Beam. Yeah, Fighter is definitely a good one. Moonpie says, I started with the Cleric and I've regretted that decision, but I love my Owl Cleric very much. I don't think Cleric's like insanely complex. It has complexities. I don't think any class... So to me, my problem with D&D as a player is no class is ever going to be complex enough to keep me engaged. I am a notorious character hopper because I get bored every time. There is no class that is going to have enough complexity to keep me genuinely focused on the gameplay. I'll focus on the narrative, but then I feel like I'm taking up too much space. So it's tough, which is why I'm probably going to be a forever DM. Daniel Furez says, would you say Sorcerer and Warlock multi-class Dragonborn is a good way to go? I think it's very strong and cool aesthetically. It's not that complex. You're going to have a little trouble with Sorcerer because they have meta magic, which allows them to bend the way they use their spells and does burn a resource. So think of it kind of like a mana pool that you can use to change the way your spells work. So you do have to keep track of that, and you have to keep track of your spell slots, but otherwise, it's not too bad. It could be worse. See you later, Ray. Sleep well. All right, let's keep it moving on questions, shall we? Shruly Channel says, I have two questions. Do you like BL? If so, which ones? Do you mean BL like boys love? I don't really participate in reading any romantic material that is sufficiently focused on romance. I just don't care that much. I don't dislike it. I just don't care. If not, which ones would I watch? I really liked Yuri on Ice. I thought that was a really good one. Because I think the narrative focused heavily on the romance, but it was also strongly about character growth and perseverance. So that one for sure, I think, is probably my favorite so far. Second question, do you have any advice for small content creators? Have any advice for small content creators? I have a lot of advice for small content creators, probably too much to put down in one place, but my advice, first and foremost, will always be start now. Start now, hone your skill. See if you like it. Don't invest a ton of money into it until you know if you like it. And if you don't, like see this as something you want to do forever or something you want to try to like either make your main hobby that you're okay losing money on because you will lose money, or your main hobby that you don't care about like investing in the hopes of making money back, don't do it. Just enjoy, like, not using a ton of assets and just have fun and treat it as a hobby. My main advice to small content creators is know what you want out of your content. Are you a content creator because you want to succeed, because you want this to be a job, because you want to make money off this? Are you a content creator for that? Because if so, make sacrifices. Do things you don't want to do. Play games that you're not always the most engaged in. Don't ever play something you don't love, or don't ever play something you hate, right? Like, I'm not going to play games I despise or hate, because if I do that, it will show through. But I will play games that I'm not always the most in the mood for. I'll play games when I know I want to be playing something else. Like, right now, I want to be playing Elden Ring, but I'll probably put Minecraft on the schedule next week because I know Minecraft's good content. Do I hate Minecraft? No, I fucking love Minecraft. But there are times when I don't get to just indulge in mindless hedonism because it's about being an entertainer and making sure that I play games that facilitate good conversations or good content, not what I want to do and veg out and just play this game and go, that was cool. Did you see that? That was cool. Did you see that? Clip that. Did you see that? Did you see that kill? Wasn't that awesome? Like, if you want to be a content creator because you want to have fun, please do that. Remember that you want to do that. Remember that's why you're doing it, and just have fucking fun. Don't worry about if you're successful. Don't worry about your view count. Don't worry about the money you're making or not making, and just enjoy that. And if you know that that's why you're going into this, then content creation will always be a joy to you no matter what. Night, Lily. But if that's not what you want, and you're hemming and hawing and you're not sure if you want to succeed or you want it to be a hobby or if you want to make friends or you want to make money, then figure the fuck out what you want to do, because those two things do not go together. You cannot be the guy who sits there and plays back to back to back to back fucking Call of Duty and is like, cool kill, and then looks at your viewer count and is like, why am I at one viewer? Because nobody's going to watch you play that unless you're either the best player in the world or you're incredibly funny while you're playing it. So either you need to focus on being a creator first and being comedic and fun and engaging and having conversations that are interesting or matter or are passionate and about things you love, or you need to fucking, like, play the game to have fun and play the game and make friends, and that's okay if that's what you want to do. I think a lot of content creators, especially in the indie sphere I've seen, really go into it thinking, like, I'm just going to go and play my favorite games and then I'm going to be the next Markiplier. That's not how that works. Markiplier does not fucking, like, scream in his bedroom by himself when he's playing games. He does not go, oh, did you see that? Did you see that? He's being an entertainer, and that's okay. Like, is that a genuine reaction? Yeah, to a degree, but he's turning up the volume on some of his personality traits that are already there. Don't be fake, right? Don't, like, fake your personality. But to a degree, he's powering up the parts of his personality that are engaging or interesting. He's letting himself be affected by the content more than he probably otherwise would be, because he knows what's entertaining and what's engaging and what, like, is going to facilitate a conversation or at least a reaction out of people. And that's not a bad thing. That's not a dirty word. Progress, success, and, like, amplifying the parts of your personality that are, like, interesting is not dirty or bad. You're still you. Don't be a fake person, but really emphasize the parts of you that are engaging or fun, right? But if you want this to be a job, you need to focus on the not fun parts too. Numbers, what succeeds, check your metrics, see what people like watching, see what people don't like watching, slide in games that aren't just for you, but are also for your audience. Try to find ways to include your community. Try to find ways to make sure that you show people you value them being there. You're never going to get paid for this as a job in a way that is like a paycheck. You're essentially taking tips if people think your content is worth tipping, and that you're not owed that, and they're not owed giving you that money, right? So that makes it, like, tough, because you want to genuinely view the people who watch you as people. You can't ever see them as, like, an entity. Like, I hate calling you guys chat. I hate, and I know a lot of people say this, but you can't, like Ori and Sarah Spunda and Jazz and Trekkie aren't, like, a global fucking conglomerate. They're not, like, chat, but they're also not my best friends. I have to, like, carefully toe that line between parasociality and knowing that you guys are individuals and people, and each of you has your own wants and dreams and goals, and I need to respect that, not as some, like, fucking line of people that are essentially like a faceless wall, but also not as, like, my best friends that I need to know everything about, because we're not friends, right? I'm not going to get parasocial about this shit. You don't love me. You might love my content. You don't love me. You don't know me. You know what I show you. Just like if we actually knew each other IRL, you still don't know me. No one knows me. I don't know me. You know what I show you. And that's fine. Anyway, I got a little off topic. The point is, know what you want. If you want it to be a career, focus hard on making it a career. Don't let people trick you into thinking progress is a dirty word or thinking about numbers is a dirty word, but don't make that your entire existence. Don't turn this into some disgusting fucking like content mill where you don't view people as people and they're just chat now or they're just a paycheck to you. You got to find the balance to making this something you love and something that you think about critically. But if you just want it to be something you love and you don't ever want to think about those critical things, just do it for fun and to make friends, and that's okay. Hey, thanks for the chips, Ghastly. Anyway, there you go. The only streamer I love is Zaid. You're allowed to love Zaid. Fell says, nah, devil's advocate. If you're gonna make it a paycheck, be prepared to hate it. If it's a grind, you're gonna grind. I think that comes through though. Like, yeah, you can always find an audience for anything, even like really facetious, hollow, mindless content that is just for grinding out paycheck after paycheck. Sure. But I think if you don't want to hate your content and if you don't want people who actually view your content critically to hate you in return, you have to find a way to find that like balance between genuinely learning to like your job, even if the parts of it are hard, and still finding that grind. I think. I mean, obviously there's different ways to approach it and different mentalities around it. But in my mind, I don't think I could ever be the person who just grinds out paycheck after paycheck and views like everybody who watches me is conglomerate. And you'll still see people who definitely succeed at doing that. You can go over to Twitch or YouTube right now and there's people with thousands and thousands and thousands of viewers or whatever. And it's like content they don't give a shit about. You can tell they don't give a shit about it. There's ads all over the screen. They don't fucking care who anybody is in their chat. And that's cool if that's what they want to do. And there is a market for that and people will watch that. But people who do want to have a conversation and do want to view things critically and aren't just there for like the most baseline, boring level of like engagement are going to hate you. And I don't want to be that. There's nothing wrong with ads on the screen. Make your fucking bag. You know what I mean. People who are just walking ads. Get your fucking bag. This world's cruel and people need money to live. I mean, if you want to take ads, take ads. Fuck, I'll take sponsorships. Don't test me. Yeah, I respect the hustle. Fuck yeah. I mean, make your money, right? Like, if you can, if you're able to. But I think the best way to make money and be okay with yourself as a person and for your audience to be okay with you and to build trust in a for me, having a platform has always been about building a level of trust between me and the people that watch me while also keeping a line in the sand of you don't know me and I don't know you. We like each other, okay? We tolerate each other's presence. You like my content. I like having people to talk to and have these thought-provoking conversations with, but we're not best friends. However, I still want to have a level of trust between us where you can trust me to be honest about the way I feel about things and you can trust me to have integrity in the content I create because I'm not going to give you like bullshit garbage tier content because I wouldn't be okay with myself putting that shit out. It's okay if you do like that content. That's okay. That's not a bad thing. You're not bad if you like your fucking Cocoa Melons or whatever. Go fucking watch it. Have your fun. I don't care. But for me personally, I don't find creative fulfillment doing something like that. I'm sorry, I've never watched Cocoa Melon. I don't know if it's mindless. It might be incredibly engaging. I was just throwing a word out. It's eating... Zayd's eating a chip! What do you mean? What's that cookie-like thing? Look! Zayd's having a chip. Yum, yum, yum. Ah, I see. Is there a weirdness limit to making things like classes, species, races? I have an assortment of humanoids and animal people, but also half Martian, half USO people, fungus folk, and amoeba centipede people. I mean, there's already bug people and fungus people in D&D, and I mean, there's technically already aliens too, if you count, get Yankee. So, nope, up to you, really. I don't think there's a limit. There's a limit in my settings because I, designed the races to interface with each other in an interesting way. But no, not really. Sarah Spunda, thank you for the 5 gifted member chips. I think too many people try to avoid the topic of streaming in a metatextual sense, and I don't think that's really fair to them or to other people, but I think it's not born out of malice. I think part of it is no bummers, and part of it is a lot of people don't put the thought into it that I do to think critically about why they're doing things. And part of that is just to keep myself in line and make sure I have the right mentality about what I'm doing and I'm not being a piece of shit. And part of that is because, I don't know, I like thinking about things and puzzling why I do things and why things work the way they do. But I think more indie streamers especially would benefit from genuinely reviewing why they're doing what they do. And I think that especially in the indie market, numbers and thinking about numbers can be a dirty word. You're going to hear a million times a day oh, I don't do it for the I don't do it for the numbers. I don't even look at the numbers. Not me. I would never. And I'm I get it. Yes, that's very cool. That's very noble of you, but A, yes, you do. And B, it's not bad to look at that. You shouldn't expect it, and you shouldn't put that burden on your audience. But understanding it is not bad. Understanding it, observing it, and gearing your content toward what works while still being passionate about what you make is not a bad thing. Does Azure do it for the numbers? Yeah. Yeah, he does. Yeah, just never get consumed by... There's the other side of that too, right? There's the other side of numbers where people are too concerned with it. They're oh man, I was I was only at fucking 2 viewers and usually I'm at 5, or I didn't get any... I didn't get a membership today. And I'm yeah, I get it if it's your sole source of income. This is my whole job. I understand being bummed about it, but to be all consumed by it, when I say I don't look at numbers, I don't mean that I don't look at numbers. I look at my numbers. I understand when things are doing well and when things are doing poorly, but I don't hyperfixate on it. I don't know the difference between whether or not I'm sitting at fucking, here, let's look at my numbers. 1 second. I keep the tab closed during the stream, so I don't think about it. But once in a while, I'll take a look. Okay, so we're sitting at about 1,000 people right now, right? So do I look at my numbers to know if something is being vaguely engaging? Yes, but it is entirely a marker. It is a note. It is a red line on the sand real quick that says this is how far this is how this content's doing. This is your rough gauge. It is not a you suck at this, or this is bad, or this stream sucks, or they don't like it. It's okay, now I know. And then I close that tab again and I go about my business. It is raw data to input, to influence the way I think about content going forward. It is not the end all be all. It is not whether or not I'm having a good time. It is not going to ruin my mood or make my mood. It's just, yeah, it's a barometer, exactly. It's just there to inform how you have received this content. Savon says, I followed a streamer who would stop streaming if he got bummed out about the numbers. He'd also love to shill for subs, and it was so uncomfortable to watch. I think I'm gonna drop off this topic in a second because I've been on it for too long and I need to, actually get to answering questions. I think it's easy to get consumed with those things, and it's not an indictment on people who do think about them. Thank you, Sarah Spunda, for the 5 crypto chips. Thank you, Hobbies, for the 5 chips. I don't think it's human, it's natural to focus on those things. I'm sure there's over a dozen, maybe 100, maybe 200 people right now in this room, or who are gonna watch this VOD, who either already tabbed out or are just now hey, this fucking this is bad advice, or this hurts my feelings, or this hurts my ego personally. It's easy for him to say he's making a living off this, or it's easy for him to say he gets fucking 700 people to watch him or whatever. Of course he feels fine, but it wasn't always that way, first of all. Second of all, I understand, and I'm not damning anybody or judging anybody who does focus on numbers or get sad if they don't have enough viewers in their own mind for whatever goal they set for themselves, or they don't make enough money, or they don't get enough subs. It's just, you can't cross that line. You lose trust from your viewers, from your audience, from your friends, and you lose trust in yourself. You change it from a hobby and a passion to something that is going to bring you a lot of pain and sorrow if all you're thinking about is the number of people that are watching or the amount of financial success you've had. Yes, if it's your job, obviously do what you can to make it successful. It is my job, but don't cross that fucking line where you're turning it into like a giant shill fest, I guess, if that makes sense. Like, you can encourage subs or memberships or whatever, and you should reward that behavior. I mean, I struggle with that too, where I'm like, if somebody throws a membership, you know, I feel like I should at minimum acknowledge that and read it and engage with it in a meaningful way. But on the other hand, I'm like, is that baiting? Is that like being like, oh, you can buy my engagement? And a thing that comes with a bigger platform like this is understanding that some people do just want that engagement at any cost and will hurt themselves financially or try to buy it from you. And being mindful of that is really hard for me, because I feel like my gut instinct is to always engage with people who put money down. Because again, as a digital busker, I'm like, well, they took the time out to support me. That deserves some sort of like reward. It's not like I don't want to be a person who's constantly baiting that or feels like I'm trying to get you to, like, the only way you can engage with me is if you drop memberships. I want to feel like I'm reading everybody in chat if I can, when I can. But on the other hand, I don't want to just be like, well, fuck you. I know you supported me, but you're not more special than anybody else, because that's shitty. So finding that balance is tough. Anyway, don't ever let that balance tip over. Don't make it all about money or all about viewership. It won't be good. You won't like it. They won't like it. Moving on. Let's answer some more questions, shall we? You see what I mean? Yeah, Coach says, I do sometimes worry that my super chats are seen as just a way for me to speak louder. And I don't think that's wrong. I think the general conceit, right, of being a content creator is that, yes, obviously, like, people that are supporting you and helping you, you know, not die and eat food are probably going to get a little bit more attention than people who aren't. Like, that's the reality we live in. Like, I mean, fucking... sorry, but the government ain't out here fucking paying my bills. That's you guys. So that's only through your generosity that I survive. But I don't think that people are valueless or worthless or don't deserve some level of attention and engagement and don't deserve to be treated like people just because they don't have the fucking, like, excess to support you right now. I don't have the excess to support a lot of people I would love to support. I do when I can, but I don't. So it's finding that balance, I think, is what's important. It do be like that sometimes. Uh-huh. I do what I can, Nelichka. So far, so good, Oren. Yeah. I'm gonna... never mind. Anyway, moving on. Some questions I cannot answer. Moving on. Photon says, as a fan of world building, have you looked into speculative evolution like Serena? I've looked into speculative evolution. I don't know what Serena is. I've been watching, I haven't finished it, a really good world building series about a speculative, an entire speculative world with different gravitational pull and a different evolutional line where sentient octopuses that, like, wander the land became the dominant sentient species. I thought that was really cool. It was going in an interesting direction. So yeah. Kelly Greenart, thanks for being a Ruzader. Moonchiro says, helping you move to a nicer patch of sand in the desert bucks here. Thanks. I want a snack now. Holds onto your pants pocket that have all the snacks in it. Gimme. No, those are mine. Let me take a bite of my muffin, actually. Ow. Hey, thanks, Soundwave. I've played Baldur's Gate 3. I'm going to punch the Emperor in his non-existent teeth. Agreed, Hina Hikawa. I think, honestly, the HoloStars audience, and I'm assuming the HoloLive audience, I haven't engaged with HoloLive audience a lot. I mean, aside from the crossover I have with HoloLive, which I imagine is very small. I assume they're all, you know, probably, I think they have the best interest of their idols at heart or whatever, or their Oshis or whatever the fuck word you want to use. Their idiot internet content creator, fucking special interest or whatever. I assume they have the best interest at heart for the most part. Obviously, there's always going to be, like, malefactors and things like that, but so far, I've only experienced a lot of really nice people in this community, so that's been great. I mean, you're always going to have loud people who are just assholes for the sake of being assholes. Just ignore them if you can. I mean, unless you want to, like, clap back and make content out of them, which is admittedly very funny, but I've been told to stop doing that, so. Also, I find, like, as satisfying as it could be to smack someone down and make them feel like an idiot, rarely is that what they need, and meeting someone's aggression with aggression is almost always going to make them solidify their hatred for you, and trying to meet them in the middle ground and be like, hey dude, what's making you mad? Like, why do you really dislike this? Or why do you hate this? Or why do you want them to do this? Or why do you want them to do that? Is more important, and finding a way to, like, come to a mutual understanding is hard and takes, like, a dropping of ego for a moment, but extending that olive branch is almost always more fruitful in the long run. That's a secret, Kimley. I can't tell you my first impression. Karaoke Kaleidoscope says, have you taken any interest in the upcoming Hello Games fantasy production, Light No Fire? I'm really looking forward to it myself. I have taken an interest in that. If they can deliver on what they say they're going to do, I think I'll love it. But also it depends on if the combat's good. You can say whatever you want about giant open world games with infinite variables. If the core gameplay sucks, I don't care. You know what else is a giant open world with infinite variables? Minecraft. The combat in Minecraft, I'm not going to put a fine point on it. Sucks. It's fucking dog water. If it wasn't for the actual, like, building side of it, the creative side of Minecraft, I probably wouldn't play Minecraft. Don't get me wrong, I love Minecraft. Super cool game. If I could mod the fuck out of it to have Dark Souls combat, I would play a lot more Minecraft. Violet Wolf says, would you play Kenshi? Maybe. It's a little slow paced, especially when you're first getting started, so maybe. I'm not familiar with Kenshi. I played a single round of Kenshi, a single campaign of Kenshi, where I started as a nobody by myself in the desert, and I think my first 6 hours were mining rocks to get my strength up and sell copper to make money. So it took a very, very long amount of commitment just to get started, and it was very boring. But I enjoyed it a lot because the game was fresh and new to me. I worry that if I re-engaged with it and started fresh, I would hate it, because it wouldn't be new and fresh to me. But there's so much more to do in that game. So possibly. Ooh, good question. I don't want to talk about content creation too much, Mystic Sign, so I'm just going to make this fast. If a viewer says something and you engage and respond with a follow-up question and they don't respond back, what do? My answer to you is thus. Almost never should you ever make your viewers responsible for your content. What I mean by this is you can ask questions if you're genuinely interested and you get the vibe that you're having a conversation and they're participating in that conversation and they're actively engaged in it. But for the most part, viewer questions are for you to leap off like I'm doing right now. Notice how I didn't ask you anything back. I'm just yapping. For you to leap off and talk at them. And that sounds one-sided, but that's what the relationship is. I've seen too many streamers, especially indie streamers, ask a question, dead silence because that person tabbed out or they didn't get to the question fast enough or whatever, or maybe they're still typing and the streamer just sits there awkwardly in silence. Don't do that. Just your content is your responsibility. It is not theirs. And I'm not saying that you're giving them that responsibility or that's your fault. I'm saying you should never trust your audience to be the sole fuel of your content. If you can't just keep talking in a vacuum by yourself, then, well, maybe you want to do this more as a hobby than a job. I don't know. But for the most part, use their question as a way to get into a new train of thought for yourself and then just keep talking. If they want to participate, they'll add on. You don't have to prompt them. You don't have to be like, so what do you think about that, Ruzeters? You guys are doing it now. You're just doing it. Never ever it's not trust as in like you can't rely on your audience because they're untrustworthy. What I mean is it's not their job. You're the entertainer. You should be the one guiding the conversation, just like in a conversation, like in an interview, right? Like you're probably the one guiding that conversation. Mostly because you can't guarantee that they're going to respond, like Mr. Veeg said. So just keep yapping. Okay, Raven Revenant says, now that you're 6 months in, do you feel like your expectations of being idle have changed? Also, any change in goals? I came in with the idea that I was going to be a very subversive idol and that I was going to shake up the status quo and be like, not like what you expected from an idol. That changed in that I think I am approaching being an idol with a certain level of transparency and earnestness, but I am approaching it with the goal of being a good idol. I think originally I thought, I'm just going to be a game streamer and people are just going to have to tolerate that and I won't ever be a good idol and whatever. I guess that's what my niche will be and people will hopefully learn to like that. But I think that I had the wrong idea of idol. I think I had a really poisoned mentality of idol culture. And that hurt the way I thought about what it was. But when I got down to the core of it and realized that being an idol is just being somebody that's hopefully working on themselves enough to be worth looking up to in some way, it made me want to be that because I've always wanted to work on myself. I always want to be growing as a person. So I think mostly what's changed is that within the first few days, I realized I don't want to be a subversive idol. I want to put my best foot forward. I want to genuinely try to be an idol. I want to learn new things. I want to learn to sing. I want to learn to dance. I want to be somewhat inspiring. I want to better myself emotionally and mentally and probably physically even. I want to be somebody that I would be proud to say yeah, that's me. I did that. So that's what I think has changed for the most part. What is my definition of idol? I think if you asked me what my definition of idol was, I would ask you in what context. If you asked me my definition of idol in the most bog standard sense, it's people that dance around on a stage and sing songs. If you ask me what my definition of idol is for me, it is somebody you can idolize. It is somebody you can hold yourself to the standard to, not because they're perfect, but because they have traits you enjoy and you would like to try and hone for yourself. Nobody is perfect. You should never truly idolize someone in their entirety. Deplatform your fucking idols. Stop glorifying them. Stop acting like the people you enjoy the content of are perfect people. They're not. Neither am I. Neither is anybody you enjoy. But there are parts of everybody on this planet you can choose to model yourself after and work towards. Okay, now then. Crimzon said, hi Ruze, any words of advice or encouragement for a new content creators who stream to no viewers? It's not like I look up to you or anything. Yeah, do what you love. There's a heavy balance, especially when you're at 0 viewers. The hardest part of being a streamer early on is getting to having roughly 4 viewers. If you can get past the 0 to 3 mark, you are already doing insanely well and you can start stacking grains of progress. But the problem with being a content creator, if you're trying to make progress, is that you can't really take breaks. I know this sucks, but the reality is if you take a break, you lose viewers. Not all the time, but every time you take a break, everybody's going to go look for more entertainment elsewhere. They might latch onto that. That might be their new favorite thing. They might stop watching you. That sucks. That's a shitty, grim reality, and it's not their fault. They're not bad for doing that. That's just that's reality. People want to be entertained. They're going to go look for entertainment, and they should. They should do that. If you're not keeping their attention, you're not. But mostly it's that if you stack the grains of sand and you're consistent, you'll get more viewers. It's going to be hard getting the first 1 to 3, but once you get those 1 to 3, cherish them. Make sure that you value them as people, just like you should value people, even if you have 10,000 people watching you as individuals. But mostly, do what you love if you can help it. I think that, yes, there is something to be said for doing what is popular or what is successful, but if that does not somehow fit into the middle Venn diagram of something you enjoy, don't do it. Do not just fucking play, the next gacha game because it's popular. Play it because you like it, because you enjoy it. Don't play the next fucking shooter because it's popular. Play it because you like it, because you enjoy it. Don't stream League of Legends because there's a billion fucking people streaming it and you're not going to beat out somebody like I'm a Cutie Pie for viewership, because if someone wanted to watch League of Legends, they'd watch somebody good at the fucking game or somebody engaging at the game or somebody they already know. But if you love League of Legends, put it in your rotation once in a while and do it anyway. A lot of people are going to tell you, stream what's popular. Stream what's popular. Not at 0 viewers. You're not going to compete with people who are streaming Valorant or League of Legends or things like that because there's billions of people doing that. No one's going to see you in the sea of people doing that. Stream what you love, and when you find that niche market, slowly introduce them to other things you love and stack those grains of sand over and over again. And you're going to see backsliding. You're going to see people falling off and disappearing. Don't get fucking sad. Don't get down on yourself. Don't punch yourself in the throat because fucking Lil Timmy didn't show up to a stream for 3 weeks. Oh well, he's got life shit going on. Everybody's an individual. Everybody's got their own shit happening. Hopefully, you'll stack another viewer later. And remember that every one viewer is as important as having 100 viewers. Every single viewer is as important as having 100 viewers. I've seen too many big content creators be like, whatever. I lost a few viewers. Who cares? Nah, dude. Nah, that's not how that works. Every viewer you lose is incredibly important. Okay, moving on. So says, I don't know how to describe it, but Armis felt like completing a missing puzzle at HOLOSTARS-EN, if that made sense. The energy you guys brought motivated me to indulge myself into community stuff. Aw, thanks. By Armis, you mean Armis's glorious leader, Crimzon Rulez, right? Suri said, practicality aside, if you can have piercings, tattoos, body mods of any kind, what would you choose or think that looks cool? Web slingers. You said practicality aside, right? Laser eyes. Ooh, eyes that can interface with digital things. Like if I could hollow my eyes out and replace them with robo eyes, so I could just be on the internet and not paying attention to the conversation I'm having. Bam, that's the one. Adrian Canales says, as an aspiring first-time DM, I've had an idea for a one-shot where the players are in a death race on chariots. How would you run that combat? So, arguably, I would run that combat as if the players themselves are on are the axis by which the map rotates around, right? So enemies each turn are going to move based on how fast or slow the player's chariot is going. However, the players will always be at the central point of the map. That way you can take models on or off the board depending on how big it is without like losing context for where the players are. So the players are always directly in the middle. They do not move. Everything else, the perspective moves around them. Other than that, obviously, melee characters are going to have a really hard time, so try to make rules for, like, boarding enemy chariots or, like, putting things in the way to trip up their horses or their wheels, etc., etc. That's my advice. Holy shit, I fell way behind while talking about content creation. Fuck! How would you handle a time manipulating boss as a DM? So one thing you never want to do in D&D, because D&D's action economy is TTRPG based, which means it's turn based, which means it's slow, which means it takes a while to get around to your players' turns, is you never want to truly take away all of your players' options, no matter what. I would say that a time-based enemy would be versed in manipulating initiative order and possibly taking away an action, but probably never the action. Taking away movement or bonus actions, or having movement speed, or making it so bonus actions become full actions. Things like that are good ways to manipulate time in the context of D&D, or changing initiative orders, or the monster themselves acting outside of the initiative order would be a really jarring shock to your players, right? Those are things I think are good time manipulation mechanics, but you need to make sure that it's still fair, if that makes sense. See you, Serene. Are you a dodge tank or do you eat the hits? Dodge tank forever, baby. You're inevitably going to get hit sometimes and take scars, but nobody wants to get hit. Okay, Choco Milty says, congrats on half year, Ruze. I don't know if this is asked already, but what would you do as a senpai when new boys debut? Tell them about Homestuck, probably, and get them into D&D. Sulfurica says, pardon if this is already asked, how do you feel about city builders? I like them a lot. I've been playing Manor Lords. I really enjoy things like Songs of Six. I like Dwarf Fortress. I know those are more colony sims than city builders. If you're talking like SimCity, I don't engage with it as much. I've dabbled with things like Zoo Tycoon or Jurassic World. sorry, Evolution. Jurassic World Evolution, I guess it's called. They're okay. They're not my favorite. I like the concept of them, but I tend to get a little, I zone out a bit after a while. It takes time. Hello, Kohais. Roll initiative. Exactly. Thank you. Kago says, hey, Ruze, happy 6 months. The name is Kago or KGO. What are your favorite midnight snack? What is your favorite midnight snack? Blastable, thanks for being a bruiser. What's my favorite midnight snack? Oh, whatever's in the fridge. Whatever I don't have to make, probably, because I'm being lazy at midnight. So Pop-Tarts, muffin, jerky, salted peanuts, or cocktail peanuts, I mean. Little snack crackers. Whatever I'm being lazy with, really. Sometimes it's like a chimichanga or microwave burrito or a little taquito or a pizza, oven pizza. Depends. Throw a little water in there, Soso. No, don't do that. Have I ever met a ghost before? Nah, not yet. Beef stroganoff sounds fire. Oh, that's a good question. You know what? Have you ever had a nightmare? If so, what was it about? What was it about? I was plagued with nightmares a lot as a kid. I mean, a lot. And typically very visually vivid nightmares. Sometimes incredibly stupid, sometimes really very not stupid and playing on my natural fears. I've had nightmares about being in a tower and trying to follow my family and getting left behind as they went upstairs, and then realizing someone was coming up the stairs behind me, so I hid under a chair, and then he walked by the chair and then suddenly like dropped down so his face was showing out of the crack of the chair I was hiding under. So that was scary. I've had nightmares about giant spiders trying to eat me and having to like fight them inside mech suits and then getting ripped out of the mech suit by the spiders. I still remember one visual image from that really distinctly. I'll never forget this one. I was running from a massive spider after I got ripped out of this fucking mech, basically. And I dove into a lake that did not exist because it was taking place in my backyard, which is weird. So there's a lake in my backyard that didn't exist. And this massive spider was like easily 5-6 stories tall. And it fell into the lake after me because it couldn't slow down in time. And it started sinking, and I remember these giant, like, pillar-like legs just, like, curling up and, like, shaking as it fell into the lake. And then I realized that the things falling in after it were not, like, debris, but, like, Doberman-sized baby spiders. And one of them, like, tore into my leg as it sunk down. So I started bleeding, and the water started getting all red and foggy around me. So I remember big, bulging black eyes in the dark and, like, trying to see through a haze of red. And then I swam back up and out of there, and I hobbled down the river for a while. And then I think I found my sister, not my oldest sister, but my older sister, the sister closer to my age, and she said, wake up, and I woke up. Turns out she was trying to get me up for school. Remember dreaming about a T-Rex trying to eat me. I had nightmares where for some reason I was some sort of exceptional vampire hunter, and I was beating the brakes off a bunch of vampires on a bus. I don't know what that was about. And then I walked through a portal and I woke up, which woke me up, which is weird. I've had dreams where I was trying to take care of 2 kids, actually, and I wasn't strong enough to pull them up onto a ledge with me, and I watched one of them get eaten by zombies. That was pretty nasty. So that's pretty dark. Anyway. A lot of my dreams involve not being able to help people, I think. Just watching people die in bad ways. I don't have too many nightmares anymore, though. Not too often. They're usually way too vivid for their own good. McDonald? Oh, you're afraid of fast food, huh, Mouse? I get it. Life is good. Was there lead paint in your house? Fuck, probably. I don't know. Knowing where I was, it was probably in the water. Did I have any other dreams? Or rather, nightmares? You asked about nightmares. Did I have any other nightmares that stand out? A lot of these were recurring. I'm trying to remember if I had one that just kept happening that's worth talking about. I mean, I obviously had a lot of one-off nightmares, but I'm just talking about the ones that happened a lot. And I had to keep replaying. I did have a lot of deja vu as a kid. I ruined it on purpose. Maybe that was the initial fuck up with Lady Luck. I remember whenever I had deja vu, which I don't know if I believe in precognition or premonitions. I don't think I buy into that shit. I assume what happened was my brain was creating situations that felt similar in the moment that I felt them, so I imagined I dreamed them or some shit. Or maybe I was dreaming situations that were very common and were likely to happen. I don't know. But whenever I had deja vu, if I recognized it was happening, I would immediately do something other than what happened in my dream, no matter what. Like, if I was having a conversation about fucking pancakes, I would just fucking jump out of my chair, like, pitch my fork across the room and be like, dogs! And my parents would be like, what are you doing? I'm like, defying fate. Nobody tells me how to live my life. And then I'd sit back down and keep eating. So that might be how I pissed off Lady Luck. I don't know. Do I still do that now? I don't really have deja vu anymore. I think I shook Destiny's shackles. Anyway, let's see what else we got going on. So, Rivka Crown says, happy 3 months and happy anniversary, Armors. I got a question. What happens if Zephyr turns into a human? What would you do to him? Compress his ass back down into an axe. I need an axe. I don't need a human. What am I gonna do, swing him around at things? I've never really thought about what happens if Zephyr becomes human. I guess I'd have to find a new weapon. Yeah, he'd have to pay rent, that's for sure. I'd make him pay rent, that's what I'd do. Trekkie140 says, my favorite version of D&D 5e is Level Up Advanced 5th Edition by Inworld. It's more complicated to play, but the game design has a vision I like. Advanced 5th Edition by Inworld. I'm gonna write that down too. Advanced 5th Edition Inworld. Okay. Tulip Angie said, more of a comment than a question. I had a Forever DM with Mercer Effect. It felt more like a visual novel rather than a world where we're affecting it as players. Hey, watch out for that as well. The one side of being a DM is not overtaking everything and making your NPCs more important than your players and making sure they influence the narrative and are the driving force. The other side of being a DM and avoiding the Mercer Effect is don't make your NPCs only there to service the player's fantasy. I know that's a controversial take, and a lot of people are going to say, ooh, but D&D's about the players. It's about them. It's about everybody having fun. It's about a narrative that makes sense, and for me, it is about a sense of a world that breathes and lives without them. If all the players died tomorrow, the NPCs would carry on doing their shit. Yes, the players drive the narrative. No, the NPCs are not irrelevant. Yes, the NPCs have their own, like, wants, goals, desires, fears, and not all NPCs are just there to get slapped around by the player and be pathetic, simpering weasels. All right? Sometimes NPCs are going to slap the players around. Players got to deal with that. That's what a real living world feels like. What is my opinion on DMPCs? Hey, good question. We got a lot of D&D questions today. You guys like your D&D questions. Feel free to send any other questions. Right now, we're really on the meta of being a streamer and on D&D. If you have other Q&A questions, shoot. But to answer your question about DMPCs, I think DMPCs can be run. I've run air quotes DMPCs. But I don't think you should ever view them as your character as a DM. I think that you can have recurring characters that are narratively valuable and important. An example of this would be something like, let's say, fucking Piccolo in Dragon Ball Z. Is he ever a main character? I mean, technically yes, but after a certain point, no, he's not. But he is definitely a recurring character that does have some value and some use. But you also do get powerful DMPCs that should be strong and sometimes cool, like a rival player party is sometimes an interesting concept to take on that. But never make it so that they're like the main focus, right? They can be antagonistic and interesting, and sometimes they can get the upper hand. Sometimes they can one-up the players. Sometimes they can be better than the players at some things, but only in service to making sure that at some point the players can grow to outshine them or get their vengeance or befriend them or learn more about them. Something that narratively justifies why they were the way they were initially. I don't think you should ever play a character that is your character as a DM. But I had like a recurring thief character and a recurring paladin character who occasionally showed up and either helped the party or hindered the party depending on what the situation was. There was a mage the party really liked that was on his own quest that wanted almost nothing to do with the party, but they kept self-inserting onto his narrative, so I let him be a big part of the narrative because they wanted it. So that's my advice. Tiffy says heart. Oh yeah, Tiffy? Well, I say hate. That wasn't very clever, but it's what I got. Hina Hikala Appreciator said, 5 months as a Ruzader along with your half anniversary. Thanks for sharing your passionate, creative, unique contents with pro mindset and carry for safe space. Thanks! Any nickname said it's been 6 months already. Time flies, huh? It's nice having you, stars. No question here because I tuned in late. You can still ask your question. I don't mind. I did almost say fart. I almost said fart. Fire Envy says, you'll eventually become a senpai. What's something you wish your kohais would look up to you for when they think about you? I'm hoping work ethic or passion. I hope if anybody ever looks up to me as a kohai, they look to me as somebody who came into this with zero knowledge and zero skill and wasn't afraid to be bad at it and accepted that I would be and just chose to grow through that. Anyway, Jogi said, soup. Thanks. Soundwave says, good thing I have a free member. Wait, I already read that. Mr. Veek said, cheers. And Nathaniel Wanner said, hi, woos. Genuine question. Have you always talked like that? At debut, I thought you were putting on a voice. Then I realized you talk like that normally. You mean like gravelly? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, obviously, like, I think the funny thing about the way I talk is people constantly accuse me of it being fake or like put on or whatever. And that's cool. I get it. But like, all of my voices are my voice. Like, if I really chose to, yeah, I could like, I guess I could drop it. It's just the natural way I talk. It's kind of like when people talk with sort of like a certain twang, I guess. It's just the way I was raised to speak or the way I started speaking naturally as a kid. Obviously higher pitched, but yeah, I mean, I could clear the fucking voice. I do other voices and those are all my voice. Like, it's not a fucking voice modulator. Like when I talk like this, there's no gravel and that's technically my voice. And when I talk like this, I mean, that's like smoother sound, I guess. But they're all facets of my voice, I guess. This is just the most comfortable way to speak naturally. But people, I think, try to get you on the like I got you, now I caught you. Ooh, oh, so that's not your real voice. I'm like, I guess, sure, fuck it. Which one is my real voice? Like, what do you mean by that? It's the one I talk in on the day-to-day, every day, all day. But yeah, sure. I guess this is my real voice. Like, I don't know, dude. Skip. Your answer is, this is the voice I talk in on the day-to-day and have for, I don't fucking know how long. But I have a lot of voices I can't do. Wait, it's all Ruze? Always has been. Yeah, Zayd's my real. That's true. That's true. Zayd actually isn't real. That was me. I'm sorry. I was doing the Zayd stream. I just wanted to test out if people would hate me for my real voice. Fuck. If Alex, oh no. Rini, thanks for being a bruiser. Yeah, Zay's not real. Sorry, guys. I faked it. I faked it the whole time. That's me. Ruze is the fake one. I'm actually 15 fucking Ruzeters in a trench coat. All right. I'm almost caught up. Woolster says, thank you for streaming. Soups. My question, is there something you can do, when you have a bad day to reset before retrying when life Dark Souls you with -1 luck? Huh. Yeah, I mean, not really. I don't think so. When I'm really down in the dumps, the one thing I treat myself to is retreating from every platform. I just stop looking at, Twitter. I stop looking at my Discord. I stop looking at my messages from my manager. I stopped thinking about content for a second because 98% of every day is baked around the idea of like, what do I do? Like, how do I work on this project? How do I better myself? How do I really, move forward with my skills so I can be a better idol? How do I engage people? How do I make sure that I'm giving artists the appreciation they deserve? How do I do all of these other yada, 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 yada shit? How do I make sure that I'm working on projects? So if I'm really having a bad day or I feel overwhelmed, I give myself like 3 or 4 hours and I'm like, I'm just not going to look at anything. I'm just going to go fucking chill. I'm going to go watch mindless videos that I know have nothing to do with content creation and can't help me in any way and are just to enjoy things. I'm going to watch TikToks for a while. I'm going to fucking, I don't know, read a novel that's not for book club. I'm going to go lay on the ground and stare at the ceiling and get lost in my thoughts for a while. Basically, I disconnect if I want to give myself a little bit of a break. That's how I give myself a good day. Okay, Miss Kid says, howdy Ruze, lore question. So if the government's going to object, feel free to be vague. Are you ever going to expand on what happened on the video from your debut with other mercenaries? Look out for the voice back this month. Neroro says, when do we remind you about being reminded for the Yu-Gi-Oh story? Hey, good question. So, when do we remind you about being reminded for a Yu-Gi-Oh story? Scripted ad. Fuck! Damn it, Miss Kid, delete your account. They caught on that you're my scripted ad placer. Fuck! Damn it! Sorry. If I don't think I was clear enough about this on the post. Voice content is a tier 4 reward. I know, sorry, I'm shilling. Here I am. Thank you, Maze, for being a jackass. There you go. Spoiler, it will still be available later, so don't freak out. Don't panic if you don't have money. Don't rush to, sell your fucking kidney or whatever. It's good. I'm just letting you know it is a jackass tier reward, so. All right, Neroro says, when do we remind you about the Yu-Gi-Oh story? If you want it, you can have it right now, but I do warn you to gird your goddamn loins. I'm telling you to tighten your fucking waist belt for a second because you're going to want to cringe so hard that your intestines are going to pile out of your stomach. Are you ready? Thank you for putting your kidney back. Are you girding? You girding? You've cringed harder? All right. So, when I was a little lad, I don't know how old. Oh, wait. I mean, when I was the same age I am now, and I was... When I was a baby, and I got time traveled to when Yu-Gi-Oh was out, sure. When I was a kid and I played Yu-Gi-Oh, I was at school, right? And this one kid decided to host a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. And thankfully, the teachers caught wind of this or whatever and said, no gambling in school. You're not doing that, because they thought it was gambling because people are stupid. They also stole my dice. I just remembered. Those fucking bitches. Anyway. So one kid decided to host a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament in which he would give out a prized card to whoever won this tournament. I don't remember what the card was. I don't remember very well. I was pretty young at the time. But I remember I brought my deck and I smoked this kid. And he was a pretty sore loser. I got through the tournament. I got to the kid and I smoked him. He's a pretty sore loser. Didn't give me the card. Teachers canceled all tournaments going forward. Said we can't bring our card to school anymore and that gambling's not allowed. Anyway, I'm going to tell you the story about the kid because the tournament felt really cool. I felt like the main character when I beat the tournament and then beat him. But the kid, woo! Talk about not feeling cool. All right, so he's a kid, so I don't want to make too much fun of him. I mean, even though I was a kid, so I didn't mock him. I was ostensibly his friend, but even as a kid, I understood how weird this kid was. He was the type of person who would like, he couldn't like raise an eyebrow to like look at you with one eyebrow up, you know, like a schmarmy like Pixar schmolder. So he would turn and look at you, take his pointer finger and lift an eyebrow, and then be like, well, are you ready for what's coming next? And I will never fucking forget how pissed this kid got when I turned and looked at him after I started beating him, and I played my masterful win. I raised my one eyebrow and I was like, well, are you ready for what's coming next? This fucking kid, dude, he was so mad. He was such a little dork. It was charming in a way, but also, you know, schools, you know, fucking dog eat dog world out there. It's all sharks trying to eat each other, and the poor kid got made fun of a lot, so I obviously kept him at arm's length, which is shitty of me, but it is what it is. He really thought he was in the Yu-Gi-Oh show, dude. I remember when we were about to have our like duel or whatever, he was kind of watching over the shoulder of the kid who was playing against me in the semifinals or whatever you want to call it. We didn't have like official terms for it. It was just the second to last match, and he brought his big long coat to school that day, and I beat the kid. So he looks at me, does the finger eyebrow thing, and is like, well, it looks like I have my rival, and then spun with his coat and like threw it in a way to like kind of get it to like throw up, you know, like spin around with him, and then walked away, which is wild because he had his deck on him. He could have just sat down and started playing, but he had to walk away first. Oh, man. Woo! Wild. Oh, it was a real kid, I assure you. He was a real kid. He's also had a really bad habit of licking his palms, so I never touched his stuff. He would like lick his palms because he said his hands were too dry. Little dude wanted to send you the Shadow Realm so bad. He really, really did. He really, really did. He was a cat? I don't know. But he would like full on, like tongue out, palm at the top of his fucking nose, you know? Like wrist to fingertips, lick all the way down and up, like a motion. And then do the other hand and then rub his hands together. I was like, hey, bud, stop doing that. He's like, they're dry. I'm like, yeah, saliva dries things. It's getting worse. Stop doing that. I'm like, it's weird. People see you doing it. No one offered to help correct his behavior? Oh, I think people tried to correct his behavior. I think he was just kind of a weird kid. And I mean, kids are weird. What are you gonna do? I'm assuming he doesn't lick his hands anymore, but he was a kid, so. He became Venom. I would like to know less. I told you to gird your goddamn loins. Did I not tell you? Raised by flies, born to be an edgy... Wait a minute. Was that kid a lot of flies in a trench coat? Maybe that's why he couldn't flex his eyebrows. Was I battling 50,000 flies in a trench coat? Passionate duel intensify. Part Yu-Gi-Oh character, part Stephen King character. Oh no! Man, it's weird how many air quotes rivals I've had as a kid. I don't know what about my face makes people be like, I'm gonna be this guy's rival. I'm like, you can't do it. You ain't it. You ain't that guy. Don't do it. You're not that guy. You're not that guy. Was his deck all flies? That's a dead giveaway. Huh. Maybe. There's more? Oh, there's more. Oh, there's more. It's probably my face. Yeah. You're the main character? Wouldn't that make me like... Wouldn't that make them the main character? I'm just a foil. I'm pretty sure his deck was almost entirely relying on Blue Eyes White Dragon. You've activated my trap card. Now I special summon Blue Eyes White Dragon. I think he thought he was... Oh, you know what? I used some sort of fucking shitty... Man, my deck was so fucking hand-me-down. It was so old. I used a card my older sister gave me. It was fucking a Labyrinth Beast. I remember I was playing hyper defensively and just being really annoying and pecking at him constantly. I think my main monster was some sort of Labyrinth Beast thing. I don't remember what it was. Damn. Labyrinth Wall? I think it was kind of bug adjacent. How long have I liked bugs? I think I had a fascination with things I was afraid of. I want to say it had like sort of a lamprey mouth and like big bulging eyes, but I can't remember anymore. I should look back at that at some point. Shadow Ghoul? Uh-oh. Maybe it's Wall Shadow. That sounds familiar. That sounds familiar. I'm gonna look it up. Nothing stopped. I don't know why I'm always so nervous about Googling things on stream. Oh, that was my guy. That was my boy. Wall Shadow. Yeah. Yeah. I remember playing hyper defensively with Wall Shadow for some reason. Yeah, Wall Shadow was cool as fuck. Love the look. What you got in your cup? I'll never tell. Ho, 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 ho. Hope D&D was good, gamers. Okay, I think I'm caught up, right? Am I caught up? Am I done? Did I do it? Is the Yap Zone ended? Ah, fuck! Little dude wanted to send you to Shadow Realm so bad, says Jax. Wait, I did read that one. Thanks for the soup, Jax. Okay. Whew! I'm trying to think of other rivals I had as a kid, or people who thought I was their rival when I was like, I barely know who you are. I had a rival... Oh, God. Oh, God, that's oh, whoop! Ah! Oh, I don't want to tell. Actually, some stories remain never to be talked about. I changed my mind. You know what? There is no bribery that is worth telling some stories. Would the anime crazed guy be a rival? No. Whew! Ah, man. Sorry. Sarah Spinda said, I recently heard about a D&D theme park called Evermore, but unfortunately it closed. Do you know of it? I've heard of Evermore, yes. Would you have gone to it, or have I gone there before? I've never been there. I would have gone to it 100%. Right now, my eye is on Beekaleen. I want to go to Beekaleen in Canada really bad. Or wait, is it Canada? It might be Germany. I don't remember. I'm cringe and free, but there's some levels of freedom that just aren't worth it. You know what I mean? Like, I ain't it. I'm not that guy. Maybe I'm not that guy. Maybe my era as the rival character is finally ended. I'm done. You really did open Pandora's box of memories. Thinking about my childhood, air quotes, rivals. Woohoo! God damn. I remember I had this one girl who thought she was my rival in high school because she was very, like, she was really artistically gifted and super studious and really, like, saw herself as, like, this big brain, hot shot, like, fucking top of the class A student. And I remember she was really annoyed because she knew I was smart, but I didn't care to compete and I didn't give a fuck. So she was constantly like, oh, yeah, like, you should apply yourself. You should apply yourself. But then also trying to rub in my face if she did better than me. So she'd be like, she would approach me and be the annoying type of person who would ask me a question she didn't want the answer to. Like, hey, how'd you do on the ACT? And I'm like, you don't want to know. Like, why do you want the answer? Like, it doesn't matter. It's not that big a deal. So then she'd be like, oh, I got like a 30. And I'm like, okay, great, cool. And she's like, so what'd you get? I'm like, 29. She's like, did you study? I'm like, no, of course not. No, I'm just gonna fucking wing it. I'm not interested. I'm like, you beat me. Are you happy? Like, move on. She's like, how did you get a 29 and you didn't even put any effort in? I'm like, because I don't know, dude. Like, I'm good at tests. Tests are easy. You know more than me. Like, you're smarter than I am. You're better at retaining knowledge than I am. Tests are just easy to gimmick. I'm better at gaming systems than you are. That's what it is. Ever been to a Ren Fair? Yeah. Didn't she have a little crush on you, says Barbara? I don't fucking know. I was classically very terrible at telling people had crushes on me. I came to find out years later that half of my fucking friend group probably did, but they were high schoolers and everybody had crushes on each other all day, every day. So I guess I didn't think about it and I didn't care about it personally, so. Isn't it supposed to be a test of the basic knowledge they teach you? Says Grand Cricket. I think she was always mad in classes we shared because she would spend a lot of time studying and stressing and doing her homework, and I had a really bad habit of not doing my homework because of clinical depression. So I'd just come in and be like, no, I didn't do it. I would just save time and be like, I didn't do it. And then I'd sleep on my desk all class, and then I'd leave, and then I'd come back. I would ace my test, and then I would leave, and then I'd come back because I was a fucking idiot and a bad student. But it pissed her off that I would match her grade, or not her grades. Her grades were way better than mine. But I would match her on tests, or I would outdo her on tests occasionally, not all the time, without ever trying. So I think she felt like it was like a nurture versus nature, or like talent versus like dedication and hard work type of thing. And I'm like, dude, like, I'm not trying to show you up. I don't want to. You're better at this than me. I'm not interested. Oh, I friend zoned the fuck out of people. Woo! I friend zoned the shit out of people. I didn't mean to, but I sure did. I was so stupid. I was so devoid of like knowledge that people were into me that, I mean, like, people would like. How much can I talk about safely on stream? At one point, one of my friends bit my neck, and I was like, you're such a fucking weirdo. This is why you shouldn't read Twilight. And that was it. That's as far as I thought about it. That's all I said to them. I was like, you're so fucking weird. And then I went about my business. I'm like, okay, well, anyway. Goddamn, I was stupid. Goddamn, I was stupid. In retrospect, looking back, I'm like, I think the problem was I viewed myself through such like a negative lens. I could not fathom the idea of someone being like genuinely interested in me. So I just subconsciously assumed everybody was either trying to get something out of me or only gave a shit because they were confused about who I was. Kinda, yeah. Zero romantic interest? You didn't like anyone? I mean, I had like childish crushes or whatever, but not really. I just don't think I was that interested in like pursuing a relationship because I understood the weight that came with that. I certainly wasn't interested in like flings or anything as a kid, so I don't know. I knew I didn't have the emotional capacity to be in a fulfilling relationship, especially with clinical depression. So I don't know. I just stayed out of it. And also, I don't think I felt like I didn't know anybody well enough to truly want to be in a relationship with them. And I thought no matter what relationship I was in, people would be disappointed by the reality of me being a sweaty, like withdrawn nerd and not truly being this mysterious, quiet guy that I tried to present myself as. I tried to be very stoic in school for a long time. This stopped happening after, sophomore year. But in freshman and sophomore year, I was so quiet, people just called me fucking Mute. That was what they called me. I'm not shitting you. That was my earned nickname. They're like, hey, Mute, what are you doing? And like knock my book out of my hand or whatever. That kind of shit. So eventually I stopped being so stoic and I was loud and funny, and then more people liked me even more. But then I was like, but I'm not actually loud and funny either. I'm a fucking nerd. I sit at home, I play video games, I look at D&D books, and I don't fit in with these groups that I try to fit in with. Like I would hang out with, the fucking like the druggies and the cool kids and the nerds and all this shit, and I'm like, none of these groups really fit me other than maybe the nerds, but they're all like fucking theater nerds and things I don't really get into. They all like fucking Hitalia and shit, and I don't care about that. So I'm like, really, I just don't fit in with any of these damn groups. You have lived a long and interesting life, and I don't know if that's a good thing. Says Hip Hip Bray. I've been alive for billions of years. Of course I have. No, I'm just kidding. Life was weird. There's different flavors of nerd, sir. Of course there are. But typically, growing up, you don't want to let on that you're the D&D nerd. Or the RPG nerd, or the Warhammer nerd, or the Yu-Gi-Oh nerd, or whatever the fuck you were. You probably wanted to try and play it kind of cool. You know what's funny is I did end up doing a couple plays in school. Not because I was in theater. I wasn't in theater class. They just needed somebody to sub in, and not enough guys were willing to try. So I did do that. So I guess, in a way, maybe I was the theater nerd. Everything you try to avoid being labeled as is now vogue these days. Isn't that funny, Jorbizzle? Isn't that funny? How did you get into D&D anyway? Actually, I played with my older sister and her friend. My older sister's friend had been given a 2nd edition D&D book from his dad. So I played with them once, and then I played 4E when I was a kid. I want to say I played that. I think I went with my older sister to hang out at their friend's like house, and they did the traditional like nerds in the basement thing, and they just handed me a fighter, and I played that. I never really got to play D&D until I was like a little bit after school. A little bit after school. I don't give a fuck. It fought everybody that tried to bully me. I didn't really do a lot of fighting. I mean, I did my fair share of like, I had a fight or two. I mean, I obviously I've had my scuffles. For the most part, I talked or threatened my way out of fights, which, by the way, don't ever do this. This is really, really bad advice. Don't do what I did, because you're going to get in a situation you can't really walk out of. Yeah, I would tend to be a little bit more aggressive than I should have been at times when threatened with a situation I did not want to be in, and it was mostly a defense mechanism. It was acting harder than I was. So, for example, there was a kid bullying me in art class, and at some point it got down to the point where it's like, all right, meet me after school. I was like, so my immediate response, stupid response, don't ever say this, don't do this, was, okay, bring a knife. And he's of course was like, what? I was like, bring a knife. I'm not here to like fucking dickwag at you. I'm not trying to prove who's tougher. I know you're bigger than me. If you're not gonna get serious, don't come. Bring a knife. I'm gonna be bringing one. So neither of us showed up to that fight. I didn't want to get my ass whooped, and I didn't want to really bring a knife. And he didn't show up because he didn't want to get stabbed. Neither of us told any teachers, and both of us avoided each other for the rest of that year because both of us, I think, probably were vaguely suspecting the other showed up, but we didn't. Do not try to out crazy the other person. In another world, I showed up for that fight out of ego, and he did bring a knife, and I got stabbed and I died. So don't do that. How did you know he did not show up? Because he was bullying me for the entire year up until then, and then suddenly decided he didn't want to bully me. So he clearly believed I showed up with a knife, and he didn't. Otherwise, he would have been mocking me even more incessantly and very publicly, and that would have went all over the place. Luckily, I was smarter than him. So I did not bring up that I didn't show up. And he thought I did show up, and I guess just assumed I didn't have enough social clout or was too afraid to, like, rub it in. Lady Luck was on my side for that one. I did successfully roll deception, yeah. I got lucky on that one. I successfully rolled intimidation. Once! My max intimidation worked once! I used up all my luck not getting stabbed as a kid. Sorry to change the topic. Have you ever gotten any D&D dice blessed at Gygax's memorial stone? No. I didn't even know that was a thing. That sounds funny. Nat 20 deception check. Let's go! You can't die yet. I still have so much to torment you with. Ever been to a Ren Fair? How did I miss that? Yes, I have. I enjoy Ren Fairs. Thank you, Dusk. I like them a lot. I wish I could go to them more. Oh, I haven't cheated death once. Let's see. I cheated death when I almost drowned in the river. I cheated death when I almost drowned in the pool. I cheated death when I had that asthma attack after falling out of that tree because my sister pushed me too high. I cheated death when my sister threw me out of a golf cart and I had an asthma attack. I cheated death when I got lost in the city and the first person to find me was a cop and not a kidnapper. I cheated death when I didn't get stabbed. I cheated death when I didn't get stabbed again. I cheated death when... Oh, my appendix didn't blow up inside me. Where else have I cheated death? I probably cheated death a dozen times and didn't realize it when I was like riding in the trunk or in the open bed of the truck. Huh. When else have I cheated death? Oh well. Monster hunting? Oh yeah, definitely. Question, have you ever medically checked the full capacity of your lungs now? No. I haven't been to a doctor in my adult life except for once to get an appendix taken out. You think I can afford to go to a doctor? For all I know, I've got like half a lung working and I don't give a shit. If I don't know it exists, it's not a problem. If I don't know the problem's there, it does not exist. It's no. Azriello, I did not say that is what's happening. I said I don't know if anything's happening and I don't want to know. Not even the dentist. I did go to the dentist. Actually, right after I joined HOLOSTARS. I had to get a wisdom tooth removed. 2 wisdom teeth removed. Yeah. 3. Wait, 1, 2. Yeah. HOLOSTARS at Cheating Death. Name a better duo. They took my bones. Did I keep it? They wouldn't let me. See you later, Keiko. Why not all 4? Genuine question. I was actually going to get the other 2 removed. I got the 2 on my right side removed. I was going to get the 2 on my left side removed, but something came up with cover, and I can't remember what it was anymore. It was something important that I had to do, so I canceled, and then I never rescheduled. I should get the other 2 removed, though. How am I still alive? Oh, I'm surprised I never broke any bones. I'm trying to remember what other fucking stupid shit's happened to me. I survived the flood. I survived the house fire. I survived... Let's see. You know, in retrospect, I probably almost died a lot. My sisters are not married. Now, Mew, that's not... Listen, I've said it 1,000 times. I'll say it again. Let's definitively define my luck really quick. I'm gonna say it one more time. I have -1 luck all day, every day. If anything can go wrong in a game, a mundane activity, if an object can leap off a shelf and fall in front of my toes so I kick it, it will happen. If, like, a bug can fly in my eye, it will happen. However, if it is a life-changing or important event or a life or death situation, my luck is absolutely bonkers. Just genuinely bonkers. Like, the type of shit where you're like, how did that happen? The fucking house fire, I happened to, like, be unable to fall asleep that night. I would not let my siblings sleep because I was too afraid to be asleep or be awake by myself. And it was like fucking, I don't know, 2 a.m. or some shit. And the house caught fire. And only because I was awake did we hear the yell to get the fuck out of the house. Very lucky. Very lucky. But only when it matters. Anyway, I'll save that story for another time. Don't worry about it. I'll tell you one day about the house fire and the flood and other stuff and the asthma attack. Oh, and the time the pool. I'll tell you about the pool one day. All of my good luck is spent dealing with near-death experiences and life-altering moments. Yeah. How many reminders do we have to set up? Next time we do a Q&A, I guess. Those are some shonen protagonists. That was just raw. I don't know about shonen protagonists. That's not, that ain't it. I don't think I've dealt with any hurricanes. Near tornado misses, but no hurricanes. I experienced my first earthquake in Japan. That was cool. Passive versus active luck. Yeah, my luck is like a Homestuck class. There's passive and active variants. Hereupon says, bro, this reminds me of Verper's Wild Stories. Who the fuck is Verper? No, I'm just kidding. Oh, man, I would have wanted to hear some of those. That sucks. I guess I can watch VODs, though. Fair. I'll take 100 earthquakes over a single tornado. Well, I think earthquakes are pretty devastating and can hurt a lot of people, unfortunately, and a lot of land. And I mean, obviously, the effects they have on people is not good nor fun. I don't know that I would take 100 earthquakes over a single tornado, but honestly, I would just take none of them hitting like population centers if I could help it. Gotta get your luck refund every now and then through horrible incidents. Kinda, yeah. Luck, proc chance, unreliable, bench the unit. Listen, just don't rely on luck. Rely on my incredible planning and fallback plans. My contingencies upon contingencies. All right, gamers. Any other questions outside of idle stuff or D&D stuff? I think we've covered D&D and idle stuff enough, and streaming. So you can ask me idle questions. No more meta streaming questions. No more D&D questions. Go. That's brutal, Skipper. I'm sorry to hear that. My least favorite piece of media. That's a weird question. I have a lot of media I don't like. I don't know that I would ever mark one at the bottom. I don't have a least favorite. I'm gonna be lazy this time. I'm gonna be lazy and say I don't have a least favorite. Favorite polearm bounces wildly between like pikes and halberd. Are you a fan of Dragon Age? 1, yes. 2, no. 3, I haven't played. I like all kinds of music. Favorite Homestuck kid? I got a soft spot for Dave Strider, but I recognize that I'm probably more of a Dirk Strider, sadly. I think my favorite's Dave. My second favorite might be Rose. Might be Rose. Maybe John. I don't know. The kids are cool. I played Mass Effect 1, I played through half of 2, and then I dropped it. Who are my favorite Armus boys and Tempest boys? I hate every single one of them. How to clean bloodstain on carpet? You're going to want to use bleach and... Wait, what color's your carpet? You need to use something that's going to like soak first, and then it dries up all the liquid at the same time, because you need to like soak in the blood first. Did I buy? No, I didn't buy the gigantic Larvesta plushie. Are you kidding me? How? No, and I'm not gonna. Write that down, write that down. I actually really like Mass Effect. I think it's kind of influenced the way I design Aliens. I think Mass Effect's a good game. I just never found the time to finish it. I let a friend borrow Mass Effect 2 or 3, I think. Maybe it's 3. I let a friend borrow my Mass Effect, and I borrowed one of his games, then he moved away. Hey, Ruze, when you were all in Japan, who was the strongest among you? Me, clearly. Come on. The Bastard Project has hit a bit of a snag. I think people knowing that I want to be called a bastard makes it harder. Do I have an Oshi? Nah, I try not to idolize any one person. I idolize pieces of people, I think. Things I want to be better at. Favorite Yago moment? Oh, there was that time, there was that time at the beach. That was cool. Who's my favorite character in Mass Effect? Either the pilot or Garrus. What are you drinking right now? I was drinking Stamina Potion. Suikoden. Never heard of them. What are they about? I'm not a big tea guy, fan. I like it okay. It's just not enough caffeine, frankly. I think is the problem I have with it. Favorite D&D deity? I don't have one. Maybe, I don't know, fucking tier. I don't really think about the deities a ton. I like to write my own. Favorite thing to cook or bake? My favorite thing to cook, if I didn't have to clean it up constantly, would be... probably bibimbap. Just takes too much prep time, though, and too much cleaning afterwards. Or... maybe smash burgers. Have you seen Mr. Unlucky Has No Choice But to Kiss? It's a J-drama. I think you'd enjoy it because of what you said about your luck. That the title really sounds like something I would not enjoy, Blue Mystery. But there's the possibility I am always open to be pleasantly surprised. So I have not seen it, but it is something that I might be willing to check out in the future. Jazzy says, hey, thanks for being an asshole, by the way. Is there a specific type of tea, fruit, mint, etc., or coffee? Tea, no, or coffee, caramel, mocha, etc. you drink to wind down? I tend to just default to mocha lattes, so that's what I do. I just pull like half a cup of coffee, I fucking steam some milk, pour that on top, boom, done. Put a little Hershey syrup in there, a little vanilla creamer. Shirley Channel says, have you heard of Don Mai? The plots are usually set in ancient fantasy China. It is romance between two guys, but it usually has a very good plot and lore. Don Mai. I don't think I have, actually. Fantasy China. Huh. Oh, it's a genre. Okay, I was like, I don't think I've heard that as a title. I do like political dramas. I do like political dramas. Interesting. Very cool. What's your favorite Pokemon? Says Benui. Volcarona. Yeah. And then probably gets tough after that. Spinarak. Paris. Maybe Paris, then Spinarak. Scyther. Sceptile. I like Galvantula a lot. Araquanid. I like Vespiquen. Abra. Damn. There's a lot. There's a lot. I like a lot of Pokemon. Centiskorch. Scolipede. Favorite gin? Oh yeah, Golaspod's very cool. Favorite gin? Maybe 5? No, maybe 3. Probably 3. I'm a sucker for 3. It's the one I started with, so. My mom got a frother. How to use it? Depends on the type of frother. Mine is just a spiral frother, so you just click a button, it spins the milk, it froths it. But some frothers are steam wand style frothers, so basically you descend the wand into it, you flick on the frother, it's gonna foam the milk. It's best if you hold the cup at an angle so the milk's diagonal, so it froths really well, but it doesn't make the bubbles super big, because it's gonna shake it up too much at the bottom and make the bubbles huge if you don't tilt it first. And if you can get that nice spiral motion going on where the steam is shooting out in a way that it spins the milk and spirals it around the cup, it's going to make a really smooth foam, essentially. Also, remember to always clean your steam wand. Not just the outside, but you need to open it up and clean the inside. You'll get curdled milk inside if you don't do it. Yoko Blue, thanks for being an Axel. That's fair, Jazzy. I just use coffee as like a little treat. The amount of caffeine inside of it doesn't affect me at all. There's no cup of coffee you could give me unless you tossed a bunch of espresso in there that could ever do anything to me, like to give me a caffeine boost. So it's neither a wind down nor a wind up for me. It's just a little treat. It's just to have a hot drink. See you later, Loomy Bubs. Bye. It basically is a serotonin boost or something to give me vibes. Coffee is almost always a vibe for me. So like what I'll do is I'll light a candle, I'll turn off the lights, I'll make it so it's just a computer screen, and like I'll probably put on some fucking, I don't know, dungeon synth or some sort of like shitty fucking appropriately like stereotypically nerdy music. And then I'll pop down a little latte in my little fucking mug or whatever, and I'll just work on whatever it is I want to work on. Am I shrimping? No. Not right now, actually. I'm waving my hands around a lot when I talk and shaking my head, but I'm not shrimping. Ubicelli! Unless that's Ubicell. Hey, thanks for being an asshole. I don't know what your profile picture is, but it seems disgustingly adorable. Now I'm gonna fight it. Shrimping is when you sit with a super hunch, when you're hunching over really bad, yeah. Any plans on a solo collab with Goldie? Right now, Goldie's taking a little bit of a break, so that makes it harder. We had plans to play... Oh, I don't want to spoil what it was. We had plans to play a game together, but it fell through because of some idle homework we both had to take care of that we were both way behind on. I still think he's working on his stuff. I don't know for sure. It depends on what part of it he's at. I caught up on my end though, so we'll have to wait and find out. I don't actually like matcha. Is there any games that have come out that you personally think more people should know about? I mean, yeah, of course. You know, if you're looking for something super chill, super relaxing, play something like Rusty's Retirement. It's actually a desktop-based game that pops up and only eats up some of your desktop, so you can play it on the side while you're working on things. If you're looking for a game that's an incredible roguelike that has elements of things like Kirby, Dead Cells, and Metroidvania aspects with an interesting story, play something like Skull the Hero Slayer. If you're looking for a game that is a sort of slow burn, old school dungeon crawler style adventure RPG with pixel graphics, you could play something like Barony. I think a game called Crawl was really cool, and I never got a chance to play it much because I didn't have people to play with, so I want to try that out at some point, maybe with the boys. Do you like JRPGs? Ostensibly. I liked them. I haven't played any in a modern sense. When I was a kid, I played Tales of Symphonia with my older sister, and I liked that a lot. But I don't have a lot of time to play long-form RPGs right now. If I were to pick one up, I'd probably pick up Final Fantasy VII Remake, or... that's probably the most likely thing I'd pick up. Kat says, they just released a bunch of new bug Pokemon merch in Japan. I know! One's a Volcarona Suncatcher. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's awesome. I'd play 16 maybe, yeah. I watched my older sister play Vesperia. It was cool. I don't know any RPG Maker games. I like the idea of RPG Maker games, but typically I don't hunt them down. The closest I've gotten is different, like Pokemon fan game. Can I say that, actually? Totally normal licensed Nintendo Pokemon games. Shin says, I'm interested to know more about your art and drawings. Have you always been doodling, or did you get into art later in life? I doodled a lot when I was a kid, and I liked drawing a lot, but I ended up giving up on it because I recognized that my art style was a very poor facsimile of my older sister's art style, who in turn adopted her art style from somebody else, so I was a copy of a copy, and a very pale one at that. I also recognized I didn't really have a ton of passion for it. I like it occasionally, but I don't have the dedication to truly get good at it, and I know art is a skill that is developed, not a talent you're born with. I recognize that. Anybody can be good at art. I chose not to be. I just did not have the time to put into it. So yeah, I might do more art streams one day. Maybe I could draw you guys something. I don't know. I'll figure it out. If you guys want more art streams, I'm willing to put the time back into learning again. Rinrolo says, always appreciate your Zotsus. Looking forward to where you'll go from here to 1 year. Hell yeah. Anyway, here's some gifts, Crusaders. Please play Final Fantasy Tactics. That's another one my older sister was really into, funnily enough. Thanks for the gifted chips. Enjoy those, Zaid. Yum, 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 yum. I kind of want a Final Fantasy Tactics remake. I feel like Final Fantasy Tactics is exactly the type of game I would play. I know I didn't care for it as a kid, but I'd probably like it now. Mar says, is your hair originally dark brown? Light brown? Were you naturally born like that, or did you bleach it all that way? That is a great question. And what's really cool about that question, I think, is... Anyway, I like your art streams. It's another vehicle for you to yap. I do like vehicles to yap. I love vehicles to yap from. That is actually my favorite. I mean, I also like my selfish streams once in a while. I'm thinking I might stream some Elden Ring soon if I can get the okay to do that. Obviously, that's going to take a little time. It's not like global terms on that one, but I'm hoping I get it soon. I might just do like a long form, like, okay, now I'm going to focus on Elden Ring, and you can be here or not. 4 months of pure hatred. Thanks, Alexis. I almost called you Alex is, and that's dumb. Will you ever give us the wisdom you gained while working at the while working at the Celestial Stag? What wisdom do you want, Skipper? I've got some, maybe. Renan, thanks for being a Ruze-ator. Wow. I think if I were to play Elden Ring, I would want to do it simultaneously with somebody so that I could sit there and like yap at them while I play, and maybe like we can help each other with summons or whatever if we need to. I mean, obviously the prideful part of me is like, no, I could do it by myself. And yeah, I probably could, but content's not about proving you're good at video games. Content's about, you know, having a good time, goofing off and hanging out with people. So nobody's impressed if I solo Margit after I like fucking with a dagger naked at level 1. But I think people like talking and yapping and having a good time. I know, Neroro. I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, Momo Angel, when you take off all your armor and you take down bosses naked. Good morning, very big potato. Very big potato. Pink Rathian. No, actually, I didn't do latte art, Luna. It was strictly business at the Celestial Stag. I had to move too fast to learn anything like that. It was dual wielding fucking espresso machines, like left hand on one side, right hand on the other, speed making shit as fast as I could. Big heavy axes guy. You know what's funny is I almost never go for the heavy slow characters. I can't stand playing it most of the time. I am this time running an axe though, but I almost always go for daggers. Or at best spears. Sometimes long swords. Anyu says, when did you find yourself having talents with VA? I don't think I'm a very good voice actor. I've never really practiced that skill. I think it's different from being good at doing little goofy voices. I think I've always had a habit of mimicking things I hear on TV or on the radio or whatever the fuck. I like just mimic what I hear, or if somebody makes a funny sound, or they sneeze funny, or they cough funny, or they laugh funny. I tend to mimic that. I've dropped that habit because I realized that's incredibly rude, but as a kid, I did it all the time. So I guess through mimicry, I don't know, I was parroting a lot, but I don't think I'm necessarily a good voice actor because that's a different skill. I could be a good voice actor with practice, probably, and I want to at some point, but yeah. Thanks! It's been 4 hours. Is that drink still hot? That's my secret, Cap. There was never a drink. It's just to throw you off your game, make you think I'm tireder than I am, make you think I need the support, but I don't. The vibe swap from, the vibe swap, what was it? I missed what you said. Shit, I have to go back up. Where did it go? I missed it. Oh well. I believe that you can become a great... Thank you! Thank you, Phalanx.
I love lying and eating hot chips. It's delicious. So good and tasty.
Do I consider myself an introvert? I think in my heart, yes. I think I'm often in my happiest when I'm alone and quiet and, I don't know, just consuming content or reading a book or playing a game and not focusing on anything other than being very invested in what I'm doing, like really immersing myself. But I also think that I think maybe I'm an ambivert with introvert leanings, but I think putting hard labels on that kind of stuff is sometimes very silly. Kind of like putting hard labels on, like, what is your romance language, or like what is your personality type? I'm like, I don't fucking know, dude. Like I'm a fully realized person, not a two-dimensional character. I've got a lot of shit going on. But I mean, I get some energy from being out and talking to people. I've always been good at holding my own in social conversations. I could spend 3 weeks around a person and not really get tired of them because I'm good at, like, you know, fitting into any situation or masking as much as needed to fit around any group of people. But given the option and given anonymity and not letting the other person know, like if it wasn't like set, like if I had a friend with me, right, and they're like, would you rather hang out with your friend for 3 weeks or would you rather play a game by yourself in your room for 3 weeks? And my friend did not get to hear this answer, I'd be like, well, play a game by myself. So I assume I'm more of an introvert, but I function fine in social situations. I can handle it for exceptionally long periods of time. I think defining yourself is more about where you recover your energy. I recover energy being around people and being by myself. It really depends. I just have a proclivity and a leaning toward being alone. I think the other side of that is, when we were talking earlier about content creation, we talked about the idea that you don't know who I am and I don't know who you are, and you see the face I put on and I see the face you put on, and even if we knew each other IRL, like that kind of stuff is like, it's constant. I can't help it. You can't help it. You're always going to change who you are based on who you're around to a small margin, to a small degree. But when I truly know myself, when I feel at my most competent and confident and able to get shit done, like I have a habit when I'm around other people, right? I tend to defer to their wisdom because I know that they often have the right answer. So I'll ask them like, hey, where's this thing? Or how do you do this? Or how do you get this done, right? But when I'm alone, I'll just do the thing. If it needs to get done, I'll usually just do the thing. I feel much more competent and confident when I'm on my own to get shit done without needing help. And I also feel somewhat more at peace and more attuned to myself. I feel less of an urge to like make sure the other person's having a good time or make sure the other person feels engaged or included or they're allowed to contribute in some way or they don't feel like I'm ignoring them. I feel when I'm truly by myself that is when I'm able to like just let go of all pretense of concern and just focus on existing, which is hard to do. And I don't like being truly alone all the time. I don't think. I get a lot of energy from being around people. I'm highest energy and most bombastic and out there and excitable around people. But I am most at peace alone. But I like both of those things. I like both of those feelings. Astriello says, how does one get to know themselves? Do you have any books on the topic? I've never read a book about getting to know myself. I think just finding ways to think through clinical depression. No, I'm just kidding. Well, I'm not just kidding. That's true. That probably helped a lot. I think I spent a lot of time internalizing as a kid, trying to figure out, how do I say this without being a bummer? Let me think for a second. I think I spent a lot of time being introspective and trying to understand the motivations behind actions that I had taken or my parents had taken or people around me had taken. And that eventually guided me to, unfortunately, a really bad place, which is probably where the depression started to kick in, where I started questioning who I was as a person and preconceived notions about like what I thought my moral values were, what I thought like the objective black and white truth of the world was. And then after confronting those, I got my little crisis of faith about like the idea that there is no true morality, there is no true heroes. And that made me really bummed for a while until I got down to the point where I was like, hey, that doesn't matter. That means that, the only objective morality is trying not to hurt other people. That's it. Boom, done. That makes life easy. If life has no purpose and no black and white, good or bad, then every decision I make from here on forever is either a good or bad decision that I get to choose. There are no bad people. There's bad choices. Some people keep making bad choices over and over again, but that doesn't mean they can't turn around. Anyway, to get to know yourself, ask yourself why you're doing things. If you get mad at somebody or you get embarrassed or you feel like your ego gets hurt and you lash out due to that, if you can find it in yourself to stop lashing out in the moment and confront those emotions right then, right there, do it. If that's too much for you and you can't control yourself in that way yet, or you can't like rein it in, later, when you're alone, not around other people, truly confront it and be honest with yourself and ask yourself, why was I angry? Was my ego hurt? Was I embarrassed? Was I sad? Was I right to be angry? Was I wrong to be angry? And then don't look for a binary answer. There's almost never a, yeah, you were in the right, dude. You were right to be mad. The answer is often, I did some bad stuff that triggered them to be angry at me or triggered the situation to happen. They did some bad stuff and reacted poorly, or maybe they didn't handle their emotions right. Blah, 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 blah. You gotta just look at the world through a lens of trying to understand why things happen the way they do and why people react the way they do. And I think you'll know yourself better by knowing others. I spent a lot of time psychoanalyzing my parents, I think, and trying to understand why they made some of the decisions they made. And that led me to internalizing as well. Mr. Curiel says, other than Xenocuni, where else would you like to travel? I already said a lot of places, but top on the book right now, I think I really want to go check out Ireland or Scotland. And I would like to check out, I want to go somewhere in South America, probably. I'm thinking Brazil, Germany, and possibly somewhere in Southeast Asia. Well, Miss Mercurial, it's because I've been here for 6 months, but monetization's only existed for 5 months. That's why. Fantasy music recommendations. Adrian Von Ziegler has a really good Celtic playlist, has 4 really good Celtic playlists, over 10 hours long. If you don't want to listen to Adrian Von Ziegler and Celtic music, you could pick up Dungeon Synth that has a really old school, like, fucking late 70s, early 80s feel, which makes me nostalgic for a time I wasn't even alive for, or I wasn't on Earth for. Vale says, your talks are always some of my fave to listen to. Thanks for the intelligent, introspective yapping. Hey, thanks, Vale, for being a Ruzader. See you later, Enticing Thorn. Oh. Huh. Have you heard of Vindsvep's music? No, but I would be interested to try it out. Anybody with a fucking, that accent, you gotta go. Sorry, Hikaru says, I think the post you missed was mine. The vibe switch between, Verta and Citrine screaming poggers was the funniest switch ever. I can't believe that happened live. I'd say you're a stellar VA, but they are different people. Yeah, but they're using my vocal cords. You know what else was a wild vibe switch? You are not gonna believe the vibe switch that happens between, what's gonna be crazy is the vibe